What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 7SM 161 Hinata, Tianshin, solve it directly with force, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Every time I see this, Chiba calls me an expert, not seal? That is the operation of ordinary ninjas? High-end operation, that is, clap your hands, everything comes. What about the third state? The girls asked hastily. The third state is my current state, Qian Yi chuckled. With a wave of your hand, everything is there. Okay, you're Senju Hashirama hooking up, right? That's it, I won't act anymore, just wave your hand, done. You can do whatever you want, brother, pack your bags. I have a showdown, no more acting. After hearing Chiba's explanation, all the girls immediately showed admiration. Brother Chiba, you are amazing, so, Chiba smiled slightly. At this time, on the ice surface in the distance, Kimimaro was trembling with anger. He had been chiseling with his own bone spurs for 5 or 6 minutes, but he didn't dig a big hole. In this way, don't talk about whether you can defeat that man. Whether you can get close is a problem. Under the ice, chatting and laughing happily. Above the ice layer, work hard to dig a hole, formed a stark contrast. Bang bang bang, I chisel, 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 chisel. It took a lot of effort for Kimimaro to look at the chisel to a depth of about 1 meter. The entire ice layer is about 20 meters deep. At this time, after Chiba and the other girls explained the 3 realms of ninjutsu seals, they narrowed their eyes slightly. Looking up at Kimimaro who was digging hard into the ice, Renyi couldn't help grinning. Am I beating that guy? Chiba lowered his head and asked with a smile. Of course, it's so obvious, the girls said. Haha, so you were going to work in my tavern for free for a month. The girls didn't refute, after all, they had already agreed. Okay, let's go out and have a look. Chiba smiled and walked among the girls. Come here all, hold me tight, and I'll take you all out with the Flying Thunder God technique. Well, there was no other way, the 5 girls had no choice but to move closer to Chiba, holding hands and hugging Chiba tightly. Flying Thunder God technique. In the next second, Chiba instantly cast the Flying Thunder God technique. After a black light, Chiba came to a big tree on the side of the grass. Okay, you guys wait here, I'm going to give Kimimaro some warmth. Chiba put down several girls. Advertisement good guy, these guys are so tight. I can't wait to stick to Chiba's body. Chiba jumped and came to the ice. Slowly walked towards Kimimaro who was digging ice. With Chiba's strength, if you don't let Kimimaro sense him, then he won't be able to sense him. This is Tianyi's calendar, that's how powerful it is. Kimimaro, aren't you tired? Chiba walked behind Kimimaro and asked softly. Tired, but in order to stop that mysterious man. Just halfway through Kimimaro's words, his face suddenly changed. Without even thinking about it, he directly raised his right hand and pierced Chiba fiercely. Next second, the forest white bone spur in Kimimaro's hand pierced Chiba's body. It's just that it's not piercing, but piercing, it's like being stabbed in the air. Lifting his head, Kimimaro looked at Chiba in disbelief. When he saw the 3 Tomo Sharingan with scarlet light in Chiba's eyes. He was stunned. Sharingan, isn't this what Master Orochimaru is after? Is this person also from the Uchiha clan? At this moment, Kimimaro had many doubts in his mind. At this time, there were many breaking wind sounds around Chiba. After a closer look, it turned out that all the chasing teams of the 12 Shaoqiangs had come here. Even Yinhe also came here. It seems that they have already solved those few people. Yamato, I'll leave it to you here. Chiba smiled, and these people came just in time, saving himself the trouble. After Chiba finished speaking, he backed away from the ice. And Yamato led the rest and started attacking Kimimaro. 10 minutes later, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Ferns. Finally, Kimimaro unleashed his strongest skill, and he also suffered backlash because of it. Eventually died. After the battle, Yamato quickly came to Chiba's side. Master Chiba, Dao is alright. Do you think I'm someone who has something to do? Chiba rolled his eyes. Then he said, this time the pursuit mission, you have completed very well. So, next, you bring everyone back to Konoha. As for Uzumaki Naruto, I'll go after it by myself. At this time, Hinata and his party all ran to Chiba's side. Advertisement, yes. Master Chiba. Yamato nodded quickly, facing Master Chiba's order, all he had to do was obey. You guys also go back to Konoha with Yamato. Chiba turned around, looked at the girls in front of him, and said with a smile. Ask for flowers, and all the girls nodded in unison. It's just that Tayuya quickly ran to Chiba's side, and grabbed Chiba's clothes tightly. Tayuya, you go back with them too. Chiba scratched his head and said. Don't. Tayuya shook his head hastily and then said. Master Chiba, didn't you say that I am your maid, so naturally I want to follow you. Chiba was slightly taken aback, looking at the 4 pairs of gazes in front of him. Chiba coughed again. What, actually, you can go back with them. No, Tayuya said again. Hinata, Tien, solve it directly with force. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. It's not that he doesn't like taking Tayuya with him, but this little girl's head is really not very bright. 0 and the age is too young, Chiba really can't guarantee what will happen. But he knew that in the mysterious east, there was a giant river crab beast staring at him. So, flowers, you have to give her time to grow up. Forcibly picking it off, wouldn't it destroy her original beauty? After hearing Chiba's words, Hyuga Hinata and Tianshin walked to Tayuya's side with all their teeth and claws. 3 times, 5 times and 2 divisions set up Tayuya and left here. Duoyu is also losing the power of the curse seal, and now her strength is at most genin. So naturally, he couldn't escape the control of the girls every day. Master Chiba, who is this? Yamato walked to Chiba's side. He looked at the red-haired girl curiously. Tayuya, she is my newly recruited maid. Chiba smiled, after returning to the village, just escort her to my tavern. Also, for Tsunade's side, just tell me for me. Yes, Master Chiba. Yamato nodded quickly. As for the origin, he didn't ask too much, don't ask, it's Chiba's maid. Everyone slowly evacuated here. At this time, Chiba stretched his body. Kamui. In the next second, the 3 Tomo Sharingan in Chiba's eyes flashed away. Meanwhile, above the stone statue belonging to Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End, space appeared Uzumaki folds, immediately, slowly. A black figure appeared above the head of the stone statue of Uchiha Madara. Chiba looked at the 2 huge stone statues calmly. Then, murmured. Is this the Valley of the End? 162 Uchiha Madara. Are you playing me with kunai? Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets? The Valley of the End was originally a valley of huge waterfalls. Because during the Sengoku period, 2 people, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, worked together. Together they ended the turmoil in Sengoku and created Konoha village. Since then, people have commemorated the end of the Sengoku era. Therefore, 2 huge stone statues were built in the Valley of the End. One is the patriarch of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama. One is the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. At this time, Chiba was already standing on top of the stone statue of Uchiha Madara. Open black lens bracket Tavern chat group close black lens bracket Chiba. At all members, where's the 8 men of evil forces? Damn, I've reached the Valley of the End. Uchiha Madara. I'm already in place. Senju Hashirama. Get in place. Senju Tobirama. In place. Uchiha Izuna. +1. Indra. +1. Ashura. +1. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. +1. Otsutsuki Hamura. +1. Chiba. Okay, take it easy, I'll call you to my side directly. Spin, 737, that is, Chiba began to activate his own summoning power. Because they are all summoned by Chiba from the pure land space. Therefore, Chiba can also summon them all from the tavern to his side in an instant. In the Valley of the End, 8 dazzling pillars of light burst out from the sky. Immediately, the beam of light disappeared slowly. The 8-person group of evil forces makes their debut. Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Hamura, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. Ashura, Indra, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. Good guy, this combination, arrogant? This Nirmala can destroy the entire ninja world if he goes out. Chiba looked at the 8 people in front of him and smiled slightly. This is the Valley of the End. Uchiha Madara took 2 steps forward and took a deep breath. Ah, Hashirama, even after decades, not much has changed here. Yes. Ah Madara. Senju Hashirama walked up to Uchiha Madara, and the 2 stood side by side. As Senju Hashirama cast his eyes on the river below, immediately laughed and cursed, Madara, do you still remember? When you were stabbed to death by me, I really thought you were dead at that time. It breaks my heart. As a result, not only did you not die, you also fused my cells and opened Rinnegan. Bullshit. Uchiha Madara flipped through the Sharingan, staring at Senju Hashirama beside him. What the hell did you do back then, good guy? You didn't show mercy at all, thanks to my Uchiha clan having the secret technique of Joushin. Otherwise, I will really die in your hands. Uchiha Madara thought of this, and the corner of his mouth twitched fiercely, there's more. You didn't mention your cells, I forgot. Yeah, you have such a strong cell and recovery ability. Advertisement, I remember when I was in the Valley of the End, I asked you to commit suicide to offset the hatred in my heart. You. Stab yourself with kunai. Are you playing me with kunai? Uchiha Madara suddenly thought of this matter, and suddenly became furious. Cough cough. Madara, how many years have passed since this incident? Senju Hashirama coughed violently. Okay, Hashirama. Can't tell, you are so good at acting. Uchiha Madara raged. I see through you. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, she turned her head and looked arrogant. Ah Madara, Madara, little Madara, don't be angry. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama coaxed immediately. Climb for me, is it disgusting? Uchiha Madara grinned. Not disgusting, not disgusting. Mouth area, the people around couldn't stand it anymore. Senju Tobirama. Izuna, don't you care about your big brother? Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama, don't you care about your big brother? Ashura. Brother, do you care about your offspring? Indra. Left pointing arrow, brother, you don't care about your offspring? Otsutsuki Hamura. Right pointing arrow, brother, don't you care about your descendants? Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Brother, you don't care. Well, it has nothing to do with you. Okay, Chiba grinned loudly. Let's go and rest on the cliff over there. We'll have to make room for Naruto and Sasuke later. After speaking, Chiba led everyone away from the stone statue of Uchiha Madara. Everyone came to the side of the cliff. Below is the rushing waterfall, and there happens to be a raised cliff here. Moreover, this is just overlooking the entire Valley of the End from here. Meanwhile, the Valley of the End below finally ushered in Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Is this Ashura's chakra and Indra's chakra? Otsutsuki Hagoromo looked down and exclaimed suddenly. Father, this is the reincarnation of this session. Ashura walked to Otsutsuki Hagoromo's side and said. I see. Otsutsuki Hagoromo nodded. Madara, who do you think will win this year's reincarnation? Beside him, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara said with their shoulders crossed. Good guy, these two guys don't treat themselves as outsiders at all. There is a large crowd, and the world is open. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he actually acted like this. Chiba couldn't help but shook his head, it's offensive. Indra and Ashura also began to discuss. Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura are exactly like them. Okay. Chiba looked around for a week, and he was the only one who placed an order. How the hell am I looking at you in pairs? On the two stone statues below, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are screaming vigorously. That's a lot. Sass. Chiba slapped his head. Nima is another team combination. Advertisement gone. So, Chiba found out that he was alone? Can this Nima bear it? Chiba waved his hand, and a translucent chat interface appeared in front of him. Open black lens bracket Tavern chat group close black lens bracket Chiba. At Bai Xiao Yushi, are you there? Bye. Yes. Chiba. Little bye-bye, are you busy now? Bye. It's not very busy, I'm cleaning the dining table. Chiba. Don't wipe it, just relax, I'll take you to play. Bye. Okay. The next second, Chiba waved his hands. Immediately gave Uchiha Madara and they performed a big transformation. A white light suddenly appeared. Immediately, Bai appeared in Chiba's arms with a cute face. Bai blinked his eyes, looked at Chiba who was hugging him, brother Chiba. Ha. How is it, exciting? Chiba laughed, gently put Bai down. At this time, Bai was slightly relieved. 1 second he was cleaning the table, and the next second he was in Chiba's arms. Then what if I was in the shower? For a moment, Bai didn't know where to go. At this time, Chiba directly made a big rocking chair with wood style. Enough for 2 people to lie on it together. Then, Chiba didn't talk nonsense, just lay down on it, and patted the vacant position on the left. Seeing this, Bai immediately blushed knowingly. Then the extremely well-behaved one also came behind Chiba's rocking chair. Then, wearing sunglasses, Chiba bought 2 glasses of iced Kool-Aid from his own system mall by the way. This guy showed it to Uchiha Madara. You two are here for 4.6 vacation? However, Chiba's wood-style rocking chair gives them a guideline. KEBD. Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Wood-style, double rocking chair technique. Ashura. Wood-style, double rocking chair technique. Uchiha Madara. Wood-style, double rocking chair technique. Senju Hashirama. Wood-style, double rocking chair technique. Alright, all 4 of them showed their strength. And there are no seals, especially Sage of 6 Paths, which saves the clapping link. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. Does this count as the ancestor of the ninja world taking the lead in breaking the rules? Forget it. Blow the breeze and enjoy the massage of the beauties around you. Isn't it beautiful? Enjoy above. And below, the battle has already begun. From the battle between Indra reincarnation Uchiha Sasuke and Ashura reincarnation Uzumaki Naruto begins. 163 Kurama. Immortal. Please be sure to cover me in the future. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Valley of the End, above the 2 statues. The battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto has begun. The fight is called a hot one. You punch, I kick. Chiba led the crowd on the cliff not far away and they saw it clearly. 3 4 5 6 7. Shunzi. 6 7 8 9 10. Take care. 4Ks. Bomb. Behind him, several people from Uchiha Madara squatted together. The 4 of them got together, fighting the landlord. Madara and Hashirama rounded up a table with their younger brother. And Otsutsuki Hagoromo brought his younger brother and 2 sons to a table. Just like that, in front of Chiba, the landlord fights. Chiba was slightly taken aback, he summoned them to work for him. Not out to fight the landlords, 4-2, bomb. King fried. Chiba was speechless immediately, these people. It's still white, how quiet is it? The battle below intensified. Bang bang bang, boom boom boom, bang bang bang. In the end, it was Uchiha Sasuke who narrowly won. Defeated Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto who had passed out, and gritted his teeth. Then he left the Valley of the End without looking back. Above, Chiba also finished the drink in his hand. It is finally over. 25 Chiba jumps with everyone. All came to the side of the fallen Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, suddenly, a strong crimson chakra burst out from Uzumaki Naruto's body. Chakra forms like a very small 9 tails, and after Otsutsuki Hagoromo saw this scene, he shivered slightly. With a wave of hand, in the next second, everyone entered the spiritual space of Uzumaki Naruto. Behind the huge iron gate, 9 tails hurriedly stood up. Looking at the Sage of 6 Paths in front of the iron gate. Ow! Nine Tails yelled. Sage of Six Paths. It's exciting. I finally saw the person who created me again. Kurama. Otsutsuki Hagoromo also had a loving smile on his face. Sage of Six Paths. My life is miserable. Nine Tails burst into tears after seeing Sage of Six Paths. I'm suffering. Advertisement Nine Tails can be said to be full of bitterness. Why are you crying? Nine Tails, you are the leader of tailed beasts after all, aren't you? Uchiha Madara on the side couldn't stand it any longer. Said with a grin. I'm not crying because of you, Nine Tails wailed. Thinking of the grievances he has suffered all these years, Nine Tails feels that he is the most bitter tail beast. Uchiha Madara shrugged and ignored Nine Tails. Sage of Six Paths, haven't you already passed away? Why? Nine Tails suddenly thought of something and asked hastily. This sage revived me. Otsutsuki Hagoromo walked to Chiba's side and said. It's you, Nine Tails exclaimed, of course it knew Chiba. Isn't it the guy who opened the undead tavern in Konoha village? Wait. Undead tavern? Hiss. Kurama's fox pupils shrank fiercely, and it finally understood the meaning of the name of the tavern. That's what it means. So it is, Chiba smiled. Nine Tails are just, why don't you get them out and make them my pets? Save trouble for Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto is actually a genius too. As for why they were so messed up in the early stage of practice, it was Nine Tails who was making trouble. That's why when Uzumaki Naruto practiced ninjutsu, he kept failing. Kurama, would you like to come out and play? Chiba looked at Kurama in front of him with a smile. Huh? After hearing Chiba's words, Nine Tails was taken aback. Ah what, I just asked if you want to come out, Chiba smiled. I think so, but, if I come out, this little doll will not survive, Nine Tails said truthfully. What a big deal. Chiba said casually. I can take your consciousness out of Uzumaki Naruto's body and give you the new Nine Tails chakra. You can also return to Uzumaki Naruto's body in a split second, and you can come out at will. Chiba has the power of 10 tails, so it shouldn't be too easy to accomplish this. Even Sage of Six Paths can't complete this matter, after all, the chakra in his body is limited. But the chakra in Chiba is basically unlimited. Even the whole chakra of Nine Tails is at most just a trace of chakra in a very small part of Chiba's body. And these chakra, it is estimated that it will be restored in less than half an hour. Invincibility is not just talk. Is it really possible? After hearing Chiba's words, Nine Tails immediately stood up. The voices were full of excitement. Of course, Chiba said casually. However, after you come out, you will be the mascot in my tavern. Stay with me, just don't run around and scare people. After hearing Chiba's words, the people around Chiba were all stunned. Let the scary and evil Nine Tails be the mascot of the tavern? Can this guy Nine Tails do it? Good, advertisement. Nine Tails nodded quickly. Everyone, peeved. How about your dignity as a tailed beast? Since you have agreed, you must abide by the rules of my tavern honestly, he said with a smile. If you don't comply, I don't mind stewing you. To be honest, I haven't eaten fox meat much. Immortal, don't worry. I will never do anything. Nine Tails immediately lay down in front of the iron gate. But, I also have a small request. Let's hear it, Chiba said. Every day I have to be full. Don't starve me, Kurama said quickly. It has long wanted to try the dim sum food in Chiba Tavern. Last time it could only stare at Uzumaki Naruto eating, this time it wants to eat it too. Chiba nodded. Okay, working in my tavern naturally means eating 3 meals a day. There will be supper at night. Yeah, Nine Tails nodded immediately. Chiba couldn't help laughing. This Nine Tails is not only arrogant but also a foodie. Hidden so deeply, this foodie attribute. Chiba took a deep breath, then waved his hand. Immediately, he used the power of 10 tails in his body to transfer the consciousness of Nine Tails out. Behind the iron gate, the huge Nine Tails only felt that their soul seemed to be leaving their body. Slowly drifted upwards. Eyes closed and opened. Nine Tails slowly opened 8-10's eyes. Then raised his head and looked at the sky. Did it work? Have I left this little doll's body? Kurama still seemed a little disbelieving. It stood up and looked around after a week. Only then was it completely determined that he had indeed come out of Jinchuriki's body. Chiba Immortal. You are really amazing, Kurama suddenly shouted happily. At this time, Kurama was about the size of a rabbit. Chiba smiled, come on. Then, he patted himself on the shoulder and looked at Kurama on the ground. Kurama understood immediately, and with a kick of his paw, he jumped on top of Chiba's left shoulder. Immediately, he squatted obediently on Chiba's shoulders. Not bad, it's quite trustworthy, Chiba tilted his head. Looking at Kurama squatting on his shoulders, he smiled. HMPH, do you think I'm the same as you humans? Kurama looked arrogant. My uncle is very trustworthy. Chiba rolled his eyes, that's why you're so easy to cheat. Kurama gasped and said, who can fool Benton Tower? Chiba pointed to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara beside him. The two of them also raised their hands and greeted Nine Tails. Hi, Nine Tails, we will live together from now on. Kurama looked at the smiles on the faces of the two of them, and Jonin couldn't help shivering. Immediately, it quickly hugged Chiba beside him, Immortal Yi. Please be sure to cover me from now on, 164 harm, it's okay, it's just Nine Tails, don't be afraid. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Spread your paws. Chiba grinned. Only then did Kurama let go of his claws, and Chiba straightened his hair. Don't worry, since everyone will live together in the future. Of course Madara and Hashirama will not do anything out of the ordinary. Kurama nodded in relief. Chiba narrowed his eyes, sneaked into Kurama's ear, and said. But, Kurama, don't be too happy, in case I'm not in the tavern one day. When their hands are itchy again, hee. At that time, you should pay more attention. Kurama had a very human look of tension on his face. Haha, alright, let's go back to the city. With a big wave of Chiba's hand, Uchiha Madara and their group of 8 were sent back to the tavern by Chiba. At this time, in the Valley of the End, only Chiba, Bai, and Nine Tails squatting on Chiba's shoulders remained. And Uzumaki Naruto lying unconscious on the ground. Chiba glanced at Uzumaki Naruto lying on the ground, and then activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Kamui. In the next second, Uzumaki Naruto was sucked into his own Kamui space by Chiba. This scene really frightened the Nine Tails on the shoulders. This man also has a Sharingan, it's really scary. It's better not to provoke this man in the future. Bye, let's go, let's fly back. Chiba looked in the direction of Konoha in the distance. Then he took a deep breath of relief. In fact, he had wanted to try it a long time ago. After replicating the ability of Sage of Six Paths, Ren Yi naturally also has the ability to fly. So, he wanted to test it right now, the feeling of flying. Fly. Bai Weiwei was taken aback for a moment, but she never thought that ninjas can still fly. Give me your hand. Chiba stretched out his right hand and smiled. Bai obediently stretched out his right hand, and then held Chiba's hand. Chiba pulled Bai into his arms with all his might. In the next second, Chiba activated the ability to fly. The body still floated slowly. Chiba looked at the ever-shrinking Valley of the End beneath his feet and grinned. But Bai was holding Chiba tightly because of fear. Looking far away, Chiba aimed at the direction of Sleepy Yi. Then he flew in the direction of Konoha with all his strength. The flying speed is not very fast, compared with Kamui teleportation or flying Thunder God technique. That speed is definitely incomparable, but, in terms of feeling, it is natural to have a good time when flying. Even during the flight, Tien saw the sky and the people in the past who were heading back to Konoha. After flying for more than 2 hours, Chiba returned to Konoha village. As for the enchantment in the sky of Konoha village, it is the same for Chiba as it is with or without it. Who? Advertisement slowly landed at the door of the tavern. Bai sat on the ground all at once, and she was terrified within these 2 hours. However, it does feel very comfortable. Haha, Bai, go back to the apartment and rest for a while. Chiba laughed, then informed Izuna to prepare a table of delicious food. Okay, brother Chiba. Bai stood up tremblingly and nodded. After finishing speaking, he walked into the tavern. Finally able to eat something delicious. My uncle hasn't eaten food for decades. Nine Tails, who was squatting on Chiba's shoulder, said with emotion. Kurama, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Chiba tilted his head and grinned. What question? Kurama asked. Aren't you a tailed beast? Why do you still need to eat? Chiba asked out his doubts. The tailed beast is also a beast, and it has to eat. Kurama rolled his eyes, and then his eyes were full of memories. Think back, 40 or 50 years ago, I was still living in a mountain forest. At that time, I will also catch some wild pork to eat, the taste is undeniable. It's just that it's too small, even after eating a dozen or so, it's not enough to fit between my teeth. Kurama's face was full of thought-provoking looks. Eat it raw. Chiba complained again. How else would I eat? Kurama said. You don't know how to enjoy yourself. Chiba lamented, with your life like this, what's the difference between being alive and being dead? Huh? Kurama scratched his head. Hey, if you are free, I will treat you to a good meal, Chiba said helplessly. Let you know what is the real delicacy in the world. Hey, immortal Chiba, can't you do it now? Kurama looked at the tavern in front of him and smiled. No, I have to take your Jinchuriki to the hospital. Chiba rolled his eyes. Oh, that's right. Send that little baby to the hospital first, he's dead. I'm going to die too, Kurama said hastily. You panic. Chiba said, Jinchuriki is dead, and at most you, chakra, will disappear for a while. And then it will come back together again, but if that happens, I won't be able to eat the delicacy that the Chiba fairy said, Kurama said with her head drooping. Tisk tisk, I can't see that your brain is still very bright, Chiba chuckled. Lightly tapped Kurama's head. Hiss, don't tell me, this feels really good. Rua Fox? This is really cool, Chiba narrowed his eyes, so to speak. Do you want to go to the Land of Thunder when you have time? Go to Cloud Shinobi Village and catch your way, after all, he is a cat. Rua Cat and Rua Fox. I want it all. Thinking of this, Chiba was thinking about whether he should have more mascots in his tavern minister. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Chiba clicked his tongue, then jumped and disappeared in place. Advertisement 10 minutes later, Chiba came to Konoha Hospital. Arranged Uzumaki Naruto in a ward. Although Chiba could heal Uzumaki Naruto in an instant, but he didn't feel it was necessary. Let Uzumaki Naruto walk alone. Chiba also doesn't want to interfere too much. After settling Uzumaki Naruto, Chiba left Konoha Hospital. Walked the streets of Konoha with Kurama. Chiba Immortal. Look, the yakiniku restaurant over there is pretty good. Chiba Immortal. You are watching. The meatball shop over there seems to be good too. Chiba Senator. Stop, Chiba said, tilting his head, looking at Kurama. Why don't you keep your voice down, you're so excited. Wait a while, I'll take you to eat the whole ninja. Kurama nodded away. Soon, Chiba came to the Hokage office building. Master Chiba. You are back. When I just walked into the office building, Ino happened to meet me. Yeah. Chiba smiled. Basically, the love is almost exhausted. Come back and talk to Tsunade. Yeah, Shizune nodded quickly and walked quietly behind Chiba. Master Chiba. Shizune looked at Nine Tails on Chiba's shoulder, his eyes full of curiosity. What's wrong? Chiba turned his head and looked at Shizune. Master Chiba, what kind of pet is that on your shoulder? How does it look? Shizune asked in a low voice. Why does she look like a shrunken version of Nine Tails the more she looks at it? Hey, girl doll. This uncle is not a pet. After hearing Shizune's words, Kurama was immediately unhappy. With a deep voice, he said slowly, the pig in your arms is a pet. Huh? Shizune was startled by Nine Tails. Can still talk. Is it so amazing? Also, the pig in my arms is a pig, a ninja pig, not a pet. It's good, is it? Kurama narrowed his eyes, looked at the puff in Shizune's arms, and grinned. I just don't know how this ninja pig tastes like when roasted. Okay, Kurama, stop messing around, this is Peppa Pig. Yi smiled helplessly. Peppa? I don't know. Kurama shook his head and returned to squatting on Chiba's shoulders. If you don't know him, it's okay. Chiba patted Nine Tails on the head. Kurama. Shizune looked at the 9 tails on Chiba's shoulders and felt that something was wrong with this pet. Kurama, are you a ninja fox? Shizune asked curiously. I'm a tailed beast, not a garbage thing like Ninja Fox. Kurama stroked his beard and said. Oh, so it's a tailed beast. Shizune let out a sigh of relief. In the next second, his whole body was shocked, and he looked at Kurama in awe. Tail beast? Chiba also smiled. It's okay, it's just 9 tails, don't be afraid. 9 tails? After hearing Chiba's words, Shizune was so scared that he couldn't move. Standing there frightened, even trembling with fear. Chiba glanced at Shizune and said helplessly, No, you changed it to vibration again? 165 Tsunade. Chiba, can I ruin 9 tails? Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets? Master Chiba. This is not a matter of shaking or not shaking at all. Shizune exclaimed, It's 9 tails? What? Doesn't my uncle look like 9 tails? Kurama chuckled. But, Shizune looked at Kurama and took 2 steps back. 9 tails. 9 tails. At this time, Shizune was already feeling a little incoherent. Okay, I'll explain when I see Tsunade later, Chiba smiled. Then, under Shizune's gaze, he brought 9 tails into Hokage's office. Just after walking in, Chiba smelled a scent of wine. Isn't this the Erguoto in my tavern? Chiba narrowed his eyes, looking at Tsunade who had turned his chair towards the window. He already knew that this woman Tsunade was stealing wine from her tavern again. Chiba was so speechless. Why does this woman have such a short memory? Is it good? Chiba walked behind Tsunade and asked softly. Of course it's delicious, Tsunade replied without thinking. However, when she finished speaking, she already noticed something was wrong. But it's too late. Hey, so it's Chiba. I didn't drink it, I just smelled it. Tsunade put his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. I was afraid that the wine in my hand would be snatched by Chiba in the next second. Take it out. Chiba narrowed his eyes. No, Tsunade directly refused. I'll count to 3 in 087. Chiba folded his arms and squinted at Tsunade. Little boy, I can't cure you anymore, just kidding. How about, Chiba, you count 300. Tsunade thought for a moment, then raised his head and said. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly, 3. Don't want. Beep beep. Well, Tsunade stood up immediately, and directly tried to gag Chiba's mouth. I almost finished talking about the number. After a long time, Chiba took a deep breath. Take a step back, Nima. This Tsunade really does everything for drinking. However, at this time, Tsunade also entered a short-term hypoxic state because of the brain. Crouching on the desk, exhaling slightly to restore his physical strength. Tsunade. You can't see it, you are so bad. Chiba clicked his tongue and looked at the Tsunade he bought on the table. HMPH. Who asked you to count? Tsunade gritted his teeth and snorted softly, if you're counting, then I'll stop. Advertisement. If I suffer a little, I will suffer a little. Damn it. I'm obviously the one who suffers the most this wave, okay. Chiba rolled his eyes. Okay, I won't confiscate your wine. Hee, that's about the same. Hearing this, Tsunade immediately put on a triumphant smile. Then he opened the drawer of the desk and put away the CFCH, Erguoto in his hand. Chiba, what's on your shoulder? Is it your new pet? Tsunade also saw 9 tails at this time and couldn't help asking curiously. Hey, what a fierce woman, this uncle is 9 tails. After Kurama heard Tsunade's words, he was not happy immediately. One person said he was a pet and he tolerated it, but now another person said he was a pet. This makes Kurama unstoppable. 9 tails. Tsunade exclaimed, staring at Kurama closely with her beautiful eyes. Really? Why don't I believe it? Kurama's lungs were about to explode when he heard that. Immediately, it raised its head and screamed loudly, and the nine tails chakra on its body also began to shoot out. After Tsunade sensed this wave of chakra, his complexion changed slightly. It's really nine tails, Tsunade said seriously. Chiba. Nine tails must be sealed. That's right, Chiba, isn't nine tails sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body? Does it mean Uzumaki Naruto is dead? Killed by nine tails? Speaking of which, Tsunade has already started to gather chakra in the body. Even, she was ready to untie the 100 healings mark on her forehead. Tsunade, don't get so excited, Chiba rolled his eyes. Then he patted the howling nine tails lightly, and Kurama, you're not a D*K, what a fart. Nine tails closed his mouth, squatted quietly on Chiba's shoulder, and calmed down. Chiba, what's going on here? Tsunade was confused, when did nine tails become so obedient? Chiba clicked his tongue and began to explain quickly. In short, Nine Tails is now the mascot in his tavern. Call. So that's what happened. Tsunade patted his chest lightly, feeling relieved. So, Nine Tails is now the mascot of the tavern? Yes. Chiba nodded. Hey, can I Rua? Tsunade looked at the furry Kurama, and then said boldly. Then you have to ask Kurama. Chiba froze for a moment. Nine Tails, come here, let me see. Tsunade came to Chiba with a smile. Woman. Get out. You don't have the right to touch me. Kurama was furious when he heard this. Come on. Tsunade slowly stretched out the devil's hand towards Kurama. I'm coming to your uncle. Kurama jumped up immediately. Then he stomped on Tsunade's shoulder hard, then jumped onto the desk. The power of Nine Tails is great, although it has been controlled, but for Tsunade. Still a little caught off guard. Advertisement there was no choice but to fall down in front of him. Plop. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched violently. Tsunade, the next time the F*K you fall down, can you stop pulling me? Obviously, Yi was also knocked down by Tsunade. Tsunade sat up straight in a daze, looked at Chiba who was close at hand, curled her lips and said. Can this be my mother's fault? Isn't that what your pet Nine Tails did? If you don't spray it, will it behave like this? Chiba said with a grin. Also, how soon are you going to be up? Huh. Tsunade snorted softly, my mother's legs are numb, and I won't be able to get up for a while. Okay, then you can continue to sit. Chiba rolled his eyes. This woman is so unreasonable. Just when Chiba was about to get up, the door of the office was pushed open again. Shizune walked in slowly. When she saw the scene in the office room, she suddenly screamed. Ah, SMI Masai, I did not do it on purpose. I didn't know you were. Sorry. Shizune covered his face and quickly fled here. Shizune. Not what you think. Tsunade gave Chiba a gloating look, then quickly stood up and ran out. If I don't explain this, I'm afraid I will be misunderstood by Shizune. Before running out, she didn't forget to turn around and intimidate Chiba. Chiba. You wait for my mother. Chiba stood up, walked to the desk, and then sat down on the office chair leisurely. Wait and wait. Chiba immortal, when can we eat? I'm so hungry. Kurama was lying on the desk, looking at it, as if he hadn't eaten for more than 10 days. No rush, just wait a while. Chiba smiled. He sensed it just now, and in about an hour or two, Yamato and the others should be back. Chiba immortal. Kurama hung his head and had to wait quietly. Don't call me immortal Chiba, it sounds awkward. Chiba thought for a while, and then called me the boss. Okay, boss, Kurama said. An hour later, Yamato returned to Konoha village with all the genins. Then, they took a short rest and rushed towards the Hokage office building quickly. 15 minutes later, Yamato knocked on the door of Hokage's office. Boom boom boom. Come in, Chiba said. Yamato pushed the door and entered, and at the same time. The system prompt in Chiba's mind also rang. Ding, congratulations to host for completing the task of helping Tsunade plan to chase Sasuke. Ding. Congratulations to host for accumulatively obtaining 100,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance, 6.6 million pieces. 166 Kurama. Boss. Please give me a case of this wine in the future, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Chiba smiled slightly and heard the system's notification sound. The task is completed, then go home and have a big meal. The task is just to let myself plan Sasuke's pursuit, but I didn't say that I must chase Urtsutsu back. Besides, regarding Uchiha Sasuke, Chiba doesn't really want to interfere with the path he chooses. After all, even if he forcibly captured Urzuzi back. Then what? People still want to escape from here, and Uchiha Sasuke will still try his best to escape from Konoha. Then go to the arms of Orochimaru. Therefore, Chiba didn't bother to take care of the second pillar. Let him go his own way. Why don't I open my tavern and live my little days, isn't it good? Master Chiba. You are back. After Yamato walked into Hokage's office and saw Chiba, he immediately stood at attention. Yeah. Chiba nodded, and then briefly explained the matter between Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. In short, Uchiha Sasuke did not hesitate to seek refuge in the arms of Orochimaru in order to become stronger. As for now, it is already impossible to catch up. But on the whole, the task is not bad this time. Chiba smiled. At the same time, Tsunade brought Shizune back to Lee Gongjin. After learning about Uchiha Sasuke, she also sighed helplessly. If this is the case, then we can only follow up the follow-up events. Just send other ninjas to track it down. Tsunade made arrangements, and everyone left here. But at this time, Yi walked towards his tavern with a kind of girl in a leisurely manner. Tayuya, on the other hand, is more curious about everything in Konoha village. When she came to Konoha last time, she still held the attitude of destroying Konoha. But this time, the identity has changed. From now on, she will live in Chiba's tavern. So this time she is really observing everything in Konoha village. Brother Chiba, what is that on your shoulder? At this time, Yamanaka Ino came to Chiba's side curiously, then raised his head and asked. It's my dog. Chiba thought for a while and said. Hey, boss. Am I not a dog? I am Nine Tails. Nine Tails. Kurama heard Chiba's words. Immediately unhappy, the 9 little tails were wagging wildly, with an unhappy expression on his face. Okay, you are 9 tails, you are 9 tails, okay. Chiba rolled his eyes and said. HMPH, it's not too bad, Kurama nodded arrogantly. Peeved, ha ha ha. Yamanaka Ino watched the conversation between Chiba and Kurama, burst out laughing. 9 tails, I think this is a fox. Yamanaka Ino didn't care about it, and directly chilled 9 tails off Chiba's shoulders. Although the appearance of my uncle is a fox, but, little girl doll, you will remember it for my uncle. My uncle is 9 tails, it's the fearsome 9 tails. Kurama began to show his teeth and claws, it's just that it doesn't dare to really use the chakra in its body. It can only use the minimum power, it is also afraid. These female dolls belong to Chiba if I accidentally let them scratch their skins. Kurama knew that if that was the case, his own doom was coming. As 9 tails, it can naturally sense the huge energy in Chiba's body that surpasses itself by hundreds of times. These huge energies let Kurama know that as long as he is disobedient, there is only one word for his fate, die. Giggle, advertisement 9 tails in Yamanaka Ino's Rua, sisters. Come here quickly. This 9 tails fox insists on calling itself 9 tails. All of a sudden, Tien, Shao Sakura and Hinata all came together. 4 girls surrounded 9 tails. You, what do you want to do? HMPH. My uncle is 9 tails. Kurama hugged his 9 tails, for fear that these girls would squeeze him. Puff. You are not 9 tails, you are 9 tails fox. Yamanaka Ino corrected, my uncle is 9 tails. 9 tails is a fox, 9 tails, 9 tails fox. 9 tails. 9 tails fox, 9 tails fox is 9 tails fox. Kurama roared, it really wanted to unleash the coercion of 9 tails, so as to restore the dignity of the tailed beast. However, when he saw Chian too who was looking at him with a half smile all the time. Kurama put this thought in his stomach, it really dare not. If I offend this master, I will be so cold. Giving up the dignity of the tailed beast can be exchanged for a full stomach in the future, 9 tails can still measure it. Along the way, Kurama was about to be Rua-balled by 4 girls. However, it can only let the 4 of them bully, after half an hour. When 9 tails saw the sign of Konoha Tavern, she almost burst into tears. Boss, hurry up and let them receive their supernatural powers. Kurama said with a heart ashamed. Okay, I've asked Izuna to prepare dinner. Let's have a good meal. Chiba walked over with a smile, and tapped lightly on the heads of Tianshin, Hinata, Ino and Lil Sakura. Yeah, brother Chiba, all 4 girls showed the sweetest smiles. There was a moment of distraction for Chiba to see. At this time, everyone has already arrived in the tavern. Kurama cheered up at the moment too, it's finally my favorite part. Boss, hee, I just don't know if there are enough ingredients for tonight. My uncle, I can eat very much, Kurama yelled, excitedly rubbing his 2 paws. Don't worry, tonight, just let go and eat, Chiba slapped 9 tails' head. Ask for flowers, I have to say, it really felt pretty good. No wonder those girls like Rua 9 tails so much. Advertisement what the hell, this hair is so cool when it looks Rua. Take 9 tails to the tavern, boss, you are back. Uchiha Izuna has been waiting here for a long time. Yeah, Chiba nodded. Boss, this is your table. Uchiha Izuna led Chiba to the side table. You've got a heart, Chiba was slightly surprised. Of course, this table belongs to me and these girls. And there is another table in the hot pot restaurant next door. That table is naturally Uchiha Madara's. Okay, if that's the case, then hurry up and serve. Chiba said with a smile, he sat down with all the girls. Uchiha Izuna went to serve the food. Chiba looked at the girls and then smiled. 0. There's only 1 month left of this summer, and when you bet with me before, you have already lost. So, during this month, you all have to work for me for free. Hee, I got it. All the girls giggled. At the same time, Azuki Shion walked over with Shanglin and Bai carrying dishes. And Chiba also smiled and introduced Tayuya to the 3 of them. The next step is to enter the meal. Wow, how can this roast chicken be so delicious? Wakaka, the taste of this grilled fish is really amazing. Wow go, what is this? Why is it so delicious? Erguoto, boss, please give me a box of this wine every day. Dream your dreams. Chiba rolled his eyes, this 9 tails is starting to push the nose on the face. What is this? Shion and Shanglin also found 9 tails in front of Chiba. 9 tails fox, the name is Kurama, Chiba said. It's just the fox I picked up. From now on, this nine-tails fox will be the mascot of our tavern. Everyone can rua whatever you want. Chiba looked at Kurama who was drinking erguodo, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Xian and Shanglin were immediately dragged by Shengla. You guys, I'm so p******** d off. I'm an incomparably noble nine-tails. 10 seconds later, there was an unprecedented roar of Lala. Outside the Konoha undead tavern, Tsunade finishes his day at work. Walked towards the tavern with Shizune. When they walked to the door, they saw a big party in the house. Okay. You Chiba. This kind of delicious place has not informed my mother. Immediately, Tsunade rushed in regardless of the situation. 167 Jiraiya. Flower wipe. I was cheated by Chiba, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Boom. Tsunade pushed open the door and said angrily. Chiba. Wow. You have good wine and good meat, but you didn't inform my old lady. Tsunade came to Chiba's table angrily. Isn't there 2 places reserved for you and Shizune? Chiba pointed to the 2 vacant seats at the table, curled his lips and said. Tsunade swallowed, scratched his head, so he was excited? Knowing that he was in the wrong, Tsunade bit his lip lightly. Then he sat down obediently, that's more or less. Chiba rolled his eyes, thanks to himself for vacating the seat in advance. Otherwise, I don't know how crazy this woman is. After dinner, all the girls went back to their respective rooms and went to bed. Boss, where do I sleep? Honestly, I'd love to sleep with my boss. Kurama jumped in front of Chiba, raised his head, and 083 asked curiously. Sure, of course you slept in the front hall. Chiba smiled slightly. As the mascot of this tavern, you must sleep in the front hall. This is the rule in this tavern. Kurama stood on the bar and looked around the tavern, but couldn't find a place to sleep. Boss, where do I sleep then? Kurama stretched out his claws and pulled Chiba's clothes. Above the bar. Chiba smiled, and immediately pointed to the bar in front of Kurama with his finger. No way. Kurama's expression suddenly collapsed. Okay, I'm joking with you. Chiba couldn't help but Rua bit Kurama's head. This little Kurama, if it's quiet, it's pretty good. Under Kurama's gaze, Chiba waved his hands without hesitation. In the next second, a white light appeared in front of Kurama, and then a super luxurious den appeared on the bar counter. This is where you rest from now on. Of course, you can sleep with us if you want. You can sleep with your 6 pads dad, whatever. Chiba patted Kurama's head lightly, then grinned. Damn, how old am I? Do I still sleep with adults? Kurama grinned. Drilling into this luxurious nest in front of you, let alone being comfortable, it's amazing. Okay, then I won't bother you. Good night, Kurama. Good night, boss. Kurama nodded too. Afterwards, Chiba also returned to his room, ready to sleep. And just after everyone fell asleep, a purple shadow suddenly appeared in the corridor of the apartment in the backyard. Advertisement Azuki Shiin, she is very contradictory at this time. She likes Chiba, she knows that very well, but hesitating, there are more and more girls around Chiba. This made her feel a slight sense of crisis, so, right now, she wants to talk to Chiba Zizi. This time, Azuki Shiin did not intend to hide her deepest thoughts. She wants to confess her love to Chiba. Boom boom boom. Azuki Yugo knocked lightly on Chiba's door. Chiba opened his eyes in a daze, then came to the door and opened it. Shiin? Because it was late at night, Chiba didn't turn on the lights. Under the reflection of the moonlight, Chiba can also clearly see who is looking for him. Chiba, Azuki Shiin looked at Chiba who was close at hand and immediately blushed. I began to talk about the most authentic thoughts in my heart. Chiba was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that, at such a late hour, Shiin would find herself to make an affectionate confession. This, don't you envy others? After a long time, Chiba smiled slightly. Shiin, it's so late, just rest here with me. Azuki Shiin trembled slightly. Chiba. Circle.operator v circle.operator, Shian. Oh, asterisk, plus, asterisk, Q. The next day, early morning. Chiba finished washing early and then came to the front and back. Boss, you look good today. On the bar, Uchiha Madara smiled immediately after seeing Chiba. It's okay. Chiba laughed, it's just a small amount of stress relief. How did you release it? Uchiha Madara was startled and asked curiously. Ask your Hashirama. Chiba laughed, picked up a snack, walked to the side sofa and sat down. At the same time, at the entrance of the tavern, Tianshin, Hinata, Little Sakura, and Ino all informed their parents. Then returned to Chiba's tavern. Because the last bet with Chiba failed, he had to work in Chiba's tavern for a month. Brother Chiba, here we come. Yamanaka Ino ran to Chiba with a smile. From today until the end of the summer vacation, we have been working in the tavern. Okay, let's start then. Chiba stood up and said with a smile. As for the process, Chiba doesn't have to worry. After all, it's not the first time they have come to work in Chiba's tavern. And the work is very simple, you can see it at a glance. Where is brother Chiba and sister Shiin? At this time, Bai came to Chiba and asked curiously. She. Maybe a little unwell, just rest for a day. Chiba scratched his head and said. Is sister Shiin sick? Bai asked worriedly. Advertisement? It's not sick. Chiba coughed lightly. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Okay. Shiro nodded lightly, and then continued to prepare to open the door with Hinata and the others. Looking at the girls in the tavern, Chiba couldn't help grinning. Back at the bar, Chiba was wondering if he was going to expand the scale. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of so many people? What should I open? While Chiba was thinking, the gate of Konoha village. Jiraiya finally came back dejected. Where did this Chiba go? Did you come back early? Shouldn't it be? Haven't you found Tsunade yet? For such a long period of time, Jiraiya has been looking for summer in 7 or 8 market towns near Bonshu Street. He searched from morning to night, and after searching for such a long time, he couldn't find Tsunade and Chiba. As a last resort, he had no choice but to give up and return to Konoha first. Master Jiraiya. When he walked to the gate of Konoha, Konoha's guard Gang ZT immediately greeted Jiraiya. Gang ZT, Kanda Cloud. A smile appeared on Jiraiya's face as well, and she walked up to the two of them. Looking around the village, seeing the peaceful scene, Jiraiya let out a sigh of relief. There is no Konoha of Hokage for the time being, and it is so peaceful. He raised his head slowly and looked towards Hokage Rock. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, fifth Hokage. Well, why is this fifth Hokage so similar to Na 53? Jiraiya was slightly taken aback, and then his pupils shrank severely. Etc. Fifth Hokage? Jiraiya groaned in shock. That's right, Master Tsunade has returned to Konoha village, and now she has become the fifth Hokage of Konoha village. Gang ZT looked at Jiraiya and explained with a smile. Master Jiraiya should have known about it a long time ago, right? I know. What the hell? Jiraiya tugged at her hair. Hurts, I'm not dreaming, so to speak. Tsunade is back in Konoha village long ago. F***K, then I'm just wandering outside. Jiraiya was immediately depressed. Needless to say, I must have been tricked by Chiba. He must have found Tsunade and brought it back straight away. Didn't inform myself. Wakaka. Jiraiya was so depressed that she was about to vomit blood. Aiming in the direction of the Chiba Tavern, he directly killed it. 168 Sister Shion. It seems that you have become more beautiful, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. In the Leaf Tavern. Inside Chiba's bedroom. Azuki Shion just finished washing, gritted her teeth, blushed and sneaked out of Chiba's room. And this scene happened to be seen by Tsunade, who was about to be lazy. Tsunade quietly followed Azuki Shion. Shion. Tsunade patted Azuki Shion's shoulder lightly. Ah. Azuki Shion was taken aback for a moment, and after turning around to see that it was Tsunade, she felt relieved. Master Tsunade, you scared me to death. I'm just curious, why are you in Chiba's room? Tsunade asked with a smile. Azuki Shion's paws suddenly went numb. For a while, I didn't know what to say. At the same time, Chiba just happened to come here. He wanted to see if Shion woke up. Now it's all right, all the parties involved are present, and they can confront each other face to face. Chiba came over with a smile, tilted his head and looked at Tsunade. Curious? If you're really that curious, when you're free, come and take a look and you'll know. Chiba grinned, then took Azuki Yuyan's hand, and walked away gracefully under Tsunade's cannibalistic gaze. Snort. This Chiba. Tsunade stomped angrily. Then, she looked at the direction Chiba was 25 away from, and gritted her silver teeth. Do you really think that my mother is afraid? Snort. At the entrance of the tavern, Jiraiya finally came here. Push the door and enter. Welcome, oncoming are 4 little cuties. Dude, all tavern staff uniforms. Jiraiya was also slightly taken aback. During the period when I was no longer in Konoha. What the hell happened? Yo, isn't this Jiraiya? Chiba also came to the front hall at this time, and after seeing Jiraiya, he immediately laughed. What wind brought you here? Cold wind. Jiraiya almost confirmed it after seeing Chiba. I was indeed released by Chiba. Boss Chiba, you can't do this. My days. Jiraiya said with a sad face, before he could continue talking. Chiba smiled and said, You days, I don't miss visiting the custom museum. Cough cough cough. Jiraiya heard the words, suddenly coughed violently. Well, now Jiraiya dare not say anything more. Jiraiya? At this time, Tsunade also tidied up his clothes and came to the front and back. After seeing Jiraiya, she was slightly surprised. Tsunade. Jiraiya smiled when he saw Tsunade. Get out, don't look at me like that. You are looking at me, my old lady will give you a punch. Advertisement. Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya, then said viciously. Don't dare. Jiraiya shrank her neck immediately. Move your gaze away. That's more or less. Tsunade hummed softly. Shizune, let's go. Yes, Master Tsunade. Shizune hurriedly followed behind Tsunade. Immediately, the two left here one after the other. This Tsunade, you really still have such a bad temper. After Jiraiya saw Tsunade leave, the corners of Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly. I really don't know who will be able to subdue her in the future. Chiba also shrugged. By the way, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Chiba spoke quickly about the defection of Uchiha Sasuke. And the thing about Uzumaki Naruto getting beaten up. What? Is this worth it? Jiraiya was unhappy on the spot. After bidding farewell to Chiba, he headed towards Konoha Hospital. The corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly. Let Jiraiya take care of Uzumaki Naruto. I just pushed the boat along the way. The next tavern once again stepped into the usual life. A month passed quietly. Moreover, a lot of things happened in this month. For example, after Uzumaki Naruto woke up, he clamored to find Uchiha Sasuke again. And Jiraiya is also preparing to accept Uzumaki Naruto as his disciple. Then, the two of them also found Chiba to bid farewell, and then went to prepare to start the 2.5 years of intern practice. In Konoha village, summer is slowly passing by, now has entered the season of autumn. The 4 girls of Tianshan also fulfilled the previous agreement with Chiba. They also began to devote themselves to their daily training tasks. Chiba's tavern was once again calm. 2 girls, Tayuya and Karen, are Chiba's maids. Bai is the welcome waiter, and Shi Yan has also joined the pastry chef industry. During this period, Chiba once again set up a store. A health tea house was built. The hosts are of course Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. Anyway, the two of them can be regarded as spanning 8,000 years. It's also time to take care of yourself. Sister Shion, how do you feel that you have become more and more beautiful in this month? Also, it feels like your skin has changed. At night, in Shion's room, Tayuya, Karen, and Shiro all gathered here. Tomorrow is a rare rest day, so the girls often come before the rest day. Have a good time playing, just treat it as a relaxation. Really? Azuki Shion heard that she was praised by the girls in Shanglan. Thinking of the previous events again, his face flushed red. Of course it's true, there was an envious look on Shanglan's face. Sister Shion, how do you take care of it, can you share it with us? After Shanglan finished speaking, Shiro and Tayuya all focused their eyes on Azuki Shion. They really want to know what is going on. Azuki Shion didn't know how to answer now. Where does she have any maintenance? Isn't it because of Chiba? Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of Shion's bedroom. Azuki Shion let out a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Come. Jumping out of bed, Azuki Shion quickly came to the door of the bedroom. When I opened the door, I saw Chiba with a smirk on his face. Hey, little sister Shion, I'm here again. Brother Chiba, they are all here. Shion immediately took 2 steps back. Free up Chiba's perspective. Chiba looked at Shiro, Karen and Tayuya in the room. I couldn't help coughing. That what, you go ahead. I will withdraw first. Chiba scratched his head, then directly announced the retreat. Only the question marks on the faces of Bai and his party remained. However, they also directly skipped the topic just now. Playing with Shion again. At this time, Chiba wandered into the backyard. The weather is fine today. The moon appeared completely in the sky. Chiba, you don't sleep so late, what are you doing here? Pretending to be a ghost to scare people? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Chiba tilted his head at 830 and saw Tsunade walking towards him. Just got off work. Chiba narrowed his eyes. Tsunade took a deep breath and sighed softly. I'm so exhausted, I really don't know where I need so many documents. You are Hokage anyway, these are the things you should do. Chiba smiled. HMPH, I didn't intend to make this Hokage. Tsunade snorted softly. Immediately, she rolled her eyeballs and said with a smile. Nah, Chiba-kun, look, how about I give you the position of Hokage? Dream. Chiba rolled his eyes. This Tsunade just took a chance, like letting himself do Hokage. It's not that Chiba doesn't want to do it, but that he has no interest in the Hokage position at all. It's better to be my tavern owner honestly, him. I just want to live a normal life like this. As for anything else, he didn't even think about it. HMPH, I knew you would say that. After hearing Chiba's words, Tsunade snorted softly. Immediately, she narrowed her eyes and blinked. Oops. Chiba. I suddenly remembered, at this time of the week, aren't you always in the bedroom? Why are you so interested in admiring the moon in the backyard today? The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly, he could see that Tsunade was doing it on purpose. Just when Chiba was about to say something, Tsunade left here in a burst of fragrance. Giggle, just watch the moon alone, I'm going to eat supper. Chiba. It seems that it's time to give this woman some color. 169 I remember that you plan to give the tailed beast away for free, right? Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. The first floor of the backyard apartment. Tsunade came to the kitchen, ready to fry 2 eggs for supper. Chiba walked into the kitchen leisurely, also started to make supper. Except, what Chiba does is barbecue, and it's a whole chicken. Tsunade stood aside, drooling from watching. Chiba, I can't see that you still take care of people like this. After Chiba finished grilling the chicken, Tsunade walked over with a smile. I made it for my Shion family, did you misunderstand something? Chiba raised his mouth slightly and said, huh? Tsunade was taken aback, then said angrily. Wow, Chiba. You did it on purpose, I'm doing this for your own good, Chiba smiled. You are too fat, there is too much energy in this barbecue. My mother is fat. Where is my mother getting fat? Tsunade heard this and immediately frowned. Everywhere is fat. Chiba chuckled. Okay, go ahead and fry your eggs. I'm going to deliver delicious food to my Shion. HMPH, aren't you afraid that Shion will get fat if you give it to someone else? Tsunade pinched his waist with both hands and said. Not afraid. Chiba shook his head and said, the food we eat will be consumed through exercise. Even, I doubt that this roast chicken is enough to consume. After finishing speaking, Chiba ignored the flushed Tsunade, but left here on his own. HMPH. This Chiba is on purpose. I'm mad at me. I'm mad at me. I'm mad at me. Tsunade stared at Chiba's back through gritted teeth. I can't wait to go up and swallow Chiba alive. At this time, Chiba had delivered the roast chicken to Shien's bedroom. There are 4 girls here, so it's not a big problem to eat a roast chicken. Don't play too late, go to bed early, Chiba said to Shien. Well, tomorrow night I'll go find you, Shi Yan whispered in Chiba's ear. Okay. Chiba grinned. Then, he returned to the living room on the first floor. At this moment, Tsunade is angry and eating his eggs. Okay, don't be angry if you have such a big heart. Chiba walked up to Tsunade and waved his hand. A bottle of erguodo appeared on the table. Huh. Tsunade snorted softly, looking really angry. Chiba clicked his tongue. Then what do you think? I want to eat chicken too. Tsunade raised his head and said. Come on. Chiba grinned, then walked into the kitchen to prepare the next roast chicken. After Tsunade saw Chiba start making roast chicken, a bright look flashed across his face. Then he unscrewed erguodo and smiled. Obviously, the way she was angry just now was just pretending. Afterwards, Tsunade and Chiba ate grilled chicken and drank wine together. They each went to rest. The peaceful days passed again for 2 months. Autumn has passed. Advertisement winter is coming. During this time, Chiba also often received some daily tasks. For example, go to the forest with Yamanaka Ino to pick flowers. Train Gentle Fist with Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. Then accompany Tien to practice shuriken throwing exercises. Then, accompany Shallow to take pictures of cuz photo deletions and so on. Added up, hundreds of thousands of gold coins were earned back and forth. View coins. Chiba said in his mind. Ding, host's current gold coin balance, 7.2 million. From my goal of 100 million, I'm still 52.8 million short. How much money does this F*** King self make to be ahead? System, is there any more profitable task? Chiba asked. Ding. Start the intelligent recommendation task. Ding. Recommended task. Mascot gathering. Task requirements. Host collects all 9-tailed beasts and makes them the mascots in the tavern. According to the number of mascots, accumulate gold coins. Task reward. 1 million for 1 tail, and so on. Chiba looked at the transparent interface in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Isn't that all right? Great collection of mascots. 1 tail is 1 million, 8 tails is 8 million. How much does this add up to? Not tens of millions. Handy. Open black lens bracket tavern chat group close black lens bracket Chiba. At all members. The 8-person group of evil forces, come to my office for a meeting. Uchiha Madara. Got it. Senju Hashirama. Got it. Senju Tobirama. Got it. 10 minutes later, Kai and the group of 8 evil forces all came to the office. I have a new mission here, during the next period of time. All of us may not stay among the leaves for long. Because, I want to collect all the tail beasts and become the mascots in our tavern. Like 9 tails, so I'm going to make a plan for what's next. Do you have anything to say? Chiba looked around, and immediately told his plan. Boss, I'll follow you. Uchiha Madara was the first to express his opinion. Boss, I'll follow you too. Senju Hashirama also said immediately. Where is Nissan? Where am I? Uchiha Izuna stated. Me too. Senju Tobirama thought for a while. He was really a little uneasy about letting his elder brother go out for a stroll. Then let's stay and look at the tavern, Ashura and Indra said. We continue to look at the health tea house. Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Datang Kiyomura said at the same time. They are now directly into old age. Okay, that's it for this matter. Chiba nodded, notify the rest of the people to come to the office. Yes, boss. 20 minutes later, Chiba looked at the girls in front of him. Then he stated his purpose. Advertisement, this time, it's not for traveling. So, it's best for you to stay in the tavern, Chiba said with a smile. All the girls are also willing to obey Chiba's arrangement. However, everyone's face is full of loss. There's no need to be so pessimistic. It's not like I'm not coming back. Well, how about I come back once I catch one? All the girls. Yeah, after arranging the girls, Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. If only they really wanted to be with Chiba. Chiba is irresistible. This is on you, can you refuse? Anyway, as a righteous gentleman with the title of ISP, Chiba will never refuse. Over dinner. What, Chiba, are you going to catch the tailed beast? Aren't you afraid that other ninja villages will fight you hard? Tsunade said in shock after hearing this. Desperately, Chiba looked at Senju Hashirama and the others beside him. Then he said, what are they fighting for, EH? Tsunade was a little speechless. Yes, the strongest combat force in the ninja world is on his side. Then I'm going too. Tsunade thought for a while and said quickly. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity and directly form an alliance with our 5 major countries? Alliance? Chiba was slightly taken aback. Good idea, Senju Hashirama immediately agreed. It's a good idea, Uchiha Madara said with a curled lip. Do you think that the other major powers will easily form an alliance with Konoha? What are you thinking? Why is it not easy? Senju Hashirama chuckled. As long as the 2 of us make a move, it will be fine. F***K. Don't drag me into the water. I listened to Boss Chiba. Uchiha Madara's mouth twitched violently. Boss Chiba. This is a great opportunity. Senju Hashirama looked at Chiba with a burning gaze. Hashirama. Are you not afraid that I will master, of Wang Zhao's, these tail beasts and destroy the ninja world? Chiba grinned. I know very clearly, when you participated in the first meeting of Five Shadows. It's almost as if you sent the tailed beast out for nothing. Didn't you be ignorant at that time? Senju Hashirama blushed. Why do you know all about this? Is there anything I don't know about this ninja world? Chiba narrowed his eyes and smiled. Yes. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and continued. Actually, if Boss Chiba wants to destroy the ninja world, the whole ninja world probably won't be able to stop him. But we all know the character of Boss Chiba, he wouldn't do that. Also, Boss Chiba, you also said that the foxtail beast came back to be a mascot. Boss Chiba's words, there is absolutely no lie. We are all convinced of this. Chiba rolled his eyes. Can you talk? Everyone was slightly taken aback, and Senju Hashirama was also taken aback. Have you said something wrong? It's over. Boss Chiba must be upset now. Just when everyone was ready to bow their heads to accept Chiba's anger. Chiba chuckled. If you can talk more. 170 even Yuihong and Hyuga Hinata don't believe that I will come down. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Senju Hashirama breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Boss, I was so scared that I didn't dare to breathe just now. Haha. Chiba laughed. Okay, since you want to form an alliance, go for it. As for whether people agree or not, I don't care. At this time, a smile appeared on Tsunade's face. Shizune. In this period of time, I will entrust the affairs of Konoha village to you. Hey, Mr. Tsunade. Shizune beside him heard this, and he only felt Alexander. You must come back quickly, Shizune said without tears. He. I'll definitely be back soon, Tsunade grinned. However, anyone can see at this time that Tsunade obviously means that he doesn't want to come back. Ding. Trigger the Hokage office crisis. Task requirements. Please host to find at least 3 people to assist Shizune in office. Mission reward. 300,000 gold coins. Chiba was slightly taken aback. Can this trigger the mission? Interesting. Find at least 3 people to assist Shizune with his duties. Help Shizune with office. Chiba squinted his eyes, looking at Shizune who looked loveless. He smiled and said, Shizune, don't be so discouraged either. We have at least a week to prepare to leave Konoha village. Well, in this week, I will find 3 right-hand assistants for you to help you and assist you together. Shizune came to his senses after hearing the words, and then looked at Chiba gratefully. 737. Thank you Chiba-sama. You know, usually, Shizune and Tsunade complete the office together. If Tsunade followed Chiba out of Konoha village, these tasks all fell on Shizune. At that time, Shizune may really not be able to be lazy 24 hours a day. So, when I heard that Chiba was going to find 3 right-hand men for himself, Shizune was so grateful that she almost cried. I even want to give a big thank you to Chiba. This is the real timely help. After the meal, everyone returned to the apartment to rest. Chiba is no exception. He entered Xian's room with ease. The next day, Rian held. Chiba took Xian to find Shizune. Shizune, Xian is your first right-hand man. She is from Anbu, so she also knows some management methods. Shizune looked at Xian and said, Xian, we will be colleagues from now on. Yeah. Azuki Xian also had a smile on her face. Anyway, for her, I will do whatever Chiba asks me to do. Xian, come on, I like you, Chiba smiled. Aha. Advertisement, okay, Xian, go and familiarize yourself with the process with Shizune first, Chiba said. Yeah. Then, Azuki Xian and Shizune left the tavern together. At this time, Tsunade came out quietly. The first person has been found. Who are you going to find the remaining 2 assistants? Tsunade asked with a grin. Anyway, the more assistants, the better for her. Tsunade was excited when he thought that he would be able to go out to play in the village in 1 week. I won't tell you. Chiba pouted. HMPH, I can know without telling me. Tsunade snorted softly, and then left the tavern too. Anyway, she is still inside Konoha, so she still has to go to work. Going to work, Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly, and grinned slightly at the corners of his mouth. What a 9-to-5 job. Can I try this myself one day? Be a man in Hokage, and then arrange 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 89 secretaries around him? Hiss. This method works. Chiba's eyes lit up. Anyway, the tavern doesn't need to care too much, everything is already on the right track. This Hokage. We'll talk about it later. To experience life, changing positions seems to be a good choice. Chiba left his tavern leisurely. He's already looking for his next candidate. Sunset is red. This woman is very gentle and delicate. So, go to assist Shizune's work, there must be no problem. Chiba thought about Yuihong's home, and then walked towards her home. In fact, Kurenai Yuhi often brings her group to Chiba's tavern for snacks. So Chiba and Yuihong are old acquaintances. Every time you come to eat, Chiba will send out a half-price coupon. Then wait for the next one to come. Of course, Chiba didn't choose to give half-price coupons just because he wanted to see Yuihong. But as long as it is a good-looking person, Chiba will give it to a girl who is pleasing to the eye. It fits our title. Time flies, and it has been more than half an hour, CFDG. Chiba has come to Yuhi Hong's door. Boom boom boom. Walking to the door of the apartment, Chiba knocked lightly on the door. Who is it? A few seconds later, Yuhi Hong's voice came out. The water delivery. Cough cough, it's me, Chiba. Chiba coughed lightly and said loudly. After waiting a few seconds again, Kurenai Yuhi opened the door of the apartment. It caught Chiba's eyes, and Chiba felt his eyes light up. Your body. Advertisement. Yuhi Hong wore a light red apron around her body. Even, there was some flour on her face. This had to make Chiba curious. Brother Chiba. In the next second, a small head popped out from behind Uchiha Hong. Take a closer look, this is not Hinata sauce. Hey, boss ye. At this moment, Inuzuka Tooth also rubbed his nose and walked over. Meanwhile, there's Aburame Shino. Teacher Hong will make ramen for us again. Hyuga Hinata tilted her head and said. I'm hungry. Chiba said immediately. Peeved, Yuhi Hong glanced lightly at Chiba. Why is it so obvious like you? I'm really hungry. No, I'm so hungry and dizzy. Chiba pretended to be about to faint. But Yuhi Hong took a slight step back. In the next second, Chiba fell directly into Hyuga Hinata's arms. However, before Chiba could react, there was a scene in front of him. Cough cough cough. Chiba choked twice, it's all flour. Puff, cluck. Hyuga Hinata looked at Chiba's appearance and suddenly giggled. Laughing for a while is called happiness. Chiba couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth. Hinata sauce. Are you so happy to see your brother Chiba choking? Happy. Hyuga Hinata thought about it, giggled, and ran into the kitchen to wash his hands. After all, she was also helping Yuhi Hong make noodles just now. Chiba wants to cry but has no tears, but just a few seconds later, Hyuga Hinata stepped out again. By this time, her hands had been washed clean. Hey, come on, Hyuga Hinata blushed and slowly opened her hands. Chiba swallowed her saliva, in Yuhi Hong's slightly surprised, but also a little disbelieving eyes. I could only choose to say with a straight face, come on, I'll help you too. Actually, it's not just a good barbecue, but in other respects, as long as it's something related to eating. I know a thing or two. Really? There was some disbelief in Hyuga Hinata's beautiful eyes. It's not just that she doesn't believe it, even Uchiha Hong doesn't believe it. Don't both of you believe it? Chiba heard this, what's the matter? I don't believe it. Yuhi Hong and Hyuga Hinata looked at each other and shook their heads. Watcha. Chiba rolled up his sleeves and said with a grin, wait here, I'll eat it for you. Both Hyuga Hinata and Yuhi Hong nodded expectantly. Waiting for the next taste of Chiba, whether it is as delicious as he said. 171 Oh Hopeless Midarashi Anko, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Will Chiba come down? That must be just knowing a thing or two. But do we need to panic? System. Give me a ramen boutique technology skill, ability. Ding. Intelligent recommendation. Ramen master, top skill, price. Minus 100,000 gold coins. Buy it. Chiba continued in his head. Ding, congratulations to host for acquiring the skill. Ramen master, top level. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance, 7.1 million. In the next moment, Chiba has mastered the strongest ramen skills in his mind and has already done it. For the next hour or so, Chiba showed his skills in Kuroyuki's kitchen. The first step is to choose the face. The second step, face to face. The third step, wake up. Step 4, slip. Step 5, ramen. Chiba's series of operations is called a smooth flow. To Yuhi Hong and the two of them, they were all dumbfounded. For a moment, the faces of both of them were full of admiration. Especially Yuhi Hong, she has no resistance at all to men who cook. What a wonderful picture it would be if two people cooked together in the kitchen in the future. Super flavor ramen finished. After the Chiba is done, the 5 servings of ramen are finished. What's more, Chiba's servings are ruthless. Well, so much, can you finish it? Yuhi Hong looked at the big bowl of ramen in front of her and couldn't help asking. I don't know about others, anyway, my Hinata doctor can definitely finish it. Chiba thought for a moment, then hey, brother Chiba. Hyuga Hinata blushed slightly after hearing Chiba's words. Chiba was taken aback by her shy appearance. As for Hyuga Hinata's appetite, Chiba is still very confident. Not to mention this big bowl, even if we give all the 5 big bowls to Hyuga Hinata. She can eat it all. Hey, hurry up and eat, I'll leave after eating. Chiba patted Hyuga Hinata's cheek lightly. Besides, you are at the age of growing tall now, you can't do without eating more. What if I don't grow up in the future? Hyuga Hinata looked up, blinked, and then nodded. Immediately, Chiba had lunch with the 8th squad led by Yuhi Hong. Oh, it's delicious. Yuhi Hong was a little shocked by the taste under Chiba. Of course, the ramen master is not just talking, Chiba chuckled. Advertisement. After everyone finished eating the ramen made by Chiba, the 8th class had all bid farewell to Kuroyuki. Out of here. Chiba looked at Kurenai Yuhi and then explained his reason for coming. Become Hokage's assistant. Yuhi Hong exclaimed slightly, then shook her head, no way. How can I hold such an important position? Yes, I believe you. Chiba smiled slightly, he really believed in Yuhi Hong. Besides, Assistant Hokage is not there to fight and kill. Those things are in charge of Embu Yamato. You only need to be responsible for some daily document review. You are delicate. These problems are not a problem for you at all. Chiba said very firmly. Okay then, I promise you. Uchiha took a deep breath and nodded. Wait a minute. Chiba took a sudden step forward, then slowly raised his right hand, and wiped it at the corner of Uchiha's mouth. After eating, remember to clean the corners of your mouth. Chiba grinned. Uchiha looked at Chiba, who was close at hand, and for a while, her heartbeat began to rise rapidly. Chiba. Uchiha said softly. How long are you going to leave? Uchiha asked. It may be 1 month, or it may be 3 months. Chiba thought for a while. Of course it may be half a year. I don't know, maybe I'll be back in a week. Well, I'll wait for you to come back. Uchiha gently held her hand and raised her head. Okay. Chiba didn't ask why, because he could sense Uchiha's affection for him. However, this kind of thing needs to be done step by step. Don't be too hasty. By the way, accompany me to find Anko. Chiba thought for a moment and said with a smile, she is the last assistant I'm looking for. 1 for you, 1 for Shion, 1 for Anko, 3 of them plus Shizune are enough. Yeah. Uchiha nodded. Afterwards, the two left here together. After more than half an hour, I found Mitarashi Anko in the meatball shop. Chiba looked at Anko, who was chomping on the meatballs, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Thinking of Mitarashi Anko, who was so fat that he couldn't watch at all in the later stage. Chiba felt that it was necessary for him to stop the tragedy from happening. Anko, you can't eat meatballs anymore, Chiba said helplessly. Look at you. It's also red. Look at Uchiha. Master Chiba, this meatball is my only hobby. Mitarashi Anko took a sip, and ate another meatball. Then he said while chewing. Then you don't have any other favorite food besides meatballs? Chiba rolled his eyes. Not before, but now. Mitarashi Anko rolled his eyes and said with a smile. Come on, what is it? Chiba asked. It's the dim sum in Master Chiba's tavern. Mitarashi Anko grinned. Advertisement. Hey, I've been wanting to go to the tavern to eat snacks again after the meeting in Chiba-sama's tavern last time. It's a pity that my work is really too busy and I really don't have much time to spare. Seeking flowers, 0, so I can only choose the nearest meatball shop. After hearing Mitarashi Anko's explanation, the corner of Chiba's mouth twitched violently. He figured it out, this Mitarashi Anko was trying to plot something wrong. Good. As long as you agree to accompany Uchiha and Shion to assist Shizune in the office. Then I'll give you a free monthly card for snacks in the tavern. During this month, you can eat snacks in my tavern at will. After Chiba finished speaking, he waved his hand casually and in an instant, it was like magic. A golden card appeared in his hand. Okay. Mitarashi Anko hastily stretched out his right hand to take it. But Chiba shrank back casually, leaving her in vain. But I also have a condition here. Chiba narrowed his eyes and looked Mitarashi Anko up and down. Mitarashi Anko took 2 steps back hastily. Then he gritted his teeth and said, So, Master Chiba, you are such a person. If that's what you want, then I can't go against Master Chiba's wishes. Come on, Chiba scum. Climb for me, Chiba growled. What the hell, so many people around are looking at him with strange eyes. It's not just these people, even Uchiha as always. No, what a surprise ball. This is Mitarashi Anko's trick. Thanks to the crowds here, if there are few people, she will do this again. Chiba can really kill her on the spot. My request to you is also very simple. From now on, stop eating meatballs. Or you can eat less, and let me control your weight. If I find out that you have gained a little weight, then I won't renew your monthly card after this month. Don't worry, Master Chiba. As long as there is something delicious, whether it's meatballs or dim sum, I'll do it. Mitarashi Anko patted his chest and assured. That's fine. Chiba nodded. Okay, let's go, I'll take you to the office to familiarize yourself with your work, Chiba said. Mitarashi Anko quickly stuffed the remaining 2 skewers of balls into his mouth on the plate in front of him. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. Shake your face, Mitarashi Anko said, puffing up his cheeks. You mean, hurry up and go? Chiba rolled his eyes. Mitarashi Anko nodded and gave Chiba a thumbs up. Chiba took a deep breath. There is no cure. 172 The Senju Tobirama who speaks more and more. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Time flies. Chiba has brought Uchiha and Mitarashi Anko to the Hokage office building. Shizune, this is the office assistant I found for you. Chiba came into the office. Then he smiled and said to Shizune. Yeah, thank you Chiba-sama. Shizune nodded immediately. The next step is to get acquainted with Hokage's daily office process. Both Tsunade and Shizune teach at the same time. Shion, Uchiha, and Anko also learned very quickly. It's only one morning, they can already complete the process. Chiba, I can't tell, your eyes are still very vicious. Today's lunch was settled in the Hokage office building. The second floor has a place dedicated to serving meals, and everyone comes here. Tsunade looked at Chiba beside him and said with a smile. Chiba smiled casually, it's not so much that my eyes are vicious, but that they learn quickly. Hurry up and eat, you won't be able to stop your mouth with food. Chiba looked at Tsunade who was still about to talk. I couldn't help grinning and said, next time, do I have to use something else to gag your mouth, 50-20. Tsunade. After a day of teaching, Yuihong, Azuki Shion, and Mitarashi Anko are fully capable of this job. Anko, you can work in the office building from tomorrow. I'll tell you about the department you were in. Tsunade said to Mitarashi Anko after a day's work. Thank you Hokage-sama. Mitarashi Anko also showed joy on his face. Yeah. Tsunade also nodded with a smile. Ding, congratulations to host for completing the task of Hokage office crisis. Ding, congratulations to host, 300,000 gold coins. Ding, host's current balance, 7.4 million gold coins. After Chiba heard the prompt in his mind, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Earned another 300,000, however, the next step is the time to really make a lot of money. Mascot collection plan. Chiba stroked his chin. There is some friction between my own plan and Xiao's organization's plan. Chiba narrowed his eyes, he was wondering if he just took all of Akatsuki over by the way. After all, the Xiao organization, first day team. However, it is estimated that people are still developing secretly at this time. Chiba thought about it again, these people are not worth much now. It's better to complete the mascot collection plan first. Night falls. Chiba sat at the desk, he looked at the 5 people in front of him. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, and Tsunade. Oh, and a 9-tails squatting on Chiba's shoulders. The next step is the mascot collection plan. Do you have any good ideas? Chiba asked with a smile. I suggest. Senju Tobirama looked at the map on the desk, and then said slowly. Advertisement. Let's start from the right side of the Land of Fire. First go to the Mist Shadow Village in the Land of Water, and collect 3 tails and 6 tails. After reaching an alliance agreement with Wying Village, we will move up and arrive at the Land of Thunder. The Land of Thunder also owns 2-tailed beasts, 2 tails and 8 tails, after reaching an agreement with the Cloud Shinobi Village of the Land of Thunder. We're going back to Konoha Village for a little rest. Senju Tobirama began to analyze. As for the information about the tail beast, Tsunade, who is Hokage, can naturally know it clearly. After returning to Konoha Village, we are heading directly to the Land of Earth. On the way through the country of land, we will arrive at Longyan Village and arrest 7 tails. Then, let's move on to the Land of Earth and capture 4 tails and 5 tails. It's time. Our Konoha village has 8 of the 9-tailed beasts. After Senju Tobirama said this, his expression was already excited. At that time, we will directly kill Sanagakure in the Land of Winds, force them to hand over 1 tail. It's time, all the 9-tailed beasts are in our Konoha village. Our Konoha will become the head of the 5 great nations. Then let all 4 of their big countries become small subsidiary countries of our Konoha. Then our Konoha village can stage a daimyo coup. Let us Konoha control everything, Konoha village is the best in the world. Having said that, Senju Tobirama took a deep breath and said murderously. How, Boss Chiba? Is my plan okay? The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched fiercely, the previous plan was quite good. Why did the latter turn into directly catching tailed beasts? How dare you launch a daimyo coup? Although Chiba is not happy seeing the name, but he didn't come to provoke us, did he? Thanks to Senju Tobirama who died early. What the hell, if he is allowed to develop like this? I'm afraid Konoha village will die under the siege of several other powers. The idea is very good, I will keep it first. Chiba smiled, if that's the case, let's renovate it tonight. Let's start our journey tomorrow morning. The first stop, the country of water. Woohoo! Everyone exclaimed in unison. Finally we can go out and play. Uchiha Madara raised his throat and smiled. Who says no? Senju Hashirama also laughed. Immediately, the 2 of them looked like they were good brothers and left here. Tobirama, come and help me, prepare the seasoning for the itinerary. Uchiha Izuna whispered. Oh, here we come. Senju Tobirama nodded. Following Uchiha Izuna, they left Chiba's office together. Looking at this scene, Chiba couldn't help being slightly taken aback. Is it so harmonious? Even Chiba couldn't believe it. As for why I brought Uchiha Izuna, it is of course because of the good food he cooks. I don't know how many days my line of work will take, and I may not be able to live in a hotel every day. Therefore, Tianyi brought a chef with him, otherwise, what are so many people eating? Chiba cooking? Wait, Tsunade? Forget it, this woman only eats. Advertisement Hashirama Tobirama? Forget it, Madara? If it is ruled out like this, it will only fall on Uchiha Izuna in the end. Everyone left the office and returned to their bedrooms to rest. At this time, Chiba also left the office, back to his bedroom. Huh? Shion? I'm waiting for you, hey. The next day, early morning. Chiba and the others have already set off in full gear. This time, he was actually not in a hurry, so Chiba didn't plan to hurry too much. Just take it as a trip out of the village, Boss Chiba. Boss Chiba. Just when several people in Chiba were about to leave the tavern. Suddenly 2 voices came, and immediately 2 figures appeared in front of Chiba. Kakashi, Might Guy, who are you? Chiba was slightly taken aback. What are these 2 guys doing here? We want to complete this journey with Boss Chiba and Master Hokage, Might Guy said very seriously. Chiba raised his eyebrows, then stood aside, revealing Uchiha Madara behind him. Do you think my lineup is not enough? Might Guy scratched his head, this lineup can already sweep the ninja world. Otherwise, it's okay, you don't have any big problems anyway, Chiba chuckled. Why don't you work as a temporary worker in my tavern first? In fact, Chiba also saw it, Kakashi's 3 disciples. Uzumaki Naruto was taken to practice by Jiraiya. Uchiha Sasuke threw himself into Orochimaru's arms. Little Sakura also followed Shizune to learn medical ninjutsu. As a teacher, he suddenly realized that he couldn't teach his disciples anything. That's why he looks so listless. Might Guy also discovered such a situation, so he brought Kakashi to find Chiantu. 0.2. Go to work first in my tavern. Anyway, when you have nothing to do, you can also find Ashura and Indra, our sage of 6 paths, and his brother to compete. Chiba chuckled. As for whether you can pass the fight, you can decide for yourself. Thank you, Boss Chiba. Kakashi looked at Chiba gratefully. Kakashi, this is for you. At this moment, Might Guy quickly took out the previous golden badge from his pocket. Guy. With tears in his eyes, Kakashi took the golden badge from Might Guy. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing a new CP combination. Ding. Might Guy and Kakashi team successfully. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting gold coins, 600,000 pieces. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance, 8 million pieces. Chiba also sighed slightly. Such a pair of CPs can be regarded as being together. Lovers finally get married. This is so difficult. In the next second, Chiba saw the direction and waved his hand. Set off. Target. The land of water. 173 Blue Boy must take good care of himself outside, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Chiba led the people on the road for 2 days, finally through the jungle grassland area. It's finally out. Tsunade was panting, and then, her eyes were on the small town in front of her. Slowly everyone came to Chiba's side. Advertisement. But in front of them is a relatively small but unusually peaceful country. The country of soup. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly. Country is a small country that loves tranquility. Moreover, the country is most famous for its hot springs. Chiba, let's rest in country for 2 days first. The hot spring here is really comfortable to soak in. Tsunade came to Chiba's side, held Chiba's hand, and begged. Okay. Chiba nodded. This woman Chiba didn't know what was going on. In the past 2 days, my attitude towards myself has basically taken a 180-degree turn. Although it's not very good, but basically it's not too much of its own way. Not far away, Tate Hashirama and Uchiha Madara began whispering. How? Madara, let me tell you, our boss prefers to be soft and not hard. It has been verified by our granddaughter in the past few days. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are shoulder to shoulder. Indeed, our boss is really like this. Uchiha Madara nodded. Chiba came over. What are you talking about secretly? Ahem, we are discussing that since we have all come to this hot spring town. Then you must come to experience the characteristics of this place, Senju Hashirama said with a wink at Uchiha Madara. Oh, yes. Hashirama is right. Uchiha Madara immediately understood and nodded quickly. Alright. Chiba smiled. Let's go. I've been spending these 2 days in the jungle, so it's time to find a hotel to rest for 2 days. Afterwards, Chiba took Uchiha Madara and his party into the hot spring town in front of them. Now it is the winter season, and Unokuni has always been known as the hometown of hot springs. Therefore, Chiba also plans to run a hot spring in the hot spring town in front of him to relieve fatigue or something. But, at this moment, there were 2 other people in the hot spring town not long after Chiba and his party entered. Also came here. Seeing my hometown, I feel really, too boring. A man with a combed back was carrying a scarlet sickle on his body. At this time, he was speaking with a dull face. Oh, where else can you be bored? At this time, behind him, a man covered in a red cloud and black robe said dully. And on his shoulders, there was still a man on his shoulders, but that man had already turned into a corpse. Kakuzu. You don't know, Hidan said distressedly. People in this country don't believe in the evil god I admire at all. And I don't like war, that's why I'm so boring. I don't believe in your evil spirit either, Kakuzu said in a cold voice. Advertisement, you. Kakuzu. After hearing Kakuzu's words, Hidan became distressed again. It's nonsense, let you help me carry the corpse for a while and don't do it, and you still want me to believe in the evil god you speak of? Kakuzu said indifferently again, and immediately the pace under his feet quickened a bit. Hurry up, after I finish exchanging money in the gold exchange, I will rest in this small town in front of me for 2 days. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Hidan to say anything more, the body flicker technique was activated immediately, and the whole person disappeared without a trace in the next second. Kakuzu. Hidan yelled twice, and then quickly followed. Wait for me. Hello, among the hot spring towns. Chiba has come to a hotel. Boss, come 4 rooms, Chiba said to the shop owner. Hey, there are only 6 of us, why do we need 4 rooms? What a waste. Senju Hashirama hurried over. Shopkeeper, 3 rooms will be fine. 3 rooms? Then how do we divide them? Chiba looked at Senju Hashirama and spread his hands. It's not easy. I share a room with Madara, Tobirama shares a room with Izuna, and you share a room with Tsunade. Senju Hashirama said with a smile. Chiba narrowed his eyes, then tilted his head to look at Tsunade who was standing aside without saying a word. Hey, if your granddaughter disagrees, forget it, Chiba said helplessly. I don't agree with whoever said. Tsunade stared. The master room is the master room. After speaking, he was the first to go to the second floor to choose a room. Chiba shrugged his shoulders. Come on, just one room. Just go for the largest one, as long as there are 2 bedrooms in it. Everyone came to the second floor, where there were only 4 rooms left. 2 big ones and 2 small ones. Izuna, you live in this room with me. Senju Tobirama saw an opportunity. Pulling up Uchiha Izuna directly, the two occupied one of the big ones in such a grandiose manner. Ah Madara, the 2 of us live in this room. Senju Hashirama also immediately seized the opportunity. He walked into another large room with Uchiha Madara beside him. Well, now all the rest are small rooms. Chiba is a little dumbfounded now. Shouldn't this be a big room for myself and Tsunade? How can I sleep with Tsunade like this? The lowest configuration among large rooms is also 2 bedrooms. But in the small room, there is a bedroom, a bathroom, a living room and a kitchen. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched violently, looking at Tsunade beside him. Tsunade, you choose yourself. Shall we share a room with me, or let's rent the next door together? I'll listen to you. Tsunade thought for a moment, then said with a smile. Not only that, but there was a gleam of bright light in the pair of beautiful eyes. Listen to me. Chiba was slightly taken aback, staring up and down at Tsunade, then grinned. 2 rooms, then. I'll go downstairs to find the boss. After finishing speaking, Chiba left the corridor on the second floor amidst Tsunade's somewhat ashamed and indignant expression. Advertisement. When walking around the corner, Chiba suddenly turned around and said with a grin. Tsunade, were you expecting something just now? No road race. Tsunade roared and then blushed, quickly got into the room. Chiba smiled slightly and walked to the first floor. This Tsunade, he has plotted against himself a long time ago. Sure enough, there is a good saying, blue boy must take care of himself outside. Otherwise, you might fall into the trap of a female devil at some point. However, Tsunade's figure. Ahem. Chiba shook his head, shaking off all the messy thoughts in his head. 073. The boss is opening a room on the second floor, Kai said with a smile. This guest, just now, 2 other guests have booked the last room with me. The store owner smiled wryly. Such a coincidence. Chiba was slightly taken aback. Is it real or not? Could it be that Tsunade and the others are in collusion with the shop owner? Can't it? Yes, said the store owner. Chiba nodded. All right then. It should not have been colluded in advance, otherwise it is impossible for me not to find out. Could it be that, is this God's will? Chiba swallowed. To be honest, he still has a little feeling for Tsunade. I don't feel it, so I'm afraid it's incompetence, right? Anyway, this is a 2-dimensional world. Besides, he is such a vigorous young man. Will it explode one day? Call. Chiba took a deep breath. Calm down. Maybe people don't mean that. You are in a hurry. Steer the 10,000 years boat carefully. Don't panic. Don't panic, it's still early. Let's invite everyone to take a dip in the hot spring. Now that we have come to the hot spring town, what are we doing here if we don't soak in hot springs? Thinking of this, Chiba turned back to the second floor of the hotel. While thinking about what to say to Tsunade later, he scolded those 2 unremarkable guys in his heart. Does it have to be such a coincidence? I just aired Tsunade on my front foot. Why did I get this on my back foot? Those 2 renters. Hey, I curse you for not bringing toilet paper to the bathroom. 174 Senju Hashirama. You are ruthless, you are unrighteous, you are unreasonable, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Above the hot spring town, the door of a public restroom. Kakuzu. Kakuzu. Yo Kakuzu. I forgot to bring toilet paper, hey. Hidan cried out feebly. Give Lousy some peace. You just wait here for a while, and come back after I go to the gold exchange next door and exchange the money. At the door, Kakuzu looked at the strange expressions of the people around him, his face turned black. It was already dark enough, but now it was better, and it became blacker than the bottom of the pot. I can't do it, Kakuzu, Kakuzu, Kakuzu Nissan, Kakuzu Opa. Don't leave me behind. Inside the door, Feilu's screams like killing a pig came. I must be cursed by others. I've never forgotten to bring toilet paper before. What the hell am I? Kakuzu, Kakuzu Opa, are you still here? Hidan wants to cry at this time but has no tears. Stop howling. I don't even have paper on me. At the door of the toilet, Kakuzu growled with a dark face. Good guy, this voice really startled the people around. Then go buy it, Hidan howled. Kakuzu said coldly. I don't have any money with me now. All the money was handed over to the owner of the hotel just now. Okay, stop howling. I'm not afraid of pulling off force anymore. You wait here for a while, the gold exchange is not far away. I'll change some money and then I'll save you. After Kakuzu finished speaking, he left here immediately. Kakuzu Nissan, hurry up, I can't take snapshots anymore. Come back soon. I can't bear it alone. Hidan was on the brink of collapse at this point. Why is my stomach so unbelievable? I'm about to go to the gold exchange and my stomach hurts like hell. Someone must be cursing me behind my back. Hey, don't let me find you. Otherwise, I will definitely let you know how powerful Lord Cthulhu is. Stomach. Grr, Hidan. More than 10 seconds later, there was another shrill scream from here. Kakuzu Opa, come back soon, at this time, among the hot spring hotels. Advertisement. Chiba knocked on Tsunade's door. Boom boom boom. After a few seconds, Tsunade opened the door. Looking at Chiba standing at the door, she couldn't help but pouted and said, "What? Don't you live in the room next door? Don't tell me that room is rented out." Chiba swallowed, and then said weakly, "Yes, it was rented out just 10 minutes ago." "Huh?" Tsunade narrowed his eyes slightly. "Really?" "Really?" Chiba nodded and said, "Oh, so you have no place to live now?" Tsunade pursed his lips lightly and blinked his eyes. "Probably." Chiba shrugged. He. Seeing Chiba's appearance, Tsunade smiled coquettishly. "Ha ha ha. God can't bear to see you just bullying me, ha ha ha." "I didn't bully you, did I?" Chiba scratched his head. "Did he bully her just now?" "Why didn't you?" Tsunade snorted softly. "You bullied me." Okay, I bully you, is that okay?" Chiba rolled his eyes. "Never reason with a woman, what she says is what it is." "HMPH, come in." Tsunade pursed, then made room for Chiba. After Chiba walked in, he sat down on the sofa. In the past 2 days, since leaving Konoha village until now, Chiba has never been relaxed. It's still comfortable to lie on the sofa, which is much more comfortable than the house made of wood by your grandfather. Chiba lay on the sofa, propped himself up comfortably, and said. And Tsunade curled his lips slightly while secretly smiling. It seems that the old lady is still very attractive. As for what Chiba said, the room next door was rented out. Tsunade didn't believe it at all. How could it be rented out in just a few minutes? And, what about people who rent houses? Why didn't I see it? There are too many doubts in Chiba's words. If you want to live with my mother, just say so. Tsunade pinched his waist with both hands and began to dream for a while. Chiba also ignored Tsunade, it was still early anyway. Rest for a morning first, and then go to the hot spring in the afternoon, anyway, it will not delay the trip. More important point. Chiba really wants to see, who is so bold as to rent the room next door. Isn't this really pushing yourself into the big fire pit of Tsunade? Nima. Chiba suddenly thought of a terrifying idea. Could it be Senju Hashirama and the others? While they were arguing with Tsunade, they sneaked out of the window and jumped to the first floor. Then used the transformation technique to look like a passerby. Then the two found the owner of the store and rented the room next door. Very likely. The shop owner said that the tenants are also 2 people. Isn't this just Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Forget it, bear it. Advertisement, however, forbearance makes progress for a while and takes a step back. The more you think about it, the more you get angry. Chiba stood up from the sofa with a thump. Huh, what are you doing? You scared me. Tsunade just came to Chiba's side. Before he thought about what to do, he was frightened by Chiba. It's nothing, I thought of something and planned to talk to your grandpa, Chiba grinned. Then he left here aggressively. Tsunade looked at Chiba's leaving back and stomped his feet lightly. HMPH, this Chiba obviously has feelings for my mother. Tsunade looked arrogant. Take a break first. After muttering, Tsunade got on the sofa, closed his eyes and prepared to rest. For lunch, there is no need to worry, there are all hotels, and there are many restaurants above the hot spring town. Don't worry. At this time, Chiba came to the door next door. Hash dong dong dong, knocked on the door and waited for more than 10 seconds. Senju Hashirama came to the door and opened it. Why so slow? Chiba walked in directly and immediately saw Uchiha Madara with a flushed face. There was a click in his heart. Dazuzi, did I come at the wrong time? Chiba swallowed hard. A look of horror on his face. Ahem, boss Chiba is not what you think. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said awkwardly. Isn't this, our room is bigger, and I want to sleep in the same room with Madara. He won't climb for me. Uchiha Madara grinned. Did you F***ck say that before? What I said before is not the same as what I said now. Senju Hashirama laughed. Dazuzi, what did you say before? Chiba also asked curiously. It can make Uchiha Madara blush. How brave is this Senju Hashirama? I'll just say we sleep together and wake up together the next day, is that okay? Senju Hashirama scratched his head. Madara, he doesn't mean what you think, Dazuzi's brain, can you still not understand? Chiba nodded. Then he walked up to Uchiha Madara and patted him, Zhao Qianzhao, on the shoulder. Who knows? Uchiha Madara gave Senju Hashirama a hard look. Anyway, what the hell are you doing? Today, not only today, in the hot spring hotel, you go to sleep in your own room. What if you dare to sneak into my room? I'll beat you to death with a knife. Do you think I dare? Madara, you are ruthless, unjust, and unreasonable. Senju Hashirama said aggrievely. Then you are not ruthless, righteous and unreasonable, Uchiha Madara said with squinted eyes and grinning. Where am I ruthless, and unreasonable? Senju Hashirama stared at Uchiha Madara blankly. Where are you not ruthless, righteous and unreasonable? Uchiha Madara rolled his eyes. No matter how ruthless I am, crack, Chiba couldn't stand it anymore. He came directly in front of the 2 people, grinned and said. Okay, quiet me, are you still making trouble for no reason? From now on, you brothers, go to your house and make trouble. 175 Hidan. Kakuzu Oba, come back quickly, I can't take it alone, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Chiba's voice directly interrupted the spellcasting of the 2 of them. By the way, I was almost trapped by the 2 of you. Chiba twitched the corners of his mouth and asked, I said, you 2 are quite courageous. Look at what you've done. What a good thing. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were slightly taken aback. What's the good thing? Don't you have any idea yet? Chiba rolled his eyes. Did you discover all of this? Senju Hashirama smiled coquettishly, scratching his head, and came to Chiba. Damn, I also want to be good for you and Tsunade. But you don't want to take them with you? Chiba said helplessly. What the hell is it? Why am I getting more and more confused the more I look at it? Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. Isn't it just lying on the wall and eavesdropping? Shish. Ah Madara. Senju Hashirama hastily made a shish gesture. Eavesdropping on the corner. Yes. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched violently. Big Zuzi, aren't you getting more and more courageous now? Ahem. Senju Hashirama coughed violently. Hey, boss Chiba, didn't you just say that you know everything? I mean. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly and so on. It seems that something is wrong. What I said is that they secretly rented the house. However, what they revealed seemed to be eavesdropping on the corner. In that case, it really wasn't the two of them who rented it. F*K. If you put it this way, is this 370 really such a coincidence? Is there really such a coincidence in the world? Chiba scratched his head, since it wasn't Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara who made it up. Then he is too embarrassed to stay here. Let's go back and have a rest first. Oh yes, at noon, come to my room and call me. I'll go back to sleep for a while. Chiba stood up. I saw a good barbecue restaurant. At that time, let's go to a barbecue restaurant for lunch at noon. After eating, let's go to the hot spring in the afternoon. Okay. Senju Hashirama nodded immediately. By the way, one morning's sleep, is it enough? Enough is enough, Chiba said. Hey, actually we're not in a hurry, you can do whatever you want. Senju Hashirama rubbed his hands together and laughed. Why do I always feel that there is something in your words? Chiba rolled his eyes. Okay, I'll withdraw. After speaking, Chiba quickly left Senju Hashirama's house. Oh, that's right. No eavesdropping is allowed. I don't know where you learned it from. When Chiba was about to leave their room, he gave a quick order. Understood, Boss Chiba, don't worry, we will never eavesdrop. Senju Hashirama stood at attention and said firmly. Why'd I not believe what you say from the bottom of my heart? Chiba scratched his head and left. CFEG, here. Senju Hashirama quickly walked to the door after seeing Chiba leave here, and then locked the door. Hey, I said that we will never eavesdrop, but Guangming really listens. Advertisement Uchiha Madara. Right pointing arrow, right pointing arrow. At this time, Chiba returned to his room again. In the living room, Chiba saw Tsunade who was dozing off on the sofa. Tsunade, who is sleeping quietly, also has a special charm. Under the sunlight outside the window, Tsunade could only feel a burst of warmth on his body. It seemed that he had sensed that someone was coming to him. She slowly opened her eyes and stretched herself lazily. For a moment, the curved state exploded. Chiba, you're back. Tsunade yawned, and vaguely saw Chiba standing in front of him. Well, since you're sleepy, let's take a rest. Chiba took a deep breath, suppressing the prehistoric power in his body. Yeah. Tsunade nodded. These days she has been sleeping on the hard wood, now she is lying on the soft sofa. Some really don't want to leave. Go to sleep. Chiba smiled slightly, lay down on another sofa, and began to close his eyes and meditate. The warm sunshine shone on the two of them, bringing a little warmth in this somewhat cold winter season. 10 minutes later, Tsunade's eyelashes moved slightly, and then she quietly opened her eyes. After hearing Chiba's even breathing, she couldn't help curling her lips, and murmured, Did you really fall asleep? HMPH, you pig fell asleep after muttering twice. Tsunade closed his eyes peacefully and began to rest. In the hot spring town, at the entrance of a public toilet. There were bursts of miserable screams. Ah, Kakuzu Nissan. If you don't come back, I'm going to die. The only descendant of a generation of evil gods died unexpectedly. Alas, Hidan is about to collapse, and he has been squatting for more than half an hour now. His legs are numb. Even, I can't feel the existence below the waist. Hey Kakuzu. Yo Kakuzu, Kakuzu Nissan, Kakuzu Opa. Kakuzu Ali give, just when his last sentence fell. A black figure appeared in front of him. Scream, what a fart. I'm not dead yet. Kakuzu's face was black, and he quickly dropped a roll of paper. Then left here with the fastest speed. Advertisement. At the same time, he also secretly reassured himself that he was wearing a mask. Otherwise, I'm afraid I could vomit out what I ate yesterday. Kakuzu came to the public bench tens of meters away. Sit down slowly, and in his right hand is holding a black suitcase. Kakuzu gently placed the suitcase on the right side of the chair, then patted the suitcase with his hand. I got great satisfaction in my heart, still worth the money. More reliable than that Hidan. That damn Hidan. Kakuzu thought of when Hidan yelled his name at the top of his throat. He was ashamed for Hidan. 5 minutes later, Hidan limply took advantage of the ground with his scythe, and slowly moved towards Kakuzu. Come back to life. Kakuzu raised his head, glanced at Hidan, and narrowed his eyes. Almost. Hidan sat down on the bench. I can't do it, I don't want to move for at least an hour. Hidan looked exhausted, then tilted his head and looked at Kakuzu. Kakuzu, why did it take you so long? It's almost an hour, but I'm dying. Hidan looked at Kakuzu with some resentment and said. Nonsense. Kakuzu glared at Hidan, looked at the cash box beside him, and said in a low voice. I got the money in the gold exchange, can't I count it? So, you have been counting money for so long? Hidan stared. Kakuzu thought for a while, then nodded. Yes. Kakuzu, I really want to send you to meet the evil god lord, Hidan grinned. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your evil god, Kakuzu said indifferently. All I'm interested in is money. Hidan rolled his eyes, as expected of you, Kakuzu. Kakuzu didn't bother to pay attention to Hidan, but took out a black booklet from his pocket. This is the bounty list, all of which are people who want to be assassinated by various big countries or individual forces. The people who were assassinated were all marked with corresponding amounts. Then, you can take these corpses and go to various places with black market gold exchanges to exchange for money. The two of them started to take a rest here next. Time flies, and it is already noon. Kakuzu, I'm hungry. Hidan opened his eyes, patted his stomach, and said. Then go eat. Kakuzu put away the brochure in his hand, then lowered his head and said coldly. Get your head off my lap. Give you 3 seconds, or I don't mind chopping off your head. 176 Kakuzu. Stop barking. I promise you that's it. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Kakuzu. You are bad. Hidan pursed his mouth, and quickly sat up straight. He really didn't dare to waste these few seconds. Because Hidan knows, this guy Kakuzu walks the talk. If he doesn't get up, he really dares to cut off his head. Disgusting. Kakuzu after hearing Hidan's words. I just felt a layer of goosebumps on my body. Hungry. Hidan stood up, feeling a little empty in his stomach. He tilted his head, looked at Kakuzu beside him, and smiled. Got it, just go to eat. Kakuzu stood up from the bench. Then quickly took the suitcase and left here with Hidan. At the same time, among the hot spring hotels, Chiba, I'm hungry. Get up quickly and take me to dinner. Chiba opened his eyes in a daze and saw two huge singing. Immediately, Chiba only felt a strong sense of suffocation. Tsunade. You get up, Chiba said sullenly. Needless to say, it can cause such a huge sense of oppression to oneself. Then there is only one person, Tsunade, definitely her, unmistakable. He, after Tsunade heard Chiba's muffled voice. Can't help but smile again and again, I'm not afraid that you won't wake up. After Chiba heard Tsunade's words, he immediately twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you afraid that I won't wake up? Still, you don't want me to wake up? Okay, just get up. Tsunade stood up quickly. Then Chao Lingling stood beside the sofa. After seeing Chiba's appearance, she couldn't help covering her mouth and chuckling. Chiba took 2 quick breaths of fresh air. The feeling of suffocation just now slowly disappeared. Tsunade. Why don't you do this next time, even if you think about it next time? You have to notify me in advance. Got it? Chiba rolled his eyes and looked at Tsunade, who was gloating. He, definitely next time. Tsunade rolled his eyes and said. Chiba. At this moment, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara from next door also came over. Boss Chiba, it's already noon, Senju Hashirama said. Yeah, Chiba nodded. Okay, I'll let everyone know. Let's have a barbecue at noon today. Okay, 15 minutes later, everyone packed up and set off. Advertisement about 100 meters to the right of the Hot Spring Hotel. There is a small town barbecue restaurant. At this time, Chiba brought everyone to this barbecue restaurant leisurely. Give us a better position. Then, call out all the special dishes and barbecues in your store. Chiba waved his hand with a haughty look on his face. Chiba is really not stingy about spending money. Having earned so much money, Chiba doesn't even know how much money he has. All are stored in their own system backpack. If you want to spend it, you can spend it. There is no need to worry about not enough, it's because there are so many. Chiba and everyone came to the table, began to wait for the barbecue slowly. And at this moment, 2 figures also walked into the barbecue restaurant. Kakuzu. I'm starving to death. Hurry up and order fast. Hidan didn't care about it and came directly to a table. Then sat down and then he started to urge Kakuzu. Quick fart. Kakuzu replied coldly. I don't believe it, can you still starve to death? It's not like starving to death, it's just uncomfortable, Hidan said distress-edly. Kakuzu rolled his eyes, then ordered yakiniku. The two of them waited quietly. At this moment, at the same time, after hearing these 2 familiar voices, Chiba couldn't help tilting his head. When he saw Kakuzu and Hidan, the whole person was immediately happy. Such a coincidence, Hidan and Kakuzu were also in the soup country. Chiba picked up a piece of grilled meat and brought it to his mouth. And his eyes fell on Kakuzu's table not far away. To be more precise, it is the suitcase in Kakuzu's hand. Ding. Trigger mission. Mission code name, the stealing of the goat. Mission requirements. Let Kakuzu and Hidan steal their money without them noticing, then you can complete the stealing, and then perform a stealing, so that the other party cannot notice that the money has been stolen, and let them know it later, you can complete the stealing. Mission reward. 200,000 gold coins, 1 chance to summon the undead. Chiba was slightly taken aback, didn't he complete the stealing and stealing without the other party finding out? This task is a bit difficult, you know, Kakuzu has never left money. However, this time the mission unexpectedly rewarded a rare chance to summon the undead. No matter what Chiba said, he had to complete this task. Now I only have 1 chance to summon the undead, it's really not enough. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly. He patted Tsunade next to him. Tsunade, look over there, Chiba said with a smile. Tsunade nodded, then followed Chiba's gaze. A few seconds later, she also saw the suitcase on Kakuzu's table. It should be the cash box. Advertisement. Tsunade is too familiar to the cash box. Even now, after she saw the cash box, she felt her hands itchy. What's wrong? Tsunade grabbed the fork in his hand, trying to restrain himself. Immediately, she tilted her head, looked at Chiba, and asked. Do you want to steal it? Chiba chuckled. Huh? Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Chiba in disbelief. No way, Chiba, I didn't expect you to be such a person. This petty habit of stealing is a bad thing. Besides, you are not a person who is short of money. Chiba held out his hand to stop Tsunade, who wanted to continue lecturing. Stop. First of all, I have the habit of petty touching at most. Stealing? It doesn't count. Secondly, the source of their money is not clean, is it? Tsunade was taken aback for a moment, then pursed his lips and asked. How do you know their money is not clean? The box was taken from the gold exchange, Chiba said. You said, is the money taken from the underground gold exchange coming from a legitimate source? Tsunade was stunned. There is such an underground organization here? It must be severely cracked down. Come on, you can calm down. Chiba held Tsunade down. This is the territory of the country of soup, not the country of fire. 0. Hashirama, Tobirama, Madara, Izuna, let's go, this so. Immediately, Chiba and his people began to discuss. Grr. Okay, that's it, after Chiba discussed with everyone. Then he began to say loudly, the taste of this barbecue is really good. How about this? Let's go to the hot spring next door after we're full. I heard that the first hot spring next door is the best one in the whole hot spring town. Okay, we'll go to the hot springs in a while, everyone shouted in unison. In the eyes of outsiders, they are just guests who have traveled to this hot spring town. So there is no abnormality. Not far away, Hidan said while eating barbecue. Kakuzu, shall we take a bath later? No time, Kakuzu replied blankly. Why is there no time? Hidan was immediately unhappy when he heard this. Kakuzu, we managed to come out once. Moreover, we completed the task this time with such ease. Besides, we've already arrived in Tang country. If you don't take a bath, then what's the point of coming here? Hidan began to talk earnestly. Kakuzu frowned. Are you still eating? You have to eat barbecue, and you have to take a bath, Hidan said. I really can't stand you. Kakuzu took a deep breath. Anyway, here is just a small country, and it is still above a hot spring town. Like Hidan said before, if you don't take a bath, it's really useless. Okay, stop yelling. I promise you that's it. After eating the barbecue, let's take a bath in the afternoon. Kakuzu said. Hidan clapped his hands. Yeah, I know Kakuzu, you are the best. 177 Kurama. Just for a while, they keep me from sleeping well, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Immediately, Hidan quickly forked a piece of barbecued meat. Come on, open your mouth, I'll feed you. After speaking, he put the grilled meat in his hand in front of Kakuzu. Get lost. Kakuzu's face was black, and he felt the strange eyes from the people around him. Immediately furious. But in the next second, Hidan delivered the grilled meat to Kakuzu's mouth. That's called fast, accurate, and ruthless. Even Kakuzu didn't react. There was an extra piece of barbecue in his mouth. How does it taste? Hidan chuckled. It tastes not bad. What the hell? Kakuzu chewed it twice and swallowed it. Before waiting for a few seconds, he suddenly roared again. Then have another bite. Hidan cut the barbecue and continued to feed it. Give me. It's a little salty. One more bite. You. A little bit fat. Hey, here you go. Hidan. This time the fire is just right. The scene of September 17th really made others envious. Even Tsunade felt a little envious when he saw this scene. Chiba, I want to be like them too. Tsunade gently tugged at the corner of Chiba's clothes. Stop dreaming. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. Hurry up. Tsunade grinned. Nobody here knows us anyway. What are you afraid of? No one knows us. Chiba stared blankly at the four people in front of him. Good guys. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. These four people are not human anymore. Well, if strictly speaking. They really aren't human anymore, but dead souls. At this time, Tsunade winked at his two grandfathers. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama immediately understood. I'm full. Senju Hashirama immediately put down the knife and fork in his hand. By the way, Madara, I remember there seems to be a good ramen restaurant next door. How about we go there and taste it? No, Uchiha Madara flipped through her Sharingan. You guys are too fake, I'm going to throw up. Madara, why don't you go with me? Senju Hashirama pulled Uchiha Madara up, begging. Disgusting. Uchiha Madara felt goosebumps all over his body. Okay, I'll go with you. After speaking, Senju Hashirama took Uchiha Madara and said goodbye to Chiba. The two left here quickly. Advertisement. Yeah, I'm full too. Senju Tobirama picked up a napkin from above the table. Then he wiped the corner of his mouth and stood up solemnly. Izuna, walk with me. Well, Uchiha Izuna was surprised from the beginning. Then a series of changes occurred in my mentality during this period, and I finally agreed. The two left here silently. By the way, Boss Chiba, we'll go to the hot spring next door to wait for you later. When Senju Tobirama left, he left this sentence. Yeah, Chiba nodded. Watching them leave the barbecue shop. Hey, feed me. Tsunade grinned, tilted his head, and said to Chiba. You. Looking at Tsunade, who was close at hand, he immediately tapped her little nose. Ah, so fragrant? Watcha, Chiba, you don't call me? At this moment, a red light appeared. Immediately on Chiba's shoulder, a nine-tails fox appeared. Are you able to sleep well? The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. This nine-tails is quite well done after leaving the Konoha. He shrank his body directly, and then slept in the pocket of Chiba's waist until now. Good guy, I just slept for 2 days and 2 nights. If it weren't for this barbecue meal, it is estimated that this guy can continue to sleep. Chiba was curious, if nine-tails were allowed to go on like this, would they be able to sleep? Boss, it's delicious. Give me a fork. Kurama jumped onto the table, looked at the grilled meat in front of him, drooling and said. Wait a minute. Chiba pouted. Kurama, I have a question for you. How long can you sleep? A week? A month? Chiba is actually quite curious about this question. If you say so, can you eat it for me? Kurama looked at the plates of delicious barbecue in front of him, dripping with laughter. Yeah. Chiba nodded. I'll think about it. Kurama scratched his paw and began to say. While inside Jinchuriki. Sometimes, the Jinchuriki grows when the eyes are closed and opened. I don't know how long I slept. Oh, by the way, the last Jinchuriki was not very quiet. I don't know what I'm doing every night without Uzumaki Naruto. The noisy Uncle Ben can't sleep well, Kurama said cursingly. Oh, by the way, there is also the previous Jinchuriki, who seems to have the same problem as the previous Jinchuriki. I really don't know how they still have the energy to toss. When Kurama was about to talk about the details, Tsunade beside Chiba was already blushing. Immediately, he picked up a whole plate of barbecue and forcibly interrupted Nine-Tails' speech. Kurama, eat quickly. Advertisement, the whole table is yours. If it's not enough, there's more, Tsunade said hastily. Ha ha ha. If that's the case, then I won't be impolite. Kurama is frantically filling his stomach with food. Tasty, however, it is much worse than the ones in your store, boss. However, you can be hungry. Kurama made an evaluation while eating. Hurry up. You won't be able to keep your mouth shut with all that roast. Tsunade stretched out his fist and tapped Nine-Tails on the head lightly. Woman, don't touch my uncle who is eating with your fist. Kurama bit off a large piece of grilled meat and said while frying hair. Huh? Tsunade stared, then ignored Nine-Tails who was eating or not. He directly carried it in front of himself, and it was a burst of Rua when he went up. Woman. You are presumptuous, Kurama yelled. If it wasn't for Chiba's face, I would have swallowed you in one bite. HMPH. Tsunade glanced at Chiba who was smiling at him, and then rasped Kurama's body a few times. Only then did Kurama reluctantly let go. Kurama quickly came to Chiba's right and said. Boss, don't marry this kind of woman, otherwise, you will suffer in the future. Kurama. What are you talking about? Tsunade's lungs were about to explode when he heard that, and he licked Nine-Tails. Kurama, do you understand getting married? Chiba looked at Nine-Tails slightly surprised. I don't understand. Kurama scratched his head with his paws, however, I often hear the former and the former Jinchuriki talk about something. Okay. Chiba smiled and nodded Kurama's head. Hurry up and eat, go to Hashirama or Tobirama first when you're done. They seem to be taking a hot spring right now, and Tsunade and I will go there after eating. 1.3 Kurama nodded. After sensing the location of Senju Hashirama and the others, they left here with a big piece of barbecue in their hands. The speed was so fast that the people around did not notice it at all. Even with the strength of Kakuzu and Hidan, they didn't notice the disappearance of Nine-Tails. Finally there is no one left. Tsunade then let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, she rolled her eyes and stood up. Shop owner, let's have another barbecue, a big one. Chiba clicked his tongue. Tsunade, can you still eat? HMPH, I didn't eat much at all, did I? Tsunade snorted softly and sat down. Well, indeed. Chiba looked Tsunade up and down, and smiled. I really need to eat more, or the nutrition won't keep up. What are you thinking? Tsunade glanced at Chiba lightly after meeting Chiba's eyes. Chiba thought for a moment, then grinned and said. What do you think I'm thinking? That's what I'm thinking. 178 Do you think I would say envious? I have lemons? Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets? HMPH, how do I know what you're thinking? Tsunade gave Chiba a light look. At this time, a new barbecue has also been served. Tsunade couldn't care less. I am still hungry until now. Okay. Chiba looked at Tsunade who was eating yakiniku by himself. I couldn't help smiling, then picked up the knife and fork, and cut the roast meat for Tsunade. Come on, open your mouth. Delicious. Tsunade's eyes were curved into crescents. 20 minutes later, Tsunade was also full. Chiba was also forced by Tsunade to eat the rest of her half plate of yakiniku. Don't order so much if you can't eat it, it's killing me. Chiba patted his stomach. At least 90% full. Hee, food can't be wasted, Tsunade grinned. Okay, let's pay the bill. Yeah, Chiba nodded. Then holding Tsunade's hand, the two leisurely walked towards the door. Oh, darling. I heard that the first hot spring on the left seems to have a discount today. Tsunade suddenly stuck to Chiba's body, looking like a little bird. Chiba took a deep breath. This is the plan he just customized with Tsunade. Consciously or not, Hidan and Kakuzu are going to the first hot spring. Otherwise, the task of stealing the sheep and changing the post will not be completed. Yes, let's go and have a look. 25, since you want to play, then you have to do it realistically. Chiba raised his right hand, and scraped lightly over Tsunade's little nose. When the time comes, we can take a Mandarin duck bath together. Okay. Everything is under darling's order. Tsunade's cheeks blushed quickly upon hearing this. Then, cuddling in Chiba's arms very well, the two left the barbecue shop slowly. Do you think I would say envy? After a long time, Hidan said slowly. Damn it. How did your two eyes turn into lemons? Kakuzu glanced at Hidan and grinned. I picked lemons. Hidan cried. The scene just now, let alone Kakuzu. Even all the people around in the barbecue restaurant, whether they're customers, bosses or waiters. All in kucha lemon, so sour, fairy couple, Kakuzu. We'll also go to that hot spring later, then. The two of us also come to a Mandarin duck bath. Hidan looked at Kakuzu beside him with burning eyes, and then said very seriously. F***KU. Lousy, as far as your thoughts go, you can just roll lousy as far as you want. Advertisement. After Kakuzu heard Hidan's words, his face darkened. Immediately, he took a deep breath and cursed loudly. No. Kakuzu Oppa, you are the best. Hidan immediately hugged Kakuzu's feet. F***KU. Climb for lousy. Kakuzu almost collapsed. There are more and more strange eyes around me, hey. 2 minutes later, Kakuzu promptly settled the bill. Then he left the barbecue restaurant disheartened. And behind him, there's an embarrassed Hidan. Just a word from the shop owner when checking out. Almost let Kakuzu go berserk. You are, that kind of relationship? We all understand that since we are a couple, we can get 50% off. In the end, Kakuzu chose a 50% discount with a dark face. Then left the kebab shop. Kakuzu, don't be angry. Hidan scratched his head and walked in front of Kakuzu. Look, although we have been identified as that kind of relationship. However, you and I both know that we are not middle age. So there is no loss for us, and with the saved money, we can go here to take a dip in the hot spring. This is simply a decision that kills two birds with one stone. If you don't shut up, I don't mind sewing you up with thread. Kakuzu stared at Hidan in front of him coldly. Then slowly stretched out his right hand, at the junction of palm and wrist. There are already some black lines emerging. Cough cough cough. If you have something to say, I'll shut up, I'll shut up. Hidan shut his mouth wisely. Immediately, the two of them walked slowly to the hot spring in front of them. This hot spring is indeed the most advanced hot spring in the whole hot spring town. All specifications in the hot spring hall are of the most luxurious level. Not only that, but there are also dedicated accommodation rooms. Of course, if you are tired from soaking, you can also call the technician here to give you a massage to relieve fatigue. But if all of this is done, then it will cost a lot of money. At this time, at the entrance of the hot spring site. On the left is the hot spring entrance for girls, and on the right is the entrance for boys. Two men were looking at the sign in front of them, and they looked at each other. All are bad smiles. Tobirama, do we want to go together? Senju Hashirama smiled. Brother, it's rare for you to use your brain so well. Senju Tobirama nodded. Oh doo-doo, did you say that about your elder brother? Senju Hashirama grinned. Okay, I've already talked to the hot spring owner here. Senju Tobirama smiled faintly. All the hot springs here have been booked by me. Senju Hashirama nodded, and said hastily, by the way, Tobirama, don't forget to let those two men in trench coats come in, our task is to hold them back. Don't worry, I have already colluded with the boss here. Senju Tobirama waved his hand casually. Okay, let's start acting 2. Advertisement, yeah, Senju Hashirama nodded quickly. Immediately, the two directly hid in the next room. At the same time, Chiba and Tsunade also walked into the hot spring hall. Ladies first, you can change into your bathrobe first. Chiba made way for Tsunade in a very gentlemanly manner. Huh. Tsunade hummed lightly, a bit confused about Chiba's meaning. Immediately, without thinking too much, she walked straight into the women's dressing room. Then I changed into a white bathrobe, walked out again. Great, Chiba said with admiration, very seriously. HMPH, no serious look. Tsunade gave Chiba a light glance. He turned his head and left here quickly. Okay, it turned out that this guy was waiting for me here. In that case, wouldn't my old lady be at a disadvantage? Tsunade gritted her teeth, but she really wasn't that guy to spy on Chiba. Came to the entrance of Hot Spring Valley. Tsunade glanced at the sign for the entrance of the female hot spring, and walked in without thinking. At this time, Chiba also entered the men's locker room and began to change into a bathrobe. Entrance to the Hot Spring Valley. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama slowly appeared in front of the entrance sign like demons from the region, 100. Then, the two of them changed the sign silently. Girls are on the right, reborns are on the left. Now, the girls is on the left, and the boys is on the right. Granddaughter, your great-grandpa and second-grandpa are doing it for your own good. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama looked at each other and immediately hid themselves. At this time, Chiba also changed his clothes and walked out. Men left and women right. How come it's the other way around? Chiba scratched his head and glanced at the sign. But he didn't think much about it. Maybe that's the case here. There is no need to rigidly stipulate that men are left and women are right, right? Chiba smiled, and then quickly walked towards the hot spring valley on the right. 5 minutes later, two demonic figures once again appeared at the entrance of the hot spring valley. Immediately, the two of them placed the sign for the entrance of the hot spring valley again. Because next, there are 2 more people coming here. By the way, what are the names of those 2 people? Senju Hashirama asked suddenly. How'd I know? Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes. It doesn't matter, anyway, our task later is to hold those 2 people back. Leave the rest to me. Then, isn't Chiba's time really tight? Senju Hashirama asked. Then, let's try our best to delay the time, and try to keep those 2 guys from leaving here. Senju Tobirama thought for a while. Then he said, we have to wait for our boss to finish his work, and when he comes to inform us, we are letting them both go. Senju Hashirama immediately gave his brother a thumbs up when he heard the words. Oh Dudu, it's up to you to do this, that is. 179 Hashirama. Hot springs with wine, the world is not in vain. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama looked at each other and smiled. Then the 2 of them walked into the male hot spring valley together. Hot spring valley, the range is very large. Moreover, there is a huge rockery separating the male and female hot spring valleys. So, don't worry about being peeped or something. At this time, Chiba has come to the central area of hot spring valley. Where are Dazuzi and the others? Chiba scratched his head and walked on the way. He didn't see Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara for a moment. Could it be that it hasn't arrived yet? No, when I came in before, the owner of this hot spring valley had already told me. Well, the scope of this hot spring valley is indeed very large. Chiba clicked his tongue, maybe they are in other hot spring pools. After thinking about it, Chiba felt relieved. Clatter. Just at this time, there was a sound of water flowing. Chiba's ears moved slightly. Tisk tisk, so it's in this position. Chiba narrowed his eyes, smiled, and walked leisurely towards the direction of the sound of water. Not only that, but with a wave of his hand, a small wooden tray appeared in his hand. There are several bottles of the best erguodo on the plate. This is a hot spring, if you don't have some wine to drink. Isn't it a waste of time? Chiba narrowed his eyes and smiled. Right now, follow up with this opportunity. Wouldn't it be nice if I also planned to have a good relationship with Dazuzi and Madara? At the same time, deep in the hot spring valley, Tsunade was swimming in a huge hot spring pool. Ah, comfortable. Tsunade moved his limbs slightly. Why is it so quiet here today? She didn't think too much and continued to swim leisurely. It is rare to encounter a time when there is no one in the hot spring pool. So, Tsunade let go of playing. At this time, there was a sound of walking not far away. Tsunade didn't care about anything either. In the male hot spring valley, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama returned to their hot spring pools. Ah, the task is completed. After this is completed, I have to take a bath to feel comfortable. Senju Hashirama jumped directly into the hot spring pool, and immediately splashed a huge amount of hydration on the surface of the hot spring. Hey, hash hot mom, you're splashing me all over. At this time, Uchiha Madara, who was leaning against the edge of the hot spring pool, suddenly shouted angrily. He. Madara tilde operator. Senju Hashirama smiled and swam to Uchiha Madara's side. Don't fight lousy. Uchiha Madara reached out and opened Senju Hashirama's arm. Also, have you finished the mission the boss gave us? Advertisement, it's done. Senju Hashirama grinned. Let's make a move, are there any unfinished tasks? Immediately, everyone began to soak in the hot spring comfortably. At this time, at the entrance of the hot spring valley, 2 figures also slowly appeared here. Hey, Kakuzu. Look at our luck. Hidan laughed straight, we actually won the free ticket. Did we make money this trip? Kakuzu walked slowly to the side locker. Then he said coldly. That's my luck. This is my fortune, what does it have to do with you? Damn it. Kakuzu. This is my luck. Hidan was a little unhappy when he heard this. If it wasn't for me to say to come here for a couple's bath, would you come back? If I hadn't insisted on coming here, do you think we would still be free? So, Kakuzu, you should thank me instead. Hidan shook his head and said in a nonchalant manner. Too lazy to talk to you. Kakuzu glanced at Hidan. Then he quickly put his black suitcase in the locker. Then it was locked, and then the key was received on his body, and then he nodded. Ha. Kakuzu, look at the way you were just now. Please. This is an ordinary hot spring town, don't you think that someone will come to steal your money? At this time, Hidan casually leaned the bloody March sickle on the edge of the locker. Be careful sailing the 10,000 years boat, you know what a fart, Kakuzu said indifferently. However, as Hidan said, this is just an ordinary hot spring town. Let alone someone stealing money, I'm afraid there are no thieves in this country. But Kakuzu locked the locker door well. Okay, let's go to the hot spring. Hidan saw that Kakuzu had collected the money. Then he quickly pulled Kakuzu's arm, and Kakuzu was pulled by Hidan just like that. The two entered the male hot spring valley together. Say it, Kakuzu, you're all stitched and patched, aren't you afraid of scaring the people here? Hidan and Kakuzu are walking on the trail in the hot spring valley. At this time, Hidan tilted his head, looked at Kakuzu, and then asked with a twisted mouth. You said you wanted to take a hot spring. If you dare to talk nonsense to me again, I'll make you look like me. Kakuzu stared at Hidan's upper body with a pair of faint green pupils. Also, you think you are normal? Kakuzu shook his head and grinned. I don't know who it is when it's doing a shit ceremony. The whole body will turn into black and white. This kind of person has the face to criticize me, Hidan. Tell me who this person is. Hey. What kind of shit ceremony? Hidan curled his lips when he heard this. This is obviously a sacred ceremony, you foreigner who doesn't understand anything. Advertisement. Kakuzu grinned and ignored Hidan. Immediately, the two of them walked slowly into one of the hot spring pools. After coming here, the two slowly glanced around. There are 4 people here, plus a pet. In front of the two of them, they are arranged in order from left to right. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. Plus a Kurama who is Bala in the hot spring pool. At this time, Senju Hashirama and his group glanced at the corner and Hidan. Then they continued to soak in the hot springs. When people came, then it was fine. The hot spring pool is very large, so there is no need to worry about crowding. Don't say it's them. Even if it is 10 times more, it will not be too crowded. Comfortable. Hidan didn't care about anything and directly entered the hot spring pool. Feel the temperature in the hot spring pool water. Hidan couldn't help but whimpered twice. Kakuzu also walked into the hot spring pool and then slowly sat on the edge of the pool. Start soaking in hot springs. Because there is fog everywhere, Kakuzu can see the sight of several people on the opposite side. He didn't recognize the person on the other side. In fact, even if he saw it, he wouldn't recognize it. At most, it just feels a little bit familiar. At this time, Senju Hashirama suddenly and mysteriously took out a small package from the side of the hot spring pool. Hey, Madara, guess what this is? Senju Hashirama came to Uchiha Madara and smiled. Is this wine? Uchiha Madara sniffed her nose lightly. Good kings. A scent of wine entered Uchiha Madara's nostrils. Hey. Madara, I can see that your nose is still very sensitive. Senju Hashirama smiled again, and opened the package in front of him without being pretentious. Flowers. Where did you get this thing? Uchiha Madara was slightly surprised. There is a lot of good wine in the package in front of me. Cocktails, cold beer, erguoto and vodka. This is such a luxurious package. Harmful. It's not, I secretly prepared it before I came out. Then did you receive the space scroll? Silencing clip. Our boss may be next door now. Senju Hashirama hastily made a shush gesture. Understood. Uchiha Madara grinned. You're still a bad boy. It looks honest, but it's actually behind your back. You're so weak. Then what are you waiting for? Let's start. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and smiled. With hot springs and wine, the world is not in vain. 180 Hidan. I have a friend who wants to drink too. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara hydrated the drinks in front of them. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna just asked for a few beers. They can't get drunk. Otherwise, no one would carry them away when their eldest brother was drunk. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna looked at each other. They all saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Is it good or bad to have such a big brother on the stall? Come on. Touch one, Dwang. Come on, touch one more. Dwang. Come on, the 4 of us touch one together. Dwang. Here, it's fun to drink. On the other side of the hot spring pool, Hidan and Kakuzu became curious. Kakuzu was a little better. Hidan, however, was beyond curious. If it wasn't for Kakuzu pulling him, he would have to run over to see what he was drinking. Drink so much. Kakuzu, let me go. I'll go take a look. Hidan wanted to tear Kakuzu's hand away, but Kakuzu didn't want to let go at all. Be honest with me. I don't know you. What are you going to do? Kakuzu said coldly. Take a bath quietly, and then go back to the hotel to rest for 2 days. Then, leave the country of Tang, and after I deposit the money, go to the country of Thunder. Don't forget, the task our leader gave us. Damn, isn't it just to go to the land of Thunder to inquire about our ways whereabouts? Hidan raised his throat. 120. Besides, our leader didn't say the specific time. When we are not working, it's okay to have fun. We will rest for 2 days. If you don't tell me, I won't tell you. Who knows? After listening to Hidan's words, Kakuzu also thought about it, and there seemed to be no problem. Keep your voice down, don't be heard by outsiders. Kakuzu thought for a while and frowned. Damn. We can't hear them talking to each other, so they can't hear us either, Hidan said with a smile. Yeah. Kakuzu nodded, and let go of Hidan's arm. Think about it too. The people here are just ordinary people. Even if it is a ninja, there are very few, and when Kakuzu came to this hot spring, it has already been sensed. Here are just some normal people without chakra. According to the induction, there are only these few people in front of this hot spring valley. Moreover, Kakuzu has sensed back and forth at least 3 or 4 times. It is completely unrecognizable that these people have chakra inside them. Either these people are all super cage level powerhouses and they can't sense it by themselves. Kakuzu thought of this, amused himself, super cage level strong? Is it possible? Kakuzu muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the other side of the hot spring pool. The four of Senju Hashirama glanced at each other and all of them grinned. Maybe, obviously, all four of them heard Kakuzu's muttering just now. Advertisement, Kakuzu, I'll go take a look. Hidan scratched his head, how could Kakuzu laugh? This is really uncommon, normally, he only smiles when he counts the money. Go. Kakuzu nodded. Okay, Hidan chuckled, and then swam towards the other side of the hot spring pool. At the same time, hot springs next door, Tsunade heard footsteps getting closer. And she also became a little curious. Then, Tsunade lay on the edge of the hot spring pool and waited quietly. In the hot spring valley, because of the hot springs, there was a lot of fog. Dimly, Tsunade saw a figure. It's just that I haven't been able to see what it looks like. Well, the figure is just average. Tsunade narrowed his eyes slightly and lost interest after watching for a while. Even Shizune can't beat it, it's just plain flat. Apparently, Tsunade already mistook Chiba who just came here as another girl. At this time, Chiba was also puzzled. Why is there no one in this empty hot spring valley? Fortunately, there is still the sound of running water. Chiba didn't make a fuss, though, because he could tell that there seemed to be only one person in this pool. That said, there's a good chance it was someone else. Not Senju Hashirama then. Chiba thought for a while, let's take a rest in this pool first. It is possible that after a while, Senju Hashirama and the others will come. Chiba walked into the hot spring pool slowly, then sit comfortably on the edge of the pool. Comfortable, Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the petals in the hot spring pool, he was slightly surprised. There are petals in this spring water, is it so comfortable? Chiba put down the wooden tray and opened a bottle of erguodo. Started to suck slowly, while soaking in hot springs, drinking erguodo. This is enjoyment. At the same time, Tsunade on the other side also smelled the aroma of wine in the air. No, this girl who just came in actually brought wine with her. Moreover, why is the aroma of this wine so familiar, CFFF? Tsunade's curiosity came alive. Who the hell is this? There are still erguodo? Tsunade had already discerned the aroma of the wine. No, go and have a look. As soon as Tsunade rolled his eyes, he quickly swam towards Chiba. At this time, Chiba also noticed the change in the water flow. But he didn't care about anything and continued to taste the best erguodo in his hand alone. On the other side, Hidan has come in front of several people from Senju Hashirama. Hi, hello, what are you drinking? Why is it so fragrant? Hidan looked familiar, and his eyes were on the package in front of Senju Hashirama. Advertisement, the aroma comes from here. Of course it's good wine. Senju Hashirama said with a smile. That's right. Hidan took a deep breath and said. I have a friend, his name is Kakuzu, after he smelled such a delicate fragrance. Just sent me to take a look. The corners of Senju Hashirama's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. Good one. I have a friend, you obviously want to drink it yourself. Well, since your friend wants to drink, it's easy. Call your friends over, I'll treat you to a drink. Senju Hashirama said with a smile. Really? Hidan was slightly taken aback. Looking at the drink in front of him, he said happily. Of course. Senju Hashirama smiled. Go ahead and call your friends. Yeah. Hidan nodded immediately, and then went back without stopping. A minute later, Hidan returned to Kakuzu's side, and said what happened just now. Let me go too? Kakuzu asked in a low voice. Yeah, they're very enthusiastic, Hidan smiled. But I wouldn't scare people. Kakuzu scratched his head, then looked at his body. Ham, what are you doing? Hidan thought for a while, one of them still has a head tattooed on his chest. Compared to you, you are nothing more than a scar left by the operation. Kakuzu was slightly taken aback. Alright then, let's go there. Then, after a few minutes of waiting, Kakuzu and Hidan swam over together. At this point, Kakuzu could see the four people in front of him clearly. Why does it feel familiar? Kakuzu was taken aback for a moment. What the hell is this familiar yet unfamiliar feeling? However, he carefully looked at the four people in front of him. It's just familiar, I shouldn't know it. Hey, that. Hidan rubbed his hands together. A little embarrassed. Here, 1 bottle per person. Senju Hashirama laughed. Then he handed 2 bottles of erguodo to the two of them. Hidan took it excitedly, opened it, and sucked it hard. Ah, excellent. Hidan sat comfortably on the edge of the pool. Kakuzu, hurry up and try. Yeah. Kakuzu was also unambiguous, and after opening it, he sucked it. Immediately he knew, this wine, it is definitely a good product. Come on, since we met, it is fate. Let's go one. Senju Hashirama raised the wine glass in his hand and smiled. Good. Kakuzu and Hidan are not talking nonsense. The three of them started drinking. This wine tastes very good. This guy just needs to get on top. It's like opening a chatterbox. At this time, Hidan had already started to feel dazed. Brother, your wine is so delicious. Why don't you come and join the cult of the evil god? I can communicate with Lord Cthulhu and let you directly join the teaching, how about it? Even though Hidan is drunk, he is still thinking about preaching. Worthy of being the most dedicated missionary. 181 Kakuzu. Me, assassinated first Hokage. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Cthulite? Senju Hashirama was slightly taken aback. What kind of profession is this? On the side, Uchiha Madara also became curious. When he and Senju Hashirama fought all over the Zenin world, they had never heard of such a teaching. Evil God cult. That's a very great church. Hidan immediately got excited. Those who join the cult of the Cthulhu must believe in the Lord Cthulhu. Moreover, as long as you sincerely believe in the evil god, you can get power from the evil god. The power of immortality. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were slightly taken aback. Lord Evil God? Do you also have the power to control life and death? Does it have something to do with our boss? This has to be written down, and I have to ask our boss about it later. Hey, brother, do you want to join the cult of the evil god? Hidan laughed. Not joining, not interested. Senju Hashirama thought for a while and said. Hidan's expression paled when he heard this. Come on, keep drinking. Hidan raised the erguodo in his hand. I bumped into Kakuzu and everyone and then continued drinking. The taste of the wine is naturally the best. However, Hidan and Kakuzu are drinking erguodo for the first time after all. Moreover, there may be nothing wrong with erguodo if you drink it at that time. But after the stamina comes up, it will be amazing. Straight to the top. They're used to Senju Hashirama, so they can control their alcohol consumption. However, Hidan and Kakuzu couldn't, and they always thought it was just good sake. Drinking is still going on. At the same time, on the other side, Tsunade has already come in front of the figure in front of him. She rolled her eyes and then lurked in the water. Slowly came to the front of this figure. She raised her right hand without hesitation. Leaning out of the water, he directly picked up a bottle of wine on the small wooden mop floating in front of him. Then he smiled and swam away quickly. At this moment, Chiba froze for a moment. Did I hear a girl's voice just now? Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly. He always felt something was wrong. Also, isn't this person too courageous? Steal my wine in my face? What the hell? Chiba grinned when he thought about it. No matter what happens, he plunged into the hot spring pool directly. He began to swim quickly towards the thief. Tsunade moved quickly in front, while Chiba began to chase after him. Both men were blindfolded in the water, and a chase began. In the hot spring valley on the other side, both Kakuzu and Hidan were on top. Hidan hiccuped, then shook his head and said, Old man. My friend, it's not easy. Guess how old he is now? 40? Senju Hashirama said with a smile. Wrong? Hidan grinned, my friend. He's almost 90 years old. Advertisement, Hidan. Kakuzu was also a little dizzy after hearing Hidan's words. He nodded irresistibly. Indeed, I'm already 50 years old. 90 years old? Senju Hashirama and the others suddenly became interested. Then tell me, what happened when you were young? Senju Hashirama narrowed his eyes and smiled. My friend was amazing when he was young. Hidan stood up suddenly, staggered and said. Kakuzu, back then, he was the man who could assassinate the god of the ninja world. Ninja god? Senju Hashirama exclaimed, who is it? Hey, that's naturally the first Hokage Senju Hashirama who founded Konoha village more than 60 years ago. Hidan said with a grin. Konoha village was founded by Senju Hashirama? On the side, Uchiha Madara was a little unhappy when he heard this. Then the people of the Uchiha clan don't count? The Uchiha clan? Then I don't know. Hidan scratched his head. Also, he assassinated first Hokage. Why don't I believe it? Uchiha Madara took a sip of his wine and looked sideways at Senju Hashirama. Do you believe it? Thinking about it, it seems that I really don't have the impression of this. Senju Hashirama thought for a while, then shook his head. Ha, brother, you are so interesting, Hidan laughed. You are not Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, how could you know? Both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara shrugged at the same time. Then let's talk about the details at that time. At that time, it was a dark and windy night. Stretch out your 5 fingers. Hidan shook his head and began to shake his head. Enough. Hidan, at this moment, Kakuzu beside Hidan said angrily. Immediately, he stood up abruptly. Kakuzu, I'm complimenting you. Hidan grinned. You, sit down. Kakuzu glared. Hidan sat down obediently. Immediately, Kakuzu took a deep breath and looked at the several districts in front of him. Then he patted his chest and said, this paragraph, I'm familiar with it. So, let me tell, Hidan said. Oh, Senju Hashirama and his team also began to look forward to it. Especially Senju Hashirama himself. How the hell does he not remember that he was assassinated? At this point, Kakuzu cleared his throat, then said slowly. Think back. I was given the most difficult task in the whole ninja world. That is, assassination of first Hokage, everyone exclaimed. Assassination of first Hokage. How dare you, especially Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama. They are even more curious about it. Of course, the curious thing is not the assassination of first Hokage. Ask for flowers and, how did he survive? At that time, the moon was dark and the wind was high, you couldn't see your fingers. That was when Konoha village was just established. I'm on my own and off to Konoha village. At that time, I got a piece of information that first Hokage was going to hold the first 5 cages meeting. And I was on the way. Senju Hashirama must pass at that time. Ambush. Advertisement. Having said that, Kakuzu waved his hand. The next step is exactly as I expected. Senju Hashirama really went this route. And I just stood up, fighted Senju Hashirama for hundreds of rounds. Next, Kakuzu narrated with emotion the fierce battle between him and Senju Hashirama at that time. For a moment, everyone was stunned, especially Senju Hashirama himself. How the hell did I not know about this? Everyone is shocked. This person in front of him can actually blow the cowhide so realistically. If it were another person, he would probably have believed it. Finally, I lost a trick, Kakuzu said dejectedly. Let Senju Hashirama escape. After finishing speaking, he sat down again and continued drinking. At this moment, Senju Hashirama rolled his eyes fiercely. How did you fail? Then, what the hell did I run away? I run away? I said, you monkey, if Chiba hadn't ordered it before. The current Senju Hashirama really wants to let this Kakuzu know. Why are flowers so red? Azu, I didn't expect such a show back then. At this time, Uchiha Madara was smiling and teasing Senju Hashirama. Ah, Madara. Senju Hashirama was speechless. Oh, stop talking, come, drink. Ha ha ha. Drink. Uchiha Madara laughed. Long time no see. Senju Hashirama is deflated. What a drink. How about I fry a plate of peanuts? At this point, Senju Tobirama couldn't stand it anymore. This guy named Kakuzu is so good at blowing, in the words of our boss. That is, as long as there are peanuts. Here, they're soaking in hot springs while drinking wine. I also pinch a few peanuts from time to time to make it crunchy. On the other side, Chiba finally tried his best, caught the thief stealing his own wine underwater. Crash. The two of them came out of the water at the same time. Okay. Stole my wine, just when Chiba was about to curse. In front of you, people meet each other. They hugged each other tightly, without blinking their eyes. Chiba. N. Airy summation. 2, O. Tsunade. Tsunade. O, asterisk, 7, asterisk, Q. Chiba. 182. This wave. I directly lost 2 bottles of good erguodo, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. After a few minutes, 2 people were sitting on the edge of the hot spring pool. Tsunade. Why the hell did you run into the male hot spring valley? Chiba grinned. Hey, Chiba, this is obviously a female hot spring valley. Tsunade roared. I almost believed it. Chiba rolled his eyes. In fact, Chiba has already believed it at this time. No wonder why there is no one around. Senju Hashirama and the others are not there either, so that's how it is. They must have done something secretly, these people. Is it too bad? HMPH, Tsunade stared at Chiba angrily. Ahem, okay, then I won't bother you, Chiba coughed lightly. I will withdraw first. Wait, Tsunade said hastily. What? Chiba turned around. Keep the wine. Tsunade blinked. Keep all the wine. Take it as compensation for me. Compensate you? The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched violently. No way, Ms. Tsunade, obviously this wave is my biggest disadvantage, okay? Humph. Tsunade immediately became unhappy when he heard the words, pinched his waist with both 880 hands, and walked in front of Chiba aggressively. Are you at a disadvantage? Where are you at a disadvantage? Why didn't I see it? Why am I not at a disadvantage? Chiba stared. This wave, I directly lost 2 bottles of the best erguodo. Chiba sighed softly. It's a loss, he. You have to give it to me if you're lucky. Tsunade lightly took Vice Admiral erguodo from Chiba's hand. Then she ran away with a smile. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched violently again. This woman is so smart, however, there are times when she is careless. Chiba clicked his tongue, and his eyes slowly fell on the bath towel that fell on the ground not far away. Shaking his head, Chiba stood up, then he planned to leave here. After all, I still have important tasks on my body. Kakuzu's money should have been placed in the locker by this time. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly. Just find some time now, and then go directly to exchange Kakuzu's money. In this way, the task of stealing the sheep and changing the post is completed. Chiba chuckled. Then he walked outside. After walking for a few seconds, a light and fluttering voice suddenly came from behind. Chiba, where are my 2 bottles of wine? Won't you drink with me? Ding. Trigger the daily selection task. Option 1. Refuse Tsunade ruthlessly, and leave here to continue the previous mission. Reward, 100,000 gold coins. Option 2. Reject Tsunade with a gentle tone, and leave here to continue the previous task. Reward, 100,000 gold coins. Option 3. Agree to Tsunade without hesitation, and after drinking, the 2 continue to complete the task at the same time. Reward, 100,000 gold coins. Chiba looked at the 3 options that popped up in front of him suddenly. After hesitating for 0.01 second, Chiba said without hesitation, come on. On the one hand, you can drink and complete tasks. Advertisement in one side is to complete the task alone. I'm afraid everyone will choose, right? Don't have trouble with anyone, and don't have trouble with money. Chiba turned back quickly, and even saw Tsunade standing in front of him At this time, she had an intriguing shy smile on her face. Think back. I didn't just assassinate the first Hokage. And Uchiha Madara in a relationship. At this point, Kakuzu was completely on top. It was quite fierce. It's completely made up. How the hell didn't I know? Get the hell out of lousy. After Uchiha Madara on one side heard Kakuzu's words, the muscles on his face twitched violently. Befriended me? Go bullshit. This wine, it's really delicious. Kakuzu was already in the fog at this time. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Plop. Kakuzu fell straight to the back, fell asleep. Ha ha ha. Kakuzu, your drinking capacity is just average. Seeing this scene, Hidan couldn't help laughing out loud. Then, like him, he fell down. Kakuzu and Hidan both fell into a dead state at the same time. What to do? Senju Hashirama scratched his head. What else to do? Throw it aside and we'll keep soaking ours. Uchiha Madara glanced at Kakuzu and Hidan lying on the ground. Blowing so much that I'm going to throw up. Senju Hashirama nodded, and then with a wave of his hand, he threw the two of them directly outside the hot spring pool. Okay, let's go on with the brothers. Immediately, Senju Hashirama and his party started soaking in the hot spring leisurely again. Correct. Where's Chiba? At this moment, Kurama, who had been playing in the water, said suddenly. Chiba. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama looked at each other. I'm afraid I'm busy at this time. What are you up to? Kurama swam up to Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama curiously. The handshakes. Hashirama and Tobirama smiled at each other, shaking their shoulders. The hand shaking? Kurama scratched his head with his paw. Then what are you shaking? Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. Kurama, do you feel like you're okay again? Senju Hashirama twisted his neck. He straight smile. At this moment, Kurama remembered the fear he had when he was slapped down by the man in front of him. Don't mess with me. Kurama splashed twice and swam towards Uchiha Izuna. Advertisement among these four people. Uchiha Izuna is the best for me. Time flies, more than 3 hours have passed. There's still almost half an hour left, and it's time for dinner. At this time, Chiba and Tsunade have also come out of the hot spring valley. Ding. Congratulations to host for becoming the task of drinking with Tsunade and completing special tasks. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting 100,000 gold coins plus 100,000 special task reward gold coins. Ding. Host's current balance, 8.2 million gold coins. After Chiba heard the system beep, a smile appeared on his face. After the two were fully dressed, Chiba said, Tsunade, you will give me the wind later, and I will act. Yeah. Tsunade quietly followed behind Chiba. His face was flushed red, which was incomparable. Looking at Tsunade, whose attitude has changed, Chiba felt uncomfortable for a while. However, he knew that it would be faster for this woman to turn over than to turn over the boat. Take advantage of being obedient now, and finish the task quickly. Chiba and Tsunade quickly came to the locker. Tsunade, you go watch the wind, Chiba said. Yeah. Tsunade nodded, and went into the next corridor. At this time, Chiba looked at the locker in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. The mission requirement is not to let Kakuzu find out that the money has been stolen. Therefore, I cannot forcibly open these lockers. At this time, Chiba finally knew the benefits of wood style. Wood style. Key technique. Subsequently, Chiba began to make keys with wood style. Then they opened the cabinet doors one by one. Hey. Found it. Chiba opened the top one in the third row from the left. And inside this cabinet is the black suitcase that Kakuzu kept. Chiba took the suitcase down. Open it up and see that it's all money. Wow. That's a lot of money. That's enough to keep me entertained for a long time. Tsunade also came to Chiba's side at this time. After seeing this box full of money, the whole person's eyes lit up. You still have the energy to play? Chiba tilted his head and grinned. HMPH, I have a rest and play now. Tsunade heard this, and gave Chiba a light look. In that case, I can let you rest at 1.8, Chiba thought for a while. Then he said with a smile, in this way, it will save money. Otherwise, all the money will be wasted by you. Who said, old lady, I can win money too? Tsunade gritted his silver teeth and puffed out his cheeks. Yes. Chiba nodded, it is indeed possible to win a few thousand silver taels with a few million. Huh. Tsunade turned his head and looked. Okay, let's play with you tomorrow, head office, Chiba grinned. Really? Tsunade blinked, and his attitude took a 180-degree turn. Yeah. Chiba nodded. Only then did Tsunade put a smile on his face again. I knew. Brother Chiba is the best to me. Brother? Chiba rolled his eyes. Who loves love? Department. H*********. No road race. 183 think of a way. Use the two toolmen. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Chiba shrugged, ignoring the frantic Tsunade. Instead, he set his sights on this portable cash box. Then, Chiba stretched out his right hand and lightly patted the cash box. In the next second, a white light appeared above the cash box. Flying Thunder God spell. Characterization. Immediately, a spiral complicated spell was successfully depicted on the cash box. Chiba nodded, walked to Tsunade's side, and patted her on the shoulder. Okay, it's done. Yeah. Tsunade nodded. Tsunade, you go back to the hotel first. I'll call out your grandpa and the others, and then go back. Chiba said with a smile. Yeah. Tsunade nodded again, then straightened his clothes and left here first. Chiba once again entered the hot spring valley. 2 minutes later, Chiba came to the hot spring pool where Senju Hashirama and the others were staying. Hey, what's up with these two guys? Just as Chiba walked to the edge of the hot spring pool, he saw two people lying unconscious on the ground. Take a closer look, isn't this the G Kakuzu and Hidan? They're both drunk. Senju Tobirama came over, said helplessly. Then, what happened to the Hashirama on your shoulder? Chiba tilted his head, staring at Senju Hashirama on Senju Tobirama's shoulder, and couldn't help asking. I'm too drunk. Tobirama shook his head helplessly again. At this time, Uchiha Izuna also carried his elder brother Uchiha Madara and walked in front of Chiba. I understand, I'm too drunk. Chiba clicked his tongue. Okay, let's withdraw. Without further ado, a few people from Chiba left the hot spring. More than half an hour later, Hidan and Kakuzu also faintly woke up. Kakuzu, don't sleep. Hidan stood up unsteadily. What time is it? It's getting dark, and I'm hungry. Let's pack up quickly and have something to eat. Kakuzu on the side also stood up slowly, and immediately his pupils shrank slightly. Are they all gone? Kakuzu asked heavily. Isn't that nonsense? The corner of Hidan's mouth twitched slightly. Not good. My money. Kakuzu's expression changed suddenly, and he left here quickly. Brother, can't it be? Hidan looked at Kakuzu who disappeared, and the corners of his mouth twitched again. I'm not a thief, besides, the ghost knows you have money? Hidan. If my money is gone, I'll kill you first. Kakuzu's dull voice came from afar. Kakuzu, I found that you have a very serious persecution paranoia. Hidan scratched his head and said very seriously. Get out. Kakuzu was furious. Hidan shrugged his shoulders, then quickly left Hot Spring Valley. Came to the front of the locker. Hey, Kakuzu, look, I don't even have this scythe. Advertisement, not to mention the money you put in the cabinet, don't worry. Hidan held the weapon in his hand and grinned. Nonsense, how much is that broken weapon of yours worth? Kakuzu said coldly, and immediately ignored Hidan, but took the key out of his body. He quickly opened his locker. The black suitcase is still there and has not been touched. When I opened it, it was full of money. Call. Kakuzu let out a sigh of relief. Are you relieved now? Hidan pouted and said. Stop talking nonsense and go back to the hotel. Kakuzu glared at the sarcastic Hidan. He lifted the box, turned his head, and left here. Hidan clicked his tongue and left here too, at the same time. Among the hot spring hotels, Tsunade came back early and asked the shop owner to prepare a sumptuous dinner. After all, she and Chiba had exhausted a lot of energy during the afternoon soak in the hot springs. Thinking of this, Tsunade's cheeks suddenly turned red. This Chiba, why is his physical strength so good? After muttering softly, Tsunade quickly prepared the dishes. 2 minutes later, Chiba returned with Senju Tobirama. Exhausted, Senju Tobirama threw Senju Hashirama directly onto the sofa. Uchiha Izuna also put Uchiha Madara on top of the sofa. Chiba walked to Tsunade's side. Ah, I can't tell, you've already prepared dinner. Good wife and mother. HMPH. Tsunade ignored Chiba's teasing, and pointed at his grandfather. How do you eat here? Easy. Chiba smiled and walked over to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Then he put his hands on the shoulders of the two of them. Immediately, Chiba began to use the power of the ice escape. Ice escape. In an instant, 10 wisps of cold air went straight to the foreheads of the two of them. In the next moment, the two of them opened their eyes directly and suddenly became clear. Cool. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara felt as if they had just taken a cold shower. Get up for dinner. After eating, go back to your room and take a good rest. Chiba said with a smile. Okay. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara looked at each other and responded with a smile. Immediately, everyone started eating. By the way, boss. Senju Hashirama seemed to have thought of something and said quickly. Advertisement. The two people named Kakuzu and Hidan before said their purpose this time. It seems to be going to the Land of Thunder to find the trace of her way. Will it conflict with our itinerary? Chiba thought for a moment after hearing this, looking for a way. The Akatsuki organization started to act so soon? It shouldn't be, if you follow the normal timeline. If the Shao organization wants to act, it will be at least 2 years later. The fastest is more than 1.5 years. Look for a way, or capture a way, Chiba asked. They said they were just here to get information, Senju Hashirama replied. Yeah, Chiba nodded, it shouldn't have much to do with us. But we don't have to worry about it, maybe it's still on the way with us. Chiba smiled slightly, he already had a good plan in mind. My next target is 3 tails and 6 tails in the Land of Water. So it will take Chiba a little time to get the 2-tailed beasts down. Then just find something for 523 Kakuzu and Hidan to do. The corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. After everyone saw the smile on Chiba's face, they immediately knew. I'm afraid our boss has thought of some tricks to trick people again. Chiba, what are you thinking? Tsunade asked curiously. I'm thinking, let Kakuzu and Hidan take a good detour, or be a toolman. There was a smile on the corner of Chiba's mouth, looking so kind. During the trip to the Land of Water, Chiba intends to get 2 tail beasts. One for 3 tails and one for 6 tails. 3 tails Chiba has a way to know, but 6 tails. Chiba really has no way to find it. Therefore, I can ask Kakuzu and Hidan to search for the whereabouts of 6 tails. Then come and tell yourself, wouldn't it be great? As for how to disguise, Chiba tilted his head, looked at the crowd, and grinned. How are your acting skills? Acting skills. Uchiha Madara and his group were slightly taken aback. Let's go ahead, there will be a grand performance, Chiba said with a smile. A grand performance? Everyone became confused again. Chiba didn't talk nonsense, he made a Madara with both hands, and gave a low drink. Wood style. Turn into technique. Boom. After a burst of white smoke, a man with orange hair appeared in front of everyone. There are many iron rods inserted into the face. Chiba slowly opened his eyes. A pair of purple Rinnegan appeared in front of everyone. Whoa pen. 184 read with me. Wow pen. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Whoa pen. Chiba's voice also changed a bit, and became Tendo Pain's voice. Pain? Who is it? Everyone was slightly taken aback. At this time, Tsunade was just a little curious, why the person Chiba became so familiar. The details will be discussed later. Chiba smiled, then waved his hand, and 5 photos appeared on the table in front of him. Tsunade, you come to become Conan. Chiba handed over Conan's photo. Who is this woman? After Tsunade took the photo, his eyes sharpened immediately. What is your relationship with her? How do you have her picture? Chiba suddenly felt dizzy, and then quickly explained the current situation of Akatsuki's organization. 10 minutes later, Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. It's Conan and Yahiko. Chiba just briefly talked about the current members of the Akatsuki organization. As for other information, Chiba did not reveal it either. After all, if Senju Hashirama found out, the Akatsuki organization would almost wipe out Konoha in the future. It is estimated that the current him can directly kill Rain Shinobi village, and then eliminate this unstable factor. Transformation technique. Tsunade took a deep breath and performed the transformation technique. With the blessing of Baihao, the transformation technique naturally has no flaws. Unless the strength or the power of chakra exceeds Tsunade, otherwise, it will be impossible to see through it. Wood style. Turn into technique. Senju Hashirama picked up a photo and clapped his hands together. In the next second, Pain of Asura Road appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, everyone changed into Pain's appearance. Heavenly Way Pain Chiba, Shiro Way Pain Senju Hashirama, Human Way Pain Uchiha Madara. Animal Road Pen Uchiha Izuna, Hungry Keto Pen Senju Tobirama, plus a Hell Road Pen Kurama. Kurama's transformation technique is blessed by Chiba's chakra. The transformation technique cannot be completed with just one Kurama. Finally, served with Conan Tsunade. Hey guys, the bootleg 6 paths Pain and Conan combo is alive. Very good, Chiba looked at the crowd and smiled. Come on, everyone, read with me, whoa pen. Wow Pain. No, I don't have that momentum, start again. Whoa pen. Wow pen. Very good, but the voice needs to be more indifferent. A few minutes later, everyone said in unison, whoa pen. Very good, it's perfect. Chiba clasped his hands in the air, and it ended perfectly, make the rice first. Just after dinner, there is an action tonight. The time is temporarily set at 2:30 in the middle of the night. Everyone. Yes. Chiba's method is very simple, pretending to be 6 paths Pain and Conan. Advertisement then find Kakuzu and Hidan. Then, let them go to the land of water to find the trail of 6 tails. After all, 6 tails Jinchuriki is not in Wying village, but lives in seclusion. Chiba doesn't know the specific location at all. So, right now, I happen to meet 2 tool people, so why don't I make good use of it? After much deliberation, it is most effective to pretend to be Pain and speak directly. Simply, the people around Chiba are enough. One person can play a Pain, it's great. After dinner, Chiba said, come and gather in my room at 2:30 in the middle of the night. Yeah. Senju Hashirama and his group nodded, then they each left Chiba's room. At this time, only Chiba and Tsunade were left in the room. 2:30, is there enough time? Tsunade tiptoed to the door. Then he welded the door shut. If we cherish the time now, it is enough. Chiba came to the window. He glanced at the slowly setting sun. It's about 6 o'clock in the evening now. Hee. Tsunade giggled, then walked behind Chiba carefully. Do you know why I eat so much at night? Chiba chuckled. HMPH, I know, it's good to know. Well, at the same time, Kei and Hidan also went to the minister of the Hot Spring Hotel. Then came to the 2nd floor in the small room that belonged to him. After entering the room, Hidan couldn't help complaining. Kakuzu, you are too picky, can we stay in a bigger hotel? Such a small room with only 1 bedroom, how are we going to sleep tonight? I sleep in the bedroom, you sleep in the living room. Kakuzu glanced at Hidan and said coldly. Don't do it, Hidan heard the words, is this still worth it? I want to sleep in the bedroom too, why should I sleep in the living room? Why? Just because I rented this room. Kakuzu rolled his eyes. He's going to be annoyed to death by Hidan along the way. If it weren't for the inability to kill this guy, Kakuzu would have shot him long ago. It's getting late, take a rest and leave here tomorrow morning. Kakuzu said in a low voice. After finishing speaking, he got into the bedroom and locked the door behind his back. Boom. Hidan wailed. Kakuzu, You can't do this. Kakuzu Nissan. Kakuzu Opa, advertisement. Kakuzu Ali give. With a click, the bedroom door opened. Hidan's face was filled with emotion immediately. Kakuzu, I knew it, your heart won't be so cold. Kakuzu said blankly, I opened the door just to warn you. If you knock on my door again, I don't mind throwing you out. Boom. After finishing speaking, he directly closed the door. Immediately, Kakuzu leaned against the door and muttered, my heart? Call, I don't know how many people have been replaced. Outside the door, Hidan walked into the living room silently with a mournful face. Then lie on the sofa and look at the ceiling above your head. Want to cry but have no tears, after staring dryly for a while. Kakuzu opened the door again. Immediately, he walked over with a blank face. With a wave of his hand, a quilt was thrown over. Don't catch a cold, otherwise I will spend money to see you again. After Kakuzu finished speaking, he left the living room without looking back. Kakuzu Uba, I knew you were the best for me. Hidan was so touched that he was about to cry. Shut up. Kakuzu trembled, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Hidan is moved. Covered with a quilt, I slowly fell asleep. Time flies, it is already past 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. For good money. Chiba's room. Tsunade, get up, it's 2 o'clock. Chiba patted Tsunade next to him. Hey doctor. HMPH. You let me take a break. Tsunade snorted softly and muttered softly. Chiba also only vaguely heard some H*** sky words. I'll give you 15 minutes. Chiba sat up, otherwise your grandpa and the others will come in a while. Oh, got it. Tsunade moved his body and said nonchalantly. After leaving the bedroom, Chiba has already come to the living room. Immediately, he slowly closed his eyes, began to perceive the flying thunder god spell I left on the Kakuzu cashbox. Group in a second. Chiba opened his eyes in vain. Immediately, the corner of his mouth grinned fiercely. Flower rub. Now I finally know which 2 people rented the room next door. Kakuzu and Hidan. Hurrah! This is really the way to heaven if you don't go, but if you don't have a way to hell, you can vote for yourself. 185 Chiba. Good morning, hitworkers. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. 15 minutes later, Tsunade also packed her clothes and came to the living room. Looking at Tsunade's lazy and proud curve, Chiba couldn't help taking a deep breath. Damn, this Tsunade. It's a troublesome fairy. At this time, there was also a knock on Chiba's door. After Chiba opened the door, Uchiha Madara and his group walked in. Let's not talk much, let's start to act, transformation technique. Bang 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 bang, after a series of white smoke. A pirated version of Six Paths Pain, plus Conan appeared in the house. Next, all act together with me, Chiba said in a low voice. Yes, everyone nodded quickly. All of a sudden, everyone left the room. In the next second, everyone came to the roof. Go round to the window of Kakuzu's room next door. Opened the window, whoa, whoa, whoa. All 6 people plus 1 9 tails entered the room of Kakuzu and Hidan. Who is it? Hidan, who was lying on the sofa, opened his eyes suddenly. Without saying a word, he directly kicked off the quilt on his body, and then quickly put his right hand on the bloody Sanulian who was leaning on the sofa. In the next second, it seemed that an attack was about to be launched. At the same time, Kakuzu in the bedroom also found something unusual. Instantly got up, opened the door, and then Shunpo came to Hidan's side. The 2 people 563 have entered the state of fighting. But at this time, in front of the window, the debut figure was standing here quietly. Immediately, Chiba slowly opened his eyes. The others also slowly opened their eyes. Whoa 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 pen. Suddenly, Kakuzu and Hidan took 2 steps back slightly. After turning on the light, he recognized that the people in front of him were his leaders. Boss. Kakuzu breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his guard. My lord, you scared me to death. I thought there was an enemy. Hidan suddenly changed into the carefree look before. How are things going? Chiba asked indifferently. I just finished a good deal, and we plan to leave for the Land of Thunder tomorrow, Kakuzu said. Chiba, who was disguised as Tiandao Pain, nodded indifferently. You give the money to Conan, and then I will arrange a temporary task for you. Go to the Land of Water and find the whereabouts of 6 Tails Jinchuriki. Chiba then dropped a scroll to Kakuzu. Advertisement. Wait until you actually get word of the 6 Tails Jinchuriki. Then write all the messages on the scroll and inject them into chakra. Yes, sir. Kakuzu nodded, and put the scroll into his CFFG arms. Afterwards, he returned to the bedroom and took out the money box. The money was to be used for the daily operation of the Shao organization. Kakuzu knew about it before he joined the Akatsuki organization. Although it hurts, but since he got on this boat, he won't say anything more. Conan. Chiba tilted his head and nodded to Tsunade. Yeah. Tsunade looked at the money box in Kakuzu's hand, and his eyes lit up for a moment. After bringing the money box over, Tsunade had an unstoppable smile on his face. Chiba tugged at the corner of Tsunade's clothes, so he restrained himself a little bit. Well, you continue to carry out the task. Chiba waved his hand and led everyone away from here. Wait until Chiba and his party leave. Kakuzu and Hidan breathed a sigh of relief. Call, Kakuzu, I don't know if you have ever thought that the strength of our leader seems to have changed again? Hidan slumped directly on the sofa, panting. Yeah, Kakuzu nodded, just now exuding coercion from their leader. It almost made Kakuzu and the two of them breathless. As for the flaw, the two of them really didn't see any flaws. If someone else were to use the transformation technique, perhaps Hidan and Kakuzu would still be able to detect a hint of it. However, Chiba and his party, our lineup, already invincible, okay? Among these people, perhaps the weakest is Tsunade, who is cage level. Of the rest, which one is not super movie? And Uchiha Madara, a semi-six paths class that is almost on par with six paths? As long as Uchiha Madara wants to, he can enter the six paths level anytime and anywhere. To enter the six paths level, you only need to capture 9 tail beasts. In addition, there is also Chiba, a super six paths class that has surpassed the six paths class. This lineup, let alone playing six paths pain, even if it is really standing with six paths pain. I guess no one else can tell the difference, this is strength. At this time, Chiba has asked Uchiha Madara to rest in their own house. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the task of stealing the sheep and changing posts. Ding. Reward. 200,000 gold coins, 1 chance to summon the undead. Ding. Host's current balance, 8.4 million gold coins. Advertisement. After Chiba heard the prompt in his mind, a smile appeared on his face. And at this moment, beside him, Tsunade opened the money box. Looking at a box full of money, her eyes were crescent-shaped. Ha ha ha. I'm getting rich. These are worth at least 5 million taels of silver. Weahiahia. Tsunade picked up a bunch of bills and started counting them. Little money fan. Chiba sat on the sofa, glanced at Tsunade beside him, and grinned. Well, why don't people have some hobbies? Tsunade gave Chiba a light look. Your hobby is money? Chiba couldn't help grinning and then sighed. Alas, now that I have money, I forget about others. Cut, who said I forgot about you? No, I knew. What do you mean? As Tsunade spoke, his voice became softer. By the end, it was so small that Chiba couldn't hear it. What? Speak louder, I can't hear you. Chiba narrowed his eyes and said just now. What do you mean? Tsunade slowly put down the money in his hand. Speak louder, I can't hear you. Chiba, who was bold and grandiose, sat on the sofa, moved his limbs, and grinned. What do you mean? Tsunade pouted and said. The sound is so low, how can you drive the tank? Chiba laughed. Oh, no, I drive the tank. The next day, Chiba didn't wake up until noon. After washing, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama came to Chiba's room. These 2 days, let's rest in this hot spring hotel for 2 days. If you want to play, you can also play. Money. Chiba looked at the suitcase on the coffee table behind him and smiled. We have plenty. Yeah. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other and smiled. Anyway, it's not your own money. Just spend it. By the way, did you see Tsunade? Chiba asked. Tsunade, I took hundreds of thousands of dollars early in the morning, and it seems that I went to an entertainment hall called Quick Money. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. After all, this matter, it is not honorable. Quick Money? The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. I'm afraid it's time to send money. Okay, I'll go find her. After Chiba finished speaking, he walked out of his room. At this time, Kakuzu and Hidan next door also happened to go out. Chiba smiled lightly, waved his hand, and said hello. Good morning, beater. 8SM 186 Tsunade's Soul of Money fans explodes, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Kakuzu and Hidan were slightly taken aback, and then greeted Chiba as well. However, looking at their appearance, it is obvious that they did not understand the meaning of Chiba's last sentence. Chiba didn't bother to explain to them, hit the workers. Advertisement. Isn't Kakuzu and Hidan just playing workers properly? Who do you work for? Of course, he is working for the Akatsuki organization. However, their ability to work is not strong. Who is the strongest beater in the entire Hokage? That has to be Uchiha Sasuke. This Tai Hanhan turned into a super worker in the later stage. How much did you work for the Shao organization, and not even a salary? Who doesn't like this kind of wage earner? Chiba shook his head and left the hotel refreshed. At this time, Kakuzu and Hidan also followed Chiba and left here. Kakuzu, what shall we do now? Hidan asked, scratching his head. They don't have much money on them now. Now you know how to ask me. Kakuzu snorted coldly. Then he took out a roster from his arms. There are a few small businesses in this attachment, and the opponent's strength is at most elite chunin. With one order, we can earn about 5 or 600,000. Let's go. Make some money first, and then go to the country of water. Kakuzu was also full of helplessness at this time. However, Pain said yesterday that he would give the money to Konan. And Konan is the money controller in the entire Akatsuki organization. Therefore, Kakuzu could only grit his teeth and swallow it in his stomach. Then let's go quickly, Hidan said fiercely. They don't even have breakfast money now. Well, don't say anything, make money. Kakuzu took a deep breath, and both of them exuded evil spirits. Quickly left the hot spring town. At this time, Chiba has come to the entertainment hall of Get Money Quickly. After walking in, the corner of Chiba's mouth couldn't help twitching. Not far away, Tsunade was shaking the dice vigorously. 4, 5, 6. Big. I lost. Tsunade gritted his teeth and stared at the dice in front of him. 1, 2, 3. Small. Lost again. Tsunade looked at the dice on the table in exasperation. 3 sixes. Leopard, to kill, Tsunade was about to freak out. She only brought 300,000 taels, and now only 1,000 taels are left to lose. After seeing this scene, Chiba couldn't help laughing. As expected of Tsunade, a physique that loses every gamble. This is also miraculous. Chiba walked slowly to Tsunade's side. At this time, Tsunade just lost the last 1,000 taels. My old lady, I still don't believe it, Tsunade said angrily, and then searched on himself. I searched around and couldn't find a penny. At this time, she happened to see Chiba standing beside her, looking at her with a smile on her face. Advertisement. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat, then he hurriedly raised his hands and hugged his head. Don't scold, if you scold again, you will be stupid. She was really afraid that Chiba would get angry at this time. Maybe Tsunade didn't feel anything before, but since being with Chiba, she found that her heart already completely belonged to this mysterious and handsome man. However, after waking up in the morning, Tsunade couldn't bear the itch. So I took 300,000 taels and came here, right now. Tsunade's heart flustered. Chiba couldn't help laughing. This scared Tsunade, let alone, is quite cute. Chiba held the pair of white jade hands that Tsunade placed on top of her head. Okay, just this time, not the next time. Tsunade slowly lowered his hands and raised his head. Looking at Chiba, the eyes are full of starlight. Chiba turned his head and looked at the people on the table. Grittingly. But, you people dare to win my wife's money? Chiba with a big wave. A full 2 million taels of silver suddenly appeared on the table. Wife, in. Tsunade also became excited. Today, you and I work together, win them, Chiba laughed. Yeah, Chiba. I love you to death. Tsunade hugged Chiba excitedly. Give Chiba a kiss hard. Ha ha ha, come on, go on. 2 hours later, the 2 million taels had been lost by Tsunade. Tsunade stared angrily at the table in front of him. With a wave of Chiba's hand, it's 2 million taels again. Don't panic. Let me continue. I don't believe in evil yet. 2 million was lost again. Don't panic, keep going. A whole morning. Chiba and Tsunade lost 10 million taels. How could this happen? Tsunade was going crazy. I don't believe it. I'm not going to win a game. Honey, don't panic. Let's play big, Chiba grinned. With a wave of his hand, 20 million taels hit the table heavily. Chiba narrowed his eyes. These people, as everyone knows, he has already fallen into Chiba's routine. Is it foolish to see myself and the Tsunade people have a lot of money? What a pity, the last wave, it's called pulling wages from the bottom. The other side has been cheating all the time, and Chiba has known it for a long time. Still, put a long line and go fishing. In the last round, 20 million taels of silver were thrown. One round decides the outcome, and this last time, Chiba used some small abilities casually. Directly made a backhand of 20 million, I lost 10 million before. Between straight and double, Chiba directly made 10 million in vain. After leaving here, Tsunade also feels unreal. Advertisement. Chiba, am I dreaming? Tsunade said excitedly. The 2 boxes in your hand can't be faked, can they? Chiba grinned. Tsunade lowered his head, looked at the cash box in his hand, and suddenly smiled. Seeking flowers. Oh, ha ha ha, I just said, isn't my old lady very powerful? 1 box is 5 million, 2 boxes is 10 million. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with gold. Behind Chiba, there are already several men silently following him. Chiba sighed helplessly. With a wave of his hand, those men flew out heavily immediately. It fell directly into their restaurant. After a closer look, he was already exhausted. At this time, Chiba's indifferent voice also came over. Disband this restaurant within a day, otherwise, I don't mind coming over and destroying you personally. Among the hot spring hotels, Tsunade opened the money box and started counting the money. Dude, same hobby as Kakuzu. Chiba looked at Tsunade, who was fascinated by small money, and couldn't help but shook his head. Tsunade, I can't go to that kind of place in the future. Forget it this time. Next time I find out, I'll take care of you directly at home. 0. Tsunade grinned. Well, Chiba-Nissan, you are the best to me. Be normal for me. Chiba raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, I will take care of you directly at home. What kind of family law? Tsunade rolled his eyes and smiled. Good guy. I'm going straight to the good guy. Chiba was taken aback and grinned. During these 2 days, Chiba took everyone to play in the hot spring town for a few days. And the essential thing every day is to soak in hot springs. What kind of Mandarin duck bath or something? Chiba also often takes Tsunade to soak. And these 2 days, Kakuzu and Hidan also exchanged 500,000 taels of money from the gold exchange. This solved their problem for me. A week later, after checking out of the room, Chiba led everyone to prepare to leave from the hot spring town. On the road at the gate of the town, Kakuzu, Hidan. We've been neighbors for a week. We are going to travel to the country of water next. Don't know the same way? Chiba looked at Kakuzu and Hidan in front of him with a smile on his face. Kakuzu and Hidan looked at each other. During this week, they also got to know Chiba and his party. A traveler on a journey. It's not bad to have a company. Hidan was the first to set an example. Okay. Kakuzu nodded indifferently. Anyway, it doesn't have much impact on my mission. Ha ha ha. So good. Chiba laughed. Then with Uchiha Madara and his group, Hidan and Kakuzu. They left the hot spring town together. The configuration of this line, hey, it's amazing. Top ninja bosses take Kakuzu and Hidan on a trip together. Chiba gave this trip a name. As long as the goal is the same, even enemies can also be friends on the same road. 187 Tobirama. Hasty. This is a love hotel, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Within the next week, Chiba and Kakuzu went to the land of water together. However, Chiba is headed in the direction of downtown. Kakuzu and Hidan, on the other hand, are moving to remote places. Therefore, after they arrived in the country of water, they parted ways. Chiba, let's stay here today. At this time, Tsunade was standing in front of a luxury hotel, looking at Chiba with a smile. Yeah. Chiba nodded. Anyway, there is plenty of money, so the hotel I chose is also the most luxurious one in the current market. How many guests, how many rooms are available? After walking in, the store owner immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Tsunade gritted his silver teeth lightly and glanced behind him. At this moment, Chiba was also looking at Tsunade with a smile on his face. Tsunade snorted softly. Boss, open 3 large rooms. It must be the top room in your hotel. Okay. The store owner's face immediately beamed with joy when he heard this. I'll show you the room. After saying 447, the shop owner brought Chiba and his party to the back of the hotel. All of them are luxury hotels. There are also a lot of things equipped. Moreover, breakfast, lunch and dinner are served by dedicated staff. Not only that, the words of the top tenants, you can also enjoy the hot spring here for free. Behind the rockery in the backyard, the hotel also has a huge hot spring hall. Chiba looked at the environment here and nodded slightly. It's more grand than the previous hot spring town. Of course. Tsunade walked to the edge of the balcony on the second floor. Looking far away, he could already see Shuiying village not far away. This is the nearest large market town to Huaying village. So, of course the things here are better than that hot spring town. Chiba nodded, the reason for choosing this market town. Naturally, it was because this market town was close to Huaying village. In this way, it is also convenient for Chiba's actions. After all, what he did when he came here this time. It's about capturing 3 tails, it's not even a catch. Find a mascot. Next door, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in a luxury hotel for 2. Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama share a room. The distribution is also very appropriate. Dinner here is served by professionals, after dinner time. Chiba and Tsunade had a wonderful dinner together. Tut tut. In such a big hotel, there is only 1 bedroom. Only then did Chiba realize that it was in such a large luxurious room. There was only 1 big bedroom. On my own side, there is no problem. But, Uchiha Madara and their side. A small smile appeared on Chiba's face. Harm. Never mind them. Advertisement. Tsunade. Chiba grinned. What? Tsunade was slightly taken aback. Gah. At the same time, in the room on the other side, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara looked at the only bedroom in front of them. Both of them stayed. Ah Madara, how about we squeeze? Senju Hashirama extended the invitation. Climb for me. Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief. He squinted at Senju Hashirama. Starting today, you sleep in the living room for me. No. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. Sleep in the living room. If Boss Chiba finds out, then how embarrassing yourself. Then either I'll go find Tobirama, I'll switch with him. Uchiha Madara narrowed her eyes and said, that's even more unnecessary, Senju Hashirama said immediately. There was no hesitation at all. Then you can sleep on the sofa in the living room. Uchiha Madara smiled. Then in Senju Hashirama's envious eyes, go to the only bedroom. Senju Hashirama had a bitter face, so he had no choice but to come to the living room. He lowered his head and looked at the sofa in front of him. He sat down. Well, this sofa is not bad, after all, it's a big hotel. Senju Hashirama comforted himself. Immediately, he lay on his side, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. In the room of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna, the 2 of them were also staring at each other blankly. Only 1 bedroom. Mistake, I said how come we entered this hotel? Everyone around us is looking at us strangely. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama slapped himself on the forehead. Looking at him, he seemed a little annoyed. What's the matter, ma? Uchiha Izuna looked at Senju Tobirama curiously. I was patronizing Tsunade to find a hotel. Senju Tobirama took a deep breath. His eyes slowly fell on Uchiha Izuna. Actually, the hotel we live in now is Love Hotel. Ah? Uchiha Izuna heard this, and his whole face quickly turned red. After a while, it was already on top. Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows and said expressionlessly. Izuna, why are you blushing? I just, Uchiha Izuna hastily turned her back. He has never touched this kind of thing. Advertisement. Therefore, it is inevitable that some are over the top. Huh. Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, it's getting late. It is estimated that my elder brother and your elder brother have both fallen asleep. Let's rest early, too. After Senju Tobirama finished speaking, he walked into the only bedroom on his own. We still have work to do tomorrow morning. According to the boss, Three Tails seems to be in a wild state now. In this way, it will be even more difficult for us to find. Senju Tobirama's voice grew further and further away. Uchiha Izuna saw him occupying the only bedroom. There was only a bitter smile on his face. Just as he turned around to go to the living room, Senju Tobirama's voice came again. Izuna, come in and sleep. It's getting late. Huh? Uchiha Izuna was startled when he heard this. Ah, what? Senju Tobirama seemed to notice it too. What I just said seems to be misunderstood by Uchiha Izuna. So, he coughed hastily again. Ahem, I mean, each of us sleeps on the other. Yeah. Uchiha Izuna nodded, turned around and entered the bedroom. At this time, the night was quiet, everyone fell into dreamland. However, today's night watchman, it must be Chiba and Tsunade. There are 3 poles in the sun. Chiba opened his eyes in a daze. I didn't sleep much last night, and almost the distant sky turned pale. The 2 of them fell asleep leisurely, however, Chiba also found a small problem. That's what Tsunade seemed to be doing with the Pikau technique yesterday. Is it your own reason? Chiba scratched his head, shouldn't he? Yeah, Teb. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly. Patted Tsunade beside him. 2.3, Tsunade, answer me a question, Chiba chuckled. Tsunade woke up slowly. What? Sack of autumn beans, I can't take it anymore. Where are you going? Chiba stretched out his right hand and tapped Tsunade's forehead. Then why? Tsunade sat up, also curious. Help you regain your youth. A smile appeared on Chiba's face. Youth? Tsunade was slightly taken aback, with anticipation in his eyes. How does this recover? I just researched it, and I haven't done experiments on living humans yet, Chiba said truthfully. F*K off. You used my old lady as a human experiment? Tsunade roared when he heard this. Do you still want to regain your youth? Chiba asked with squinted eyes. Think. Tsunade stared at Chiba angrily, and finally spit out a word. Then just listen to me. Chiba pinched Tsunade's cheek. Next, I'm going to show off the operation. 188 Sure enough. This is the correct usage of the system. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Tsunade was sitting in front of Chiba. At this time, Chiba waved his hands. A contract suddenly appeared in his hand. Come on, fill it in. Chiba handed the contract to Tsunade. After Tsunade took it, he lit up. Recruitment documents for undead tavern staff. Tsunade read it out, and asked curiously. What does it mean? Just to let you join my undead tavern, Chiba smiled. Then become my regular employee, then, it's when I show off the operation, just write it quickly. Do you still want to regain your youth? Think about it. Tsunade nodded immediately. Who doesn't want it? Any girl can't refuse this, okay. But rejuvenate. How is this possible? Especially Tsunade, she doesn't believe in these things even more. After all, she herself is the top medical ninja in the ninja world. So, Tsunade knows too, there is simply no way to restore youth in this world. However, the one who says that has this ability is Chiba. Then, a little expectation rose in Tsunade's heart. What if it's true? After all, 25, he is so far, very mysterious Chiba. He can revive even the dead, so, it should be easy to restore youth, right? Thinking of this, Tsunade began to breathe a little more quickly. Don't be dumbfounded. Hurry up and write. Chiba tapped Tsunade's forehead lightly. Huh? Oh, I wrote. Tsunade quickly lowered his head. Then start filling out the contract. Name, Tsunade, gender. Height, 163.1 centimeters, weight, 48.9 kilogram, measurements. Tsunade looked up at Chiba who was smiling. She gritted her teeth and said, Chiba. If you can't help my old lady regain her youth. My old lady ate you alive. Chiba nodded irresistibly. Eat me. I don't know who eats whom. 10 minutes later, Tsunade filled in all his information. Then, he handed the document in his hand to Chiba. Chiba opened it and looked. The more you look, the more surprised. The more you look, the more shocked. Whoa. Chiba swallowed hard. HMPH, Tsunade turned his head and hummed. Ahem. Chiba coughed and then angrily accepted the contract in his hand. In the next second, the contract suddenly turned into a white light and disappeared without a trace. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the recruitment of new employees. Ding. Reward. 100,000 gold coins. Ding. Host's current balance, 8.5 million gold coins. System. Call out the current status of Tsunade employees. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket employee profile close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket employee. Tsunade close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current status. Form of 5th Hokage's tenure period close black lens bracket. Change form. Chiba narrowed his eyes, sure enough. Exactly the same as I thought, as long as they're their own employees. Chiba can then modify their current state, like Uchiha Madara. When Chiba was summoned before, the choice is after opening Rinnegan. And the Uchiha Madara of the fused Hashirama cells. So, for now, as long as Tsunade is his own employee. Then you can modify her status at will. Ding, please host choose the form of employee, Tsunade. Option 1. Form of 5th Hokage's term of office, current status. Option 2. Konoha Sanin period form. Option 3. Just graduated genin form. Chiba was slightly taken aback, there is still a form of just graduated? However, Tsunade was only in his teens at that time, right? Choose number 2, Chiba said in his head. Ding! Do you want to spend 500,000 gold coins to modify the employee form? Chiba took a deep breath, he was already prepared. Money is the uncle, don't panic. Yes, Chiba chose yes. Ding! Selection complete. Ding! Current host employee. Tsunade, status, signing period. Ding! Host's current gold coin balance, 8 million pieces. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief, and at this time, Tsunade, who was sitting across from Chiba, suddenly burst out with traces of white light. 10 seconds later, a pretty and lively beauty is looking at her in disbelief. Stare at yourself. Really, this is the correct usage of the system. How does it feel? Chiba looked at Tsunade with a smile. At this time, Tsunade has returned to the state of the signing period. At most, he was in his 20s, pink cheeks and flawless skin. Coupled with that faintly moving meaning, and body changes. What a sinking fish and wild goose, closing the moon to shame the flowers. Chiba couldn't help but click his tongue, this is perfect. Now, she doesn't need to use her own Baihu technique to maintain body functions. Because, now she is in her youth, OMG, seriously. Tsunade is a medical ninja, in the short 10 seconds just now. She can clearly feel that the cells in her body have become younger. Rejuvenate, oh my god, looking at his fragile skin. Tsunade was really stunned, oh my god, advertisement. Chiba. Tsunade became incoherent for a moment. She didn't expect that Chiba really restored her youth. Chiba. I love you so much, Tsunade jumped at Chiba. Next door, Senju Hashirama and several people have already bumped into each other. Boss Chiba didn't open the door or open the window. I guess I overslept. Let's finish the task that the boss gave us yesterday. Senju Hashirama glanced at the closed door and window on Chiba's side and said helplessly. Alright. Senju Tobirama nodded. Afterwards, the four of them quickly left the hotel. Their task is to go to the edge of Wying village. Then take a look and see if you can find out about the tailed beast. If you really look for it in the vast mountains, grasslands, forests and valleys. It is estimated that it will take at least 1 or 2 months. Just when several people from Uchiha Madara were dispatched. In the foggy village, Mizukage's office room is brightly lit. Sitting behind the desk was a brown-haired woman. Master Mizukage, according to the observations of the past few days. 3 tails suddenly rioted. The ceiling class is desperately defending. 673, however, it can only last for a week at most. In front of her, Anbu from Wying village was speaking in a low voice. I see. Terumi Mei's brows seem to have never been lowered. With a light wave of his hand, Anbu from Wying village stood up and left. I don't know what happened, it was just a week ago. 3 tails suddenly rioted. In that area, it was called a world upside down. And Terumi Mei, the current 5th Mizukage, after getting the news for the first time. So they dispatched the most elite sealing team in Wying village to seal 3 tails. However, the sealing class can only last for a week temporarily. A week later, the 3 tails are still rioting. By then, 3 tails is afraid, it will follow the breath. Find Fog Shadow Village. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei gritted her silver teeth. If 3 tails really stormed to Wying village, so for Wying village. It must be a devastating blow. Wying village, I can't afford to be hurt. However, there is also a huge doubt in Terumi Mei's heart. The 3 tails have been silent at the bottom of the lake for several years. Why the sudden riot a week ago? Is there something pulling it? Terumi Mei thought for a while, but didn't have the slightest idea. At the same time, among the nearest market towns of Wying village, Chiba left the bedroom leisurely. This trouble went straight from daytime to dark. Come to the balcony outside. Chiba looked up at the starry sky. The corners of the mouth were slightly raised, with a smile on his face. This is a fairy day. 189 Tsunade. Just replace it with the same amount, isn't that all right? Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Not long. Tsunade also came out of the bedroom fully dressed. She also walked slowly towards the balcony. Chiba turned his head and looked at Tsunade, who was walking towards him slowly. He pursed his lips and smiled. How is it? How does it feel to regain your youth? HMPH. Tsunade gave Chiba an angry look. However, I don't want to say badly against my conscience. After all, this feeling of rejuvenation is simply the best. At the same time, Tsunade became more interested in Chiba. This man should be a god, right? He can do things Tsunade never dreamed of. Isn't this a god or what? Let's eat, we haven't eaten all day. Chiba stood up and walked in front of Tsunade. Without hesitation, he pulled up Tsunade's pair of white and flawless jade hands. I have to say, this state is awesome. Moreover, Chiba is also known through the system. State is maintained forever. That is to say, can't break it. Where are you going to reason? In the living room, Chiba notified the food delivery staff to arrange a sumptuous dinner. After all, exercise consumes a lot of energy in the body. After dinner, Senju Hashirama and his party also returned to the hotel. Chiba, we're back. Senju Hashirama walked into the house with everyone. How is it? Any news about 3 tails? Chiba stood up and asked with a smile. I have found a clue. Senju Tobirama took a step forward and nodded. Based on our observations, a group of Enbu ninjas from Snow Shadow Village are moving southeast today. Moreover, many of them carry sealed scrolls. So, these people should be going to seal Three Tails. After all, boss, you said before that Three Tails is now in a wild state. Yeah. Chiba took a deep breath. Well, we're not in a hurry anyway. There is not much news from Six Tails yet. Let's rest for 3 days first. In these 3 days, continue to observe the movements of Wying Village. 3 days later, we will act again. Alright. Senju Hashirama and his group nodded. Granddaughter, hiss. How do you feel? You seem to have become more beautiful. Senju Hashirama glanced casually at Tsunade, who was eating. Then he couldn't help being surprised. Senju Tobirama has also set his sights on his granddaughter. Really, I can really see that it has become more beautiful and cute. Facing the praise of his great-grandfather and second-grandfather. Tsunade also felt a little hot on his face. Isn't it good to be beautiful? Backquote. Tsunade glared at his grandpa and grandpa. Of course it's a good thing. Senju Hashirama laughed. Immediately, he left Chiba's room with the others. At this moment, Tsunade's heart was filled with joy. Are you full? Chiba looked at the leftovers on the table and grinned. This girl is really edible. Advertisement what I ordered by myself is the amount for 5 people. As a result, Chiba only ate 1.5 people. And Tsunade has eaten 3.5 people. 7, 8. Tsunade patted his belly lightly. Then she burped beautifully. Is it still 7 or 8 or 8? I'm afraid it's almost the same. Chiba raised an eyebrow. Okay, don't sit still. Haven't you heard a word? Walking 100 steps after dinner, I can just sleep overnight. Standing up, Chiba walked to Tsunade's side, and the gentleman stretched out his right hand. It's obviously 100 steps after a meal, so you can live to 99, right? Tsunade gave Chiba a soft look. He raised his right hand and placed it in Chiba's palm. 99 is too far away, what I said is more practical. Chiba's mouth twitched into a slight smile. Let's go, I'll show you the moon. Chiba pulled up Tsunade. The two came to the rooftop on the top floor. There's a huge rocking chair on the roof. Therefore, there is no problem at all with 2 people lying down. Plus when Chiba chose this house, it is the highest one selected. Only he can see below. Those below and around him cannot see him. That way, it will be easier to do things. Admiring the moon? Tsunade looked at Chiba, who was pulling him dubiously. Do you need a quilt to watch the moon? Do you need to lock the door to the balcony to watch the moon? In the next 3 days, Chiba and Tsunade are reclusive. As for the news about Three Tails, I'll let Senju Hashirama and the others investigate. At this time, Senju Tobirama found Chiba, boss. The ins and outs of the matter are almost clear. Senju Tobirama said quickly. Three Tails, for unknown reasons, started rioting 10 days ago. That's why Wying Village attaches so much importance to it. But these sealing techniques are no match for our Konoha's sealing techniques. Plus Three Tails is now Jinchuriki free. For at most 3 more days, Three Tails will definitely go berserk. Tail beasts are haters, so Three Tails will surely enter the village of fog and shadows. At that time, it's time for our Konoha village to recover Wying Village. Speaking of the latter, Senju Tobirama also became excited. Low key, you're on top again. Chiba patted Senju Tobirama's shoulder. Boss, I am thinking of Konoha, Senju Tobirama said very seriously. Stop it. Chiba shrugged. I didn't say I was from Konoha's side. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Not from Konoha. But, all of us belong to Konoha? Moreover, as Hokage, Tsunade belongs to Konoha too. Chiba. Tsunade pouted after hearing Chiba's words. Say, Konoha village is not yours. She rushed in front of Chiba aggressively. Advertisement. Chiba was slightly taken aback. Don't bring such a thing. A broken Konoha village, not mine. Chiba shook his head. Say, is Konoha village yours? Tsunade began to approach. No. Chiba took 2 steps back. Wow, I'm so p***d off. You're like that. Why doesn't Konoha village belong to you? Tsunade gritted his teeth and looked up at Chiba angrily. Domestic violence, Chiba coughed lightly. At this moment, Tsunade was clenching his fists. Cough. Oh, by the way, Madara, I heard that a ramen restaurant has opened above the small town. Come on, let's try the taste. See if it's different from our Konoha. Senju Hashirama suddenly slapped his head, then smiled and looked at Uchiha Madara beside him. Okay. Uchiha Madara nodded. The two left here quickly. Izuna, let's try that new ramen restaurant too. Senju Tobirama said quickly. Uchiha Izuna also sensed the subtlety of the atmosphere. Right now. Run away. Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Tobirama pulled up Uchiha Izuna in the next second. Then, after a flash of white light, the two disappeared without a trace. Chiba was slightly taken aback. Nima, don't take you like this? Run after poking the basket? Really exciting, Chiba? Old lady, I am all yours. You still said Konoha is not yours. After Tsunade saw his grandfather and they left, immediately pinching his waist with both hands, he stared at Chiba with an angry face. Ahem, it can't be calculated like that. Chiba scratched his head. I ask you, am I the 5th Hokage of Konoha village? Tsunade snorted softly and asked. Yes. Chiba nodded earnestly. Then Konoha village belongs to Hokage? Tsunade asked again. Yes. Chiba nodded again. Am I yours then? Tsunade blinked. Chiba swallowed his saliva. What a gift. Dare you say it yourself? Besides, why would you say no? It's mine, Chiba said truthfully. That's it. Tsunade clapped his hands together and stared at Chiba with a smile. Look, Konoha village is Hokage's, I'm Hokage, and I'm yours. Substitute the same amount, isn't it that Konoha village is yours? Facing Tsunade's words, Chiba was speechless. This kind of equivalent substitution has been calculated for myself. What else can I say? Well, Konoha village is mine. In desperation, Chiba finally compromised. Shocked, the fifth Hokage is desperate, giving the village to a tavern keeper. Behind all this, is the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality? Or the fifth Hokage, in order to buy alcohol on credit, do whatever it takes. All in all, sending the village himself, such an outrageous thing, was staged so dramatically. What is it called every day? 190 Madara. I played complete body Susanoo. Hashirama turned on true several thousand hands, and we pushed across directly. Ask for all Wawa monthly tickets. So, for Konoha village, you have to do your part. Tsunade waved his fist lightly. If you don't work hard, someone will beat your chest with a small fist. Who? Chiba took a deep breath and then let it out slowly. Raising his hands, he quickly grasped Tsunade's fists waving in the air. I've been working hard, did I put in less effort these days? You're bad, Tsunade gave Chiba a light glance. Men are not bad and women don't love, Chiba said seriously. The next day, Senju Hashirama found Chiba, Boss Chiba, about Konoha village and Wying village. Senju Hashirama asked aloud. After all, he still wanted Chiba to help Konoha in his heart. Relax. I'll handle this matter. Chiba gave Senju Hashirama a reassuring smile. Actually, Konoha village is corrupt. That's all because of the high-level Konoha. Not to mention selfishness, but also cowardly and incompetent. Since Chiba intends to turn Konoha into a bag, then it is necessary to integrate Konoha. However, Chiba didn't pay attention to those so-called Konoha high-level officials at all. Even thinking of them, Tien Yi felt a drop in price. I am no longer at the same level as them. Turn the whole Konoha village into my backyard? Chiba stroked his chin slightly. Not a bad idea. Okay. That's it. Anyway, in this line, Tsunade also intends to use the identity of 5th Hokage. Come and go to various ninja villages for peace talks. Tsunade participated in the Second Ninja War. She deeply knows that ninja war is cruel. And she is Hokage now, so she will find a way to stop all wars. Turn all enemies into allies. In this way, can war be avoided as much as possible? This is Tsunade's idea. Chiba naturally knew what she was thinking. In the evening, Tsunade also talked a lot in Chiba's ear. Good. The next step. Overthrow the 5 great nations. After Chiba thought for a while, he stood up abruptly. One shot on the table. Yuan Yun ambition. Ding. Trigger the mission. Mission code. Visit the 5 major countries. Task requirements. As Hokage, visit the 5 major countries and complete the alliance of major countries. Note 1. Do not use force to solve the problem. Note 2. The other party must be willing to agree to the alliance. Advertisement. Note 3. Gold coins are cumulatively superimposed according to the opponent's degree of conviction. Initial reward gold coins. 5 million. Complete the alliance of one nation. Reward 1 chance to summon the undead. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly. Good guy, the task is arranged for me now? As Hokage, travel across the 5 great countries. Then complete the 5 nations league. The 5 great kingdoms are naturally the Kingdom of Fire, the Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Water, the Kingdom of Earth, and the Kingdom of Thunder. Hokage? Chiba clicked his tongue. After going around for a long time, I still haven't lost the title of Hokage. But, system quests just allow yourself to complete quests as Hokage. It would be nice if the task was completed and returned to Tsunade. It's just a temporary sign, to overthrow the 5 major countries? At this time, Senju Hashirama and everyone surrounded him. I mean, the alliance of 5 powers, Chiba smiled. Ha ha ha, Boss Chiba. You should have done this long ago. Senju Hashirama also had a smile on his face. Okay, we are collecting the news for the last day, and we will start to act tomorrow, Chiba said. Good. Senju Hashirama nodded quickly. Then he left here with Uchiha Madara and his group. Tsunade. Chiba tilted his head and yelled. Tsunade came over and said, what's the matter? Use your Hokage title, Chiba said. Lend my Hokage title. Tsunade pursed his lips, then his eyes lit up. So you're willing to be Hokage's man? I have achieved this achievement, Chiba said with a half smile. Tsunade froze for a moment, didn't quite understand what Chiba meant, but she said with a smile. Okay, let's start again. You are Hokage of Konoha village. 6th Hokage at Konoha village, he. Chiba shrugged. Tsunade, don't get excited. I'm just a temporary agent, after helping you complete the 5 boudoir alliances. You keep being your Hokage, I keep being my tavern keeper. You do Hokage during the day, and I'll be a Hokage man at night. Let's not interfere with each other. Tsunade blinked, and immediately his cheeks flushed red. She already understood the meaning of this sentence. CFAB. Yeah, Chiba, before you, well you. Tsunade stared at Chiba angrily and shyly. Seeing Tsunade looking like he wanted to eat himself, Chiba immediately said with a straight face. Tsunade. Where do you want to go? Thinking wrong, how else to do Hokage? HMPH. Tsunade folded his hands on his chest and snorted angrily. Anyway, you're Hokage now, advertisement, Master Hokage. Hokage Saha, Hokage. Ding, congratulations to host for becoming the agent Hokage. Ding. Progress of visiting the 5 major countries, 1/5. Completed. Nation of Fire Hokage. Unfinished. Mizukage, Land of Water, Reikage, Land of Thunder, Kazekage, Land of Wind, Tsuchikage, Land of Earth. Ding. 5th Hokage has completed the alliance with host. Ding. Cumulative superposition reward gold coins. 1 million, up to 1 million gold coins, linked to the degree of confidence. After Chiba heard the system's prompt tone, the corners of Chiba's mouth raised slightly. Convincing. Well, Tsunade is directly capped at 1 million? Although this guy bickers with himself every day. However, the body is very honest. A day later, Senju Hashirama also returned to the hotel with some information. Boss, there are 2 more days. 3 Tails is bound to riot. Also, I've detected where 3 Tails is. You can go to the 3 Tails location whenever and wherever you want, the boss. Senju Tobirama said in a deep voice. Okay, Chiba smiled slightly. This is our bargaining chip, as the saying goes, it's better to come early than coincidentally. Chiba is quite confident in this regard. The task requirement is that I cannot put pressure on Mizukage and the others. However, that doesn't mean he can't put pressure on the tailed beast, right? Hey, the mission of the country of water has been solved so easily. Chiba sighed helplessly. Can't you give yourself some tough challenges? Then what do we do next? After Senju Tobirama saw Chiba showing a determined look. He immediately said with a murderous look on his face. Tobirama, calm down. Chiba patted Senju Tobirama on the shoulder. This guy's hostility is too heavy. Chiba sometimes wonders if the original Senju Tobirama is not dead. Instead, continue to succeed the words of second Hokage. With Senju Tobirama's temperament, it is estimated that he detonated the Third Ninja War. So what instructions do we have next? Let me tell you, Uchiha Madara also came over. I'll open Perfect Body Susan directly, and then ask Hashirama to open True Several Thousand Hands on the top of Buddha. Our 2 brothers directly swept the entire Wying village, how exciting is it? Is that so, Hashirama? Uchiha Madara touched Senju Hashirama beside him. Ahem. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. What, is True Several Thousand Hands too bullying? That's good, you let them have both hands, is it okay? Uchiha Madara thought for a while and said. Senju Hashirama grinned slightly when he heard the words and murmured. I gave them 2 hands with True Several Thousand Hands, then I have 998. Isn't this still bullying? 191 Kurama. I will take you to find your little brother tomorrow, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. If you bully, isn't that how we do things? Uchiha Madara tilted his head, looked at Senju Hashirama and said. Madara, Loki, Senju Hashirama opened his mouth and said. Okay. At this moment, Chiba waved his hand and smiled. You don't need to participate in this operation. Enjoy life in this bustling market town. I can do it alone. Tsunade jumped out first, staring at Chiba. He said quickly. Chiba, how about I go with you? No need. Chiba smiled slightly. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. You can rest in peace in the hotel. Okay. Seeing Chiba insisting, Tsunade couldn't say anything. Then you must be careful. Chiba looked himself up and down, then smiled faintly. Tsunade, do you think there is anyone in this ninja world who can hurt me? It should. Not anymore. Tsunade thought about it carefully, then shook his head and said. Don't worry, I'll take 9 tails this time. Chiba walked to Uchiha Izuna's side. Then he patted his ninja bag. Within a few seconds, a fox head emerged from the ninja bag. Ah, my uncle is taking a nap. Who dares to knock on my head? With a quong, Chiba tapped 9 Tails' head with his hands without hesitation. Hey, 9 Tails suddenly yelled in pain. Who is it? Which one is inconspicuous? Cough cough cough. Immortal, it turned out to be you. Is there anything you want from me? These days, 9 Tails is hanging out with Uchiha Izuna every day. After all, among these people, only Uchiha Izuna is the most amiable person. Everyone else, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are childhood shadows of 9 Tails. And Senju Tobirama is very boring. As for Tsunade, he is too busy. In the end, 9 Tails had to choose Uchiha Izuna. Nothing. Take you to meet your brother. Chiba squatted down with a smile, then looked at 9 Tails and said. My brother? Kurama was slightly taken aback, and scratched his head with the fox paw. Didn't your 6 Pads father give birth to you according to the size of the tail? Chiba chuckled. You are 9 Tails, it must be the biggest. So, from 1 tail to 8 tails, all are your brother. Advertisement, I see. Kurama nodded. Okay, come to my room to gather at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll take you to meet your brother, Chiba said. Yeah, Kurama nodded. This matter is so settled. Early the next morning, Chiba left the hotel with Kurama. At this time, Kurama was lying on top of Chiba's head like this. Kurama, let me tell you, you're on top of my head, I don't object. However, if you dare to P***s or something, I don't mind killing you directly. Chiba felt Kurama twitching above his head, immediately said with a serious face. Relax. My uncle is a tailed beast. You don't need to pee like you humans do. Kurama, lying on top of Chiba's head, rolled his eyeballs. Say something. Chiba suddenly narrowed his eyes and asked. Kurama, are you a man or woman? Oh, you can't ask that. Are you male or female? I don't know. Kurama was slightly taken aback. It should be genderless. You're the first to ask me that. Is there no gender? Chiba nodded. I have already started thinking in my mind, is there any way to transform Kurama? Boss. I sensed Isofu. Suddenly, Kurama was over Chiba's left shoulder. Pointing to the southeast direction with the paw. Chiba jumped and came to the top of a huge skytree. Looking far away, I saw a continuous valley, and Chiba also unleashes his own chakra perception. A few seconds later, he also noticed that violent energy. It can't be wrong, it's 3 tails. Chiba smiled and nodded. But at the same time, he also sensed another team. All of this team are ninjas who have learned the sealing technique. Right now, these ninjas are teaming up to seal the rioting 3 tails. Chiba narrowed his eyes and smiled leisurely, move in that direction without haste. At the same time, advertisement in a huge valley about 80 kilometers away from Wying village. There is a huge lake with no bottom, it's just that the water in the lake is churning crazily at this time. Mizukage-sama, if it goes on like this, we really can't suppress the runaway tail beast. Anbu from Wying village quickly came to Terumi Mei's side. Then he said loudly, if you can't stand it, you have to stand it, Terumi Mei shouted coquettishly. At the same time, in her pair of emerald green eyes, there was a hint of bitterness. Wying village has really been full of disasters these years. First came the death of 4th Mizukage Yugura, followed by the 7 ninja swordsmen. The implementation of the Place of Blood Mist has made life even more difficult for the villagers of Wying. And the defection of Anbu's elite Hoshigaki Kisame. Anbu, who still has potential, defected from the village even if he was not killed. There are also many families with blood succession boundaries, but they are also slowly disappearing. The current Wying village is basically empty, there is not much high-end combat power at all. The strongest may be Terumi Mei, who has the limit of double blood successors. And 3 tails has been in the wild all these years. 6 tails Jinchuriki returns to the mountains and forests. Terumi Mei felt that she couldn't hold on any longer. Roar. Just when she was absent-minded, 3 tails Jifu in the lake suddenly revealed his huge head. Then, 3 tails raised his head and roared. All the creatures around the entire mountain range fled in panic. Sealing technique. Terumi Mei roared. Leading the rest of the sealing class members, started a new round of sealing. At the same time, the 3 tails uprising was also felt on Chiba's side. Kurama, your brother has a temper. Chibarua touched the 9 tails above his shoulders. It's probably itchy skin, just give him a good beating. Kurama wagged his tail. Back then, I beat up this big turtle a lot. However, its tortoise shell is really thick, so it doesn't matter how you beat it. Okay, it's your turn to play. Chiba narrowed his eyes and said. Okay, boss, after I finish playing 3 tails, is there any reward? Kurama rubbed his paws excitedly, then asked cautiously. 2 bottles of vodka, Chiba said. Good, deal, Kurama replied excitedly. Immediately, the Japanese and the fox quickly headed towards the valley. 192 Terumi Mei in the rain, this bridge is too familiar, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. In the valley, Terumi Mei and his group are completely unable to stop the 3 tails who broke the seal. At this time, 3 tails Jifu had already entered a state of berserk. Rolling wildly in the lake, and it rained heavily around the valley. Roar. At this point 3 tails rushed straight out of the lake. It fell heavily on the ground next to it, run away. Terumi Mei said loudly, quickly let the ninjas of these sealed classes escape from here. And she stood firmly in place. The hands have already started to seal. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. After Terumi Mei completed the seal, a huge water dragon appeared in front of her. After the water dragon appeared, it roared and charged towards 3 tails. However, such a powerful ninjutsu is for 3 tails. That is painless and itchy, however, it can play a very good role in anger. Roar. 3 tails looked down at Terumi Mei, who was close at hand. It's angry. Then he roared towards Terumi's, 193. Terumi Mei also began to evacuate. Her purpose is simple, to guide 3 tails away from the direction of Mist Shadow Village. At the same time, on a big tree in the distance, Chiba stared blankly at this scene. Immediately, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Chiba couldn't help complaining. What a scene where a hero saves the beauty. Kurama, on, give me a hard beat 3 tails. Ah, Kurama on the shoulder suddenly yelled, out for so long. Kurama has always been a tiny one. Right now, I finally have the opportunity to show my talents. Kick your feet hard. Kurama suddenly jumped out from Chiba's shoulder. Kurama's body also began to swell. It directly expanded from a few kilograms to hundreds of tons. A huge 9 tails suddenly appeared in the valley. Roar, Kurama roared. This voice immediately quieted Three Tails, who was running amok. At this time, Terumi Mei also got a chance, then he fled quickly for a long distance. Kurama. Three Tails looked at Nine Tails, who was not far away from him, and said in shock. Little brother, you are quite courageous, why run away? Kurama looked down at Three Tails. Can you control it? Three Tails was not afraid of Nine Tails either. At this moment, Kurama recalled what Chiba had just said to him. Then he said with a serious face, in the words of my boss. Advertisement, that's what you are, dry, damn, not round at all. Dish it. After Nine Tails finished speaking, he immediately started the beating mode. As the strongest Nine Tails among the tailed beasts, it is easy to beat Three Tails. Bang bang bang, boom boom boom, crackling. It's sputtering. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the battle over there is so intense. Good, Kurama, well done, yes, uppercut, beautiful. Use the method I taught you to kill it. Chiba sat on the trunk of a big tree, watched the battle in the distance and grinned. At this time, under the trunk, Terumi Mei also fled here just now. She squatted directly on the ground, her hands resting on the ground. Big mouthfuls of fresh air, because the lake water is splashing in the whole valley. At this moment, Terumi Mei's body was already muddy. The one who knows is Mizukage, but the one who doesn't know is because he came here to escape. Terumi Mei also heard the movement above. She raised her head, looking through the rain. She saw a figure above the trunk, and the battle in the distance was also received by Terumi Mei. That is, Nine Tails. Terumi Mei staggered to her feet. Holding a big tree with his right hand, he saw Nine Tails fighting. She was stunned. Nine Tails, isn't that what Konoha village has? Moreover, it seems to have been sealed in Jinchuriki's body, right? How could he appear in his own village of fog and shadows? Call out at this moment, Chiba took a leap and jumped down from the tree trunk. Then he started to look Terumi Mei up and down. Similarly, Terumi Mei was also looking at the black-clothed youth in front of her with vigilance. The appearance is very handsome, but I don't know if it is an enemy or a friend. Mizukage in the rain. Chiba suddenly discovered that Terumi Mei in the rain has a different kind of intention. Can you hold on? Chiba laughed. Terumi Mei opened her mouth, with bitterness in her eyes. She had been strengthening the seal for 2 consecutive days before. Right now, there is not much chakra left in the body. Even, as soon as Terumi Mei relaxes, she will definitely fall into a deep sleep. However, she dared not relax. Mizukage, you can rest assured. Chiba shook his head and smiled. This guy is quite defensive. I'm Hokage, by coincidence, I came to Wying village and wanted to chat with you. And then, I ran into this one. As for Three Tails, don't worry, I'll help you out. Advertisement, as for you, rest in peace. Forcibly gathering chakra, people will die. Chiba sensed chakra in Terumi Mei's body, shook his head and said. Hokage? Terumi Mei exclaimed slightly, but the surprise was the surprise, she quickly calmed down again. Then, what about your Hokage robe and Hokage? Chiba spread his hands and said helplessly. I said I haven't had time to order, do you believe me? Although Terumi Mei didn't speak, but her eyes had already told Chiba the answer. I believe you, ghost, you are bad, handsome boy is bad. Kurama, stop hitting me, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. At this time, the voice of Three Tails begging for mercy came. Kurama is the name you can call too. Kurama waved his fist. A direct dunk, it hit Three Tails on the head, Nine Tails. Brother Nine. Boom. Master Ju, well, just barely. Kurama just nodded, then he pointed to the valley beside him. Give me over there and squat obediently, then wait for my elder brother to speak. Three Tails Jifu obediently climbed to the side valley. Master Ju, can I lie on my stomach? I can't squat. You can lie on your stomach. Kurama nodded. Master Ju, who is your elder brother? Three Tails asked curiously again. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Kurama once again rewarded Three Tails with a dunk. Yes. Three Tails looked aggrieved. I had no choice but to lie obediently on the spot, motionless. At this time, the llama stretched his body slightly. Then walked out towards Chiba. Every step I take, the earth shakes and the mountains shake. Terumi Mei's center of gravity was unstable, and she fell to sit on the muddy grass again. Get smaller for me. Qian 2.8 Yi rolled his eyes and said with a grin. Hee. Kurama smiled sheepishly, then in Terumi Mei's eyes there were beyond shock. Slowly, they turned into little Nine Tails weighing only a few kilograms at most. Then, Kurama squatted on Chiba's shoulders. Boss, Three Tails has been taken care of by me. I let it wait for your lecture in the valley over there. Chiba nodded, very good. After speaking, Chiba waved his hand, and 2 bottles of vodka appeared in Nine Tails' arms. Nine Tails was immediately happy, jumped to the side of the tree trunk, began to taste wine. Chiba smiled and walked in front of Terumi Mei. Now, do you believe me? Terumi Mei raised her head slowly, although her soft cheeks were full of exhaustion. However, those green eyes were full of inconceivable. Before she had time to say anything, she only felt the power in her body begin to drain rapidly. In the next second, his eyes went dark, and he passed out. 193 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, angry and grateful, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Chiba clicked his tongue, looking at Terumi Mei lying in the grass. Well, this guy is fine, he just lay down on the ground. Just don't ask anything, the rest, I'll come by yourself? I'm not coolly scratching his head, there's no way. I can't give it directly to others. Terumi Mei is still here, right? After all, he is also Mizukage of Wying Village. Because the battle between 9 Tails and 3 Tails has stopped. Therefore, the surrounding rainwater is also slowly reduced. Eventually disappear. Chiba came to Terumi Mei. A princess hugged him directly. Then came to the edge of the lake on one side. This Terumi Mei's body is covered in mud. All gray. There is no way, wash it. After washing her, Chiba built a fire. Then the clothes were taken to the wooden rack and baked. It was so busy until the second half of the night. That's it. Chiba is not the stingy type either, made a house in wood style. Then put Terumi Mei in the room. Then, he was sitting at the door, grilling the fish he just caught. As for Kurama, he ran to 3 Tails and fell asleep on top of 3 Tails' head for 25 minutes. 3 Tails lay quietly in the valley, not daring to move. Even breathing slowed down. You know, there's a master on top of your head. In case if one's own breathing is heavy, 9 Tails beat himself up again, where can he justify himself? Crack, sounded. The wooden door behind Chiba opened a gap. Then, one eye was secretly looking at Chiba sitting at the door. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth when she saw Chiba. Wrapped in a quilt, she now wished she could eat the man who saved her life. Hello. Terumi Mei opened the wooden door and poked her head out. Oh, are you awake? Chiba cocked his head and smiled. The firelight reflected on Chiba's face, making him look extremely handsome. Where's my clothes? Terumi Mei blushed, stared and asked. Yeah. Chiba shook his head helplessly. He picked the fire in front of him and said. As Mizukage, I was rescued by others, and the first thing I said when I woke up was not thank you. This makes me very disappointed. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush out and beat Chiba. Thank you. Where are my clothes? Terumi Mei suppressed the anger in her heart, and then said quickly. Can this also be called thanks? Chiba shook his head helplessly together. Hey, what do you want? Terumi Mei's small fists were clenched and rattled. Advertisement, I'm not called hello, I have a name. Chiba grinned. Then what's your name? Terumi Mei asked. Big sister, do you have to give your name first before asking someone else's name? Chiba said with a smile. Who? Terumi Mei took a deep breath and then said slowly. My name is Terumi Mei, and I am the 5th Mizukage of Wying Village. 3 Tails thing, I thank you very much, it's kind of like that. Chiba nodded. I am Hokage, agent of 5th Hokage. Well, agency means temporary. Maybe one day I won't do that. My name is Chiba, you can call me Hai if you don't mind. After Chiba finished speaking, he looked at Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei, 5th Mizukage, during his mission to visit the 5 countries. She is an important condition for her to complete the task. So, if you can scare me now, you must scare me, otherwise, she involuntarily agreed to the alliance. Not to mention that you can't complete the task yourself, your confidence will be much less. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a joke? Chiba, Terumi Mei pouted. Well, can I have my clothes now? Oh, your clothes. Chiba nodded. It's hanging on that tree trunk over there. It's dry and ready to wear. Terumi Mei followed Chiba's finger and saw her own Mizukage robe. And, all underwear. Chiba, what's wrong? Chiba tilted his head. It's okay. Terumi Mei was angry though, but, no matter what, he was saved by him. Moreover, the entire Fuying village was saved by him. If it weren't for him, perhaps Wying village would have been devastated by now. But, isn't this guy too annoying? For a time, 2 kinds of contradictions filled Terumi Mei's brain. On the one hand, there's indescribable gratitude, and on the other hand, there's gnashing of teeth with anger. Then would you like to help me bring in my clothes? Terumi Mei could only choose to give in at the moment. Come out and get it yourself. Chiba smiled, but, she's shy, Terumi Mei said lightly. For a moment, the tone changed. Good guy. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched violently. Really, woman? They all know how to do this, okay, I'll get it for you. Chiba took a deep breath and smiled. Only then did Terumi Mei feel relieved. If the other party insists on letting her take it by herself. There is nothing she can do about it. You can't. Don't care about anything, right? Open the door wider. How can I put clothes in such a small gap? Advertisement after Chiba brought all the clothes over. Looking behind the wooden door with only a small gap open. He was immediately speechless. After speaking, Terumi Mei widened the door gap a little. Now, it was Chiba's turn to be speechless, really are. Why are you stammering? I've seen everything I should have seen last night. That's it. I'll give you 88 points at most, out of 100 points. I can't give you the remaining 12 points. Chiba muttered to himself. This made Terumi mad behind the wooden door. However, no matter how crazy you are, Terumi Mei didn't dare to make any moves. Snort. You wait for my wife, wait until I get dressed. Going out is your end. Chiba returned to the fire. 193 continued to grill the fish, 10 minutes later. Bang dang. The wooden door behind him was opened by Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei approached Chiba aggressively, before she could speak. Chiba directly raised his right hand, put a grilled piece of fish in front of Terumi Mei's nose. All of a sudden, the alluring fish scent wafted out. Smell it and see if it smells good, Chiba said with a smile while tilting his head. Terumi Mei wanted to say something though, but this alluring fragrance is between his nostrils. She sniffed her nose lightly. For a time, the fragrance filled the whole brain. Smell. Terumi Mei swallowed. He stared at the fish in Chiba's right hand without blinking. Open your mouth. Chiba continued. Ah. Terumi Mei didn't think too much about it. My stomach is already rumbling. Encountering such delicious food, she can't care about anything else. A mouthful of spicy and creamy fish meat entered the mouth. Terumi Mei's eyes lit up immediately. Oh my god. What a fairy taste. Isn't it delicious? She swears that she has never eaten such delicious fish in her life. This is obviously a very common river fish. How can it be so delicious? One bite of fish meat is not satisfying at all. Cough cough. M's Terumi Mei, can you give me my hand? Give me back? 194 9 tails. 3 tails, how dare you mess with Chiba? Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Hand. Terumi Mei opened her eyes slightly. Immediately, he opened his mouth immediately. Chiba's right hand was relieved. Good guy, this woman doesn't even look at food? Thanks to my strong fingers, otherwise you will suffer. At this point, Terumi Mei didn't know what to do. God, I just actually, but are his fingers dirty? Thinking of this, Terumi Mei's complexion changed. Relax. Chiba saw what Terumi Mei was thinking, my hands are all sanitized. Then, he pointed aside, sit down and eat some fish. Ordinary people can't taste such delicious food. Chiba's words are true, this is a high-end barbecue seasoning. So the grilled fish has a natural taste that is extremely delicious. Terumi swallowed her saliva. If you haven't eaten that piece of fish before, perhaps she can hold back, but now, she only feels that her appetite is wide open. Also, I am very hungry, it's been almost a day and a half without eating. Terumi Mei doesn't care that much anymore. Sitting directly next to Chiba, then picked up a grilled fish. Started to eat. Wow, it's so delicious, oh my god. Chiba, your technique is too powerful. After Terumi Mei finished eating a fish, she said this. And, while talking, I didn't forget to pick up another grilled fish. Chiba grinned, Russia's technique is naturally incomparable. Let you try it another day. Huh? Terumi Mei froze for a moment, you teach me? If you have a chance, you can try it, Chiba smiled. Terumi Mei nodded and continued eating the grilled fish. After eating, the sky began to brighten up. Let's go. Take you to lecture 3 tails. Chiba stood up and said. After hearing Chiba's words, Terumi Mei couldn't express her rejection. They had no choice but to stand up together and then quietly followed behind Chiba. Chiba, are you really Hokage's agent? Terumi Mei asked after thinking about it. Yes, Chiba nodded. Then why did you come to Wying Village? Terumi Mei asked curiously. I want to seek cooperation between the 2 countries of your alliance and promote the friendship between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water. Then strengthen the trade between our 2 countries and strengthen the economies of the Fire Nation and the Water Nation. Chiba thought for a while and said, cooperate with our water country? Terumi Mei looked at Chiba in disbelief. Real or fake? The real can't be fake, and the fake can't be real, Chiba laughed. Advertisement. Okay, watch 3 tails. After finishing speaking, the 2 speeded up and came to 3 tails. 3 tails Rocky Fu. Appearance as a huge turtle. It does look a little unsatisfactory, 3 tails. Will you be my mascot? Chiba cut to the chase. Said his purpose. What, mere human? How dare you let me be your mascot? Hearing this, 3 tails went berserk, it is angry. This is simply not treating it as a human being, correct it. Not as my mascot, it's Konoha, the mascot of the tavern I opened. Chiba smiled slightly. Ah, human, I'm going to kill you. 3 tails is furious. It secretly glanced at 9 tails lying on the tree trunk not far away. 9 tails didn't speak? Does that mean I can make a fuss? Apparently, 9 tails doesn't care about 3 tails at all. Kill Chiba. Little brother, how dare you? Now, you are afraid to be gone. 9 tails couldn't help but sigh. He took a sip of vodka, then poured out some alcohol from the bottle. Brother Jifu, have a good journey. At this moment, 3 tails supported his body and stood up. Chiba. Let 9 tails do it. Terumi Mei instinctively hid behind Chiba. Then she stepped straight forward and pulled out Chiba's left hand. Said anxiously. Run away 3 tails. Even the power of Terumi Mei in its heyday. I dare not say that it can be defeated, harmful. That's it. Chiba tilted his head, looking at the anxious Terumi Mei. Don't say it, it's pretty. Chiba, what time is this? Hurry up and let 9 tails do it. Seeing Chiba with a calm face, Terumi Mei suddenly lost her composure. Chiba smiled casually, stretched out his right hand and tapped on Terumi Mei's head. Back up a little bit, I'm going to start pretending. Hearing this, Terumi Mei blushed slightly. Why is this man so dishonest? However, just when she wanted to continue to say something, Chiba has turned his back, watching 3 tails angry at him. Chiba's eyes began to change. Advertisement a second later, it turned into a purple Rinnegan. Eye of the Immortal? After 3 tails sensed Rinnegan? The whole turtle was dumbfounded. Chiba slowly raised his right hand. Grin. 9 tails had a blast yesterday, it's my turn today. Shenluo Tianzheng. Then, a terrifyingly powerful repulsion directly hit Three Tails. The entire Three Tails flew out straight upside down. The huge body slammed into the cliff of the valley. At this time, for the Shenluo Tianzheng released by Chiba. And that's just the beginning. The huge body of Three Tails didn't stop when it hit the cliff. Instead, continued to rush towards the depths of the cliff. Boom. After 2 full minutes, only then did Three Tails barely shed its stamina. At this time, in front of Yi and Terumi Mei, it was originally in the mountains of a cliff. Suddenly, a huge gap appeared. The depth of the entire gap is at least 700 or 800 meters. The Three Tails are directly embedded in the cliff. Chiba froze. Terumi Mei was also stunned. Chiba was stunned because he just used very little force just now. Unexpectedly, there would be such a powerful destructive power. It seems that I still have to keep a low profile in the future. This is going to be the best at Konoha village, not to mention full strength, 1%, no, 15%. It is estimated that only 1/5 of the power is needed to raise Konoha to the ground. Where does it need to gather the power of 6 pain like Tiandao pain to complete that kind of destruction? And Terumi Mei is because of Chiba's strength. This guy is pervert. Yes. What kind of trouble are you going to make with this fairy-like power? Oh, right. Did he say before that he is acting as Hokage? Then talk to yourself about the cooperation between the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Water? Please, this absolutely overwhelming force, still need to talk? Wouldn't it be good to just accept Mizukage? Wait, I seem to be Mizukage. Terumi Mei shook her head hastily. The thoughts in the bag were thrown out. The idea is horrible. At this time, Chiba closed Rinnegan. It is estimated that Three Tails should be quiet now. Then he tilted his head, looked at the shocked Terumi Mei, and smiled. Go see Three Tails. Immediately, no matter whether Terumi agrees or not. Chiba took her hand directly, and walked slowly towards the huge cave he had just opened up in front of him. 195 in the Fairy Tavern, there is also the Old Man of 6 Paths, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Inside the cave, Chiba has brought Terumi Mei to the front of Three Tails. Immortal, don't come here. Three Tails just came to his senses. Then he saw Chiba walking towards him. Suddenly, its huge body began to tremble. Don't come here. Chiba couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Okay, stop yelling. I didn't come to kill you. If I want to kill you, you never got a chance to talk. Faced with Chiba's words, Three Tails expressed his conviction. Just that hand. Three Tails can also be seen. The man in front of him didn't give his best at all. Don't say you are doing your best. Three Tails estimated that the estimated 1% had not been spent. It's impossible to tell, immortal. I have something to tell you. Three Tails Ya Fuan lay quietly in front of Chiba. The sound is lowered a lot. It is really afraid that its voice is too loud. Then it became the reason for the immortal to beat himself up. Is such that, and me, the proprietor of a tavern. No, we need a few mascots in the tavern. Kurama is already one of my mascots. So, you have to come too. Chiba smiled and stated his purpose. Mascot. Three Tails was slightly taken aback. Qian Yi nodded. This, Three Tails began to hesitate. And at this time, Lama Yin also ran over bouncingly. Then squatted on Chiba's shoulders. Just be content with yourself. An immortal can easily crush you to death. Letting you come to the immortal's tavern is to honor you. Kurama waved his paw and looked at Three Tails with disdain. Also, little Three. Kurama suddenly thought of something and said with a smile. Inside the fairy's tavern, an old man 6 paths. What? After hearing the last sentence, Three Tails suddenly lost his composure. Immediately stood up, and suddenly there was another shaking in the cave. Chiba supported Terumi Mei beside him, and grinned. Don 6 Paths is here? It's not right, isn't old 6 Paths dead? Advertisement. Thinking of this, Three Tails' eyes were full of confusion. If you die, you can't be resurrected, Kurama said very casually. We die and we all rise again. Why can't the old man of 6 Paths be resurrected after he dies? Three Tails suddenly realized. Yes, Master Ju, you are right. CFAI. Facing the dialogue between 9 Tails and 3 Tails. What Terumi Mei heard was a cloud, however, there was one message she understood. That is, Chiba in front of you, want to take 3 Tails? How can this be? 3 Tails belongs to our Wying village. Chiba. Terumi Mei said softly. What's wrong? Chiba turned around and stared into Terumi Mei's eyes. 3 Tails is from our Mist Shadow village. Terumi Mei's voice is really pitiful. If it weren't for Chiba's 5 senses were strengthened. He still can't guarantee that he can hear what Terumi Mei said. 3 Tails belong to your Wying village. Chiba smiled, nodded and said. Ah, now, it was Terumi Mei's turn to be shocked. She raised her head, eyes full of disbelief, but... Didn't you just say that you were going to bring 3 Tails to your tavern? Terumi Mei became puzzled. Yeah, Chiba nodded again. Then we still have to take 3 Tails away. Terumi Mei bit her lip lightly. His eyes began to become a little resentful. She can't beat Chiba. Terumi Mei is well aware of this point, so, Chiba does something. She couldn't stop it either. You may not know the methods of our immortals. At this time, Lama Yin turned his head. Grin. We immortals can directly turn tailed beasts into small-tailed beasts. Then the main body has no loss at all. However, the tailed beast must have the Jinchuriki seal. What Kurama said has been very straightforward, as long as the tailed beast is sealed by Jinchuriki. Chiba can use the previous method, transmog 3 tails. Just like Kurama herself. Need to find someone to be a 3 tails Jinchuriki. A trace of struggle flashed across Terumi Mei's face. Jinchuriki, that is a great responsibility, or I'll make this Jinchuriki. Advertisement then, a determined look flashed across Terumi Mei's cheek. You do Jinchuriki? Chiba was slightly surprised. Is this Terumi Mei willing to dedicate herself? I'll make this Jinchuriki? Terumi Mei's gaze was extremely firm. She looked at Chiba and bowed deeply to Chiba. Chiba, please. Ding. Trigger the selection task. Option 1. Let Terumi Mei do 3 tails Jinchuriki and continue to complete the task. Reward: 100,000 gold coins. Option 2. Don't let Terumi Mei do 3 tails Jinchuriki, take 3 tails away, and complete the task. Reward: 100,000 gold coins. Option 3. Use the power of Super 6 Paths to forcibly transform into 3 tails, and leave the body in Wying Village. Reward: 10 gold coins. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly. Look at the 3 options in front of you. This should be how to choose to maximize their own interests. Look around. Only the 3rd option is the most reasonable. Head up. Chiba smiled slightly, looking at Terumi Mei in front of her. After hearing Chiba's words, Terumi Mei slowly raised her head. Promise me one thing sincerely, and I can help you solve the 3 tails problem. How? Chiba narrowed his eyes and smiled. Huh? Terumi Mei collected herself, then nodded. YF. Sign this alliance agreement. Chiba took out an agreement from his arms. This is an agreement between the Nation of Fire and the Nation of Water Alliance. Chiba had already been drawn up before, right now it can be used directly. Terumi Mei took it over. After looking at it for a while, he directly signed his name on it. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. Why? The mission of the Kingdom of Water has been completed so easily. Chiba, I've finished writing. Terumi Mei let out a sigh of relief, and returned the agreement in her hand to Chiba. Yeah. Chiba nodded. For the sake of your sincerity, then I will suffer more. Then, under Terumi Mei's unbelievable gaze, Chiba raised his right hand, and slowly used the power of 6 paths in his body. 10 seconds later, strands of strong chakra suddenly burst out from the huge 3 tails. Chakra slowly condensed in front of Chiba. Eventually, a palm-sized 3 tails was formed. At first glance, it looks like a little turtle. Afterwards, Chiba threw the little turtle directly into his ninja bag. XD. It's that simple. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing choice 3. Reward: 100,000 gold coins. Host's current gold coin balance: 9.1 million, 196 Kurama. Little San. Let me introduce you to these big guys. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Is that all right? In the cave, Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes were filled with this inconceivable expression. What else? Chiba smiled slightly, then he pointed to the 3 tails behind him. I've spoken to 3 tails, honestly squatting in this lake. In the future, I promise not to go berserk again. I won't attack Wying Village either. After Terumi Mei listened to Chiba's words, cheeks filled with excitement. Chiba, I really don't know how to thank you enough. Oh, what a big deal. Chiba smiled casually. Just come to Konoha Village to find me often in the future. Terumi Mei heard the words and then nodded heavily. At the same time, her cheeks also turned red. Chiba scratched his head. Match? Why does your face turn red while chatting? Looks like you didn't do anything, did you? Afterwards, Chiba and Terumi Mei left the cave, and the 3 tails behind him also obediently returned to the huge lake before. Then sank to the bottom of the lake. Terumi Mei. You go back first. In a few days, I will take 5th Hokage to Wying Village to find you. At that time, we will discuss matters related to the alliance. Chiba looked at Terumi Mei beside him and then smiled lightly. Yeah. Terumi Mei pursed her lips and nodded. Then, approaching Chiba, after leaving a word in Chiba's ear. He left here with a blushing face. At this moment, Kurama couldn't help curling his lips. It was just 2 of us, and we were still whispering. It's as if my uncle can't hear it, isn't it the thing? Kurama climbed onto Chiba's head again. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. Comments about Terumi Mei. Chiba also feels that this big girl has something in her words. When I am free, I will definitely go to Konoha Village to find you. At that time, I will thank you very much. These are the 2 sentences left by Terumi Mei. Chiba sighed helplessly. Then with Kurama and the little 3 tails in the ninja bag. Quickly left here, among the bustling market towns. Chiba went back inside the luxury hotel. Chiba, how are you? Is 3 tails done yet? After seeing Chiba, Tsunade walked over quickly. Hey. Chiba got out of the ninja bag. Take the 3 tails out. Then put it on the table. All of a sudden, all the people gathered around the table. Advertisement: is this turtle really 3 tails? Senju Hashirama was the first to speak. Of course. Chiba nodded. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like it. Senju Hashirama scratched his head, then touched the shell with his fingers. The next second, 3 tails revealed his head, and the tail of the tailed beast stretched out. "Ah, what's the matter? Who are you guys?" Before Three Tails could react, he looked at the strange face in front of him. It quickly questioned. At this moment, Lama-in jumped off Chiba's body. Came to the table. "Little San, come on, your ninth master will explain these four big brothers to you." Kurama chuckled, then pointed at Senju Hashirama with his paw. His name is Senju Hashirama, the reincarnation of the second son of the old man of 6 paths. With the strongest wood style, I was once sealed by his palm. Hiss. Three Tails gasped. This is Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Senju Tobirama. The forbidden technique played all over the body is called a master. And also time and space ninjutsu if you messed with him that day. Maybe in the next second, you won't know where you are. Kurama threatened. Hiss. Can't be provoked, can't be provoked. Three Tails hurriedly shook his head. This one is Uchiha Madara, possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, he also opened the wheel eye. Lama Chu continued. Hiss. I can't provoke you even more, and his Odobi, Uchiha Izuna, is also a werewolf who has activated Mangekyo. Seeing Three Tails' frightened look, Kurama immediately said cheerfully. Three Tails, just shut up. I'm not Three Tails, I'm a turtle. I'm not Three Tails, I'm a turtle. At the same time, it is also silently saying in its heart. Okay, Kurama. Chiba also smiled helplessly. Three Tails, as long as you are honest and obedient. Wait back in my tavern. I'll take you to eat delicious food and drink spicy food. Thank you, immortal. Three Tails dared to speak. Don't be a fairy, you'll be a part of my tavern from now on. Chiba waved his hand. Just call me boss. Yes, boss, Three Tails said immediately. After dinner, everyone went to rest. At this point, only Chiba and Tsunade are left in the room. By the way, Tsunade. I came across 5th Mizukage on my way to find Three Tails. Then, Chiba quickly described the process of the cut version. You mean to say, Mizukage, she has promised to lie with Konoha? Seeking Flowers Zero advertisement. Tsunade covered his mouth with both hands and said in surprise. Yes. Chiba nodded with a smile, I told her too. In a few days, I'll be taking our 5th Hokage from Konoha village to talk to her about specific alliances. After Chiba finished speaking, he took out the signed document in his arms. Tsunade took a look, and after a while his face was full of smiles. Well, I can't tell, Chiba, your hands-on ability is very strong. Of course. Chiba smiled confidently. Don't even look at who I am. Also, I haven't been here for the past 2 days, did you miss me? In no mood. That is impossible, naughty, you must be punished. Snort. Time flies, a week has passed. Anyway, Chiba is not in such a hurry to leave the country of water. Zero after all, there's still 6 tails not done yet. I used the identity of Pen to give Kakuzu the communication scroll before. Notify yourself whenever there's news from 6 tails. It's been 2 weeks now, still nothing, however, Chiba is not in too much of a hurry. Anyway, I have plenty of time. The next day, early morning. Chiba and Tsunade have already set off towards Kirigage village. Today I also plan to take Tsunade to complete the final meeting with Mizukage. The journey from the market town to Wying village only takes 2 hours. But because there are only Chiba and Tsunade in this line. Therefore, the time has been extended a lot. 2 hours journey, abruptly arrived at dark. Are you Hokage from Konoha village? At night, the sky is already full of stars. The gate of Wying village. Chiba and Tsunade just appeared here. After seeing Tsunade and Chiba at the gate of Wying village, Ninja suddenly exclaimed. Yeah. Tsunade nodded, because at this time Tsunade has already put on the Hokage robe. In addition, after Terumi Mei returned to Wying village a week ago, she ordered Hokage to visit Wying village. Mizukage-sama has arranged a place to live. I'll take you there. The ninja of Wying village said respectfully. Well, lead the way. Tsunade nodded again. Afterwards, together with Chiba, they followed the ninja into the Mist Shadow village. 197 Tsunade and Terumi Mei, Shira Field has opened, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Snow Shadow village. At this time, Chiba and Tsunade have come to the residence that Mizukage prepared for them. This is even a little more luxurious than the hotel where Chiba and the others lived before. After all, this place is dedicated to receiving envoys from other countries or high-level officials. Take a rest, and we'll go to Mizukage tomorrow morning. Chiba came into the house and said with a smile. Okay. Tsunade nodded obediently. After a night of rest, early the next morning, Chiba took Tsunade to the Mizukage office building. And just after coming in, Chiba has already seen Mizukage Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei has also been waiting here for a long time. The meeting conversation was perfect. The two sides once again signed a lot of alliance contracts. For example, the future development as well as the old cooperative houses. Collaboration. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the May 37 inches visit to the 5 major countries, 2/5. Ding. Reward. 1 million gold coins plus cumulative gold coins for Mizukage's confidence, 1 million. Ding. Host's current gold coin balance, 11.1 million. Chiba was slightly taken aback, looking at the standing in front of the desk. Terumi Mei is looking at her with a faint smile. Is this 100% convincing? It seems that our charm is still great, Ding, congratulations to host for completing the Tail Beast mascot, Free Tails collection task. Ding. Reward. 3 million gold coins. Ding, host's current gold coin balance, 14.1 million. In Chiba's mind, the notification sound came again. And there was a faint smile on his face. 2/3 of the journey to the Kingdom of Water has been completed. There is only 1/6 tails left, so I can complete the trip to the Land of Water. 5th Hokage, since you have all come to Wying Village. Then, as Mizukage, I must also have the obligation to receive you. Why don't you stay in Wying Village and I'll show you around for a while. Terumi Mei's face was full of smiles, and her eyes, intentionally or not, stayed on Chiba. Tsunade is a woman, and has since regained her youth. She also became more sensitive. Seeing Mizukage's inviting gesture, she smiled and said, "It's still not necessary. We'll trouble you, Mizukage, if we stay here. We'll be leaving Fog Shadow Village soon." Advertisement. After speaking, she took Chiba's right hand, looking at Terumi Mei with a smile on her face. It seems to want to declare sovereignty. Seeing this, Terumi Mei smiled lightly. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect. Master Chiba solved the crisis of 3 tails for us in Wying Village. As Mizukage of Wying Village, I must thank you very much." "Oh." Tsunade frowned slightly and asked, "Then I don't know, how is Mizukage-sama going to thank you?" "Well, I haven't thought about it yet," Terumi Mei said with a smile. "So, as long as I think about it, Hokage-sama and Chiba-sama will live here." Tsunade and Terumi Mei, you started talking with each other. At this time, Chiba keenly smelled the smell of gunpowder. Shira Field? Is this the legendary Shira Field? Chiba feels a little tricky. "Master Chiba, what do you think?" Terumi Mei asked lightly. "Good guy. Waterma direct good guy." The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched violently. At this time, Tsunade also put his hands on his waist and looked at Chiba. The meaning of the two women is already very clear. Let Chiba decide whether to go or stay. Chiba took a deep breath. "Smile lightly. Hokage and I appreciate Master Mizukage's kindness. However, we do still have some things to do in the Country of Water for a while. However, both Tsunade and I have booked a hotel before. So don't bother Mizukage." These words are ambiguous. Chiba and Tsunade really want to stay in the Land of Water. After all, the news from 6 Tails hasn't arrived yet. There is also no news from the 2 Tool Men, Kakuzu and Hidan. Therefore, during this period of time, everyone in Chiba will still stay in the Land of Water. However, it is not staying in Wying Village. Instead, go back to the luxury hotel where you lived before. If this is the case, neither of us should be mistaken, right? After the two women heard Chiba's words, they also left. Afterwards, Tsunade took Chiba and quickly left the Mizukage office building. Snort. On the streets of Wying Village, Tsunade held Chiba's arm tightly. Advertisement as for the different gazes cast by the passers-by round. Tsunade completely ignored it. "What's the matter? Jealous?" Chiba tilted his head, looked at Tsunade, and then whispered in her ear. "I didn't." Tsunade gritted his teeth. He raised his head and said angrily. Still said no. Chiba reached out his left hand and tapped Tsunade's face. You're almost writing jealousy on your face." HMPH. Tsunade turned his head and hummed softly. "Chiba, let me ask you a question. You have to tell me without thinking. Must be fast. You ask." Chiba nodded. He also wants to see, what does this Tsunade girl want to ask? Is Terumi Mei beautiful or am I beautiful? Tsunade stopped, stood in front of Chiba, raised his head, and asked quickly. "You're beautiful," Chiba said quickly, without the slightest hesitation. "Is Terumi Mei cute or me?" Tsunade continued. "You're cute." Chiba still didn't pause. HMPH, that's about the same. Tsunade looked into Chiba's deep eyes. Only then did a smile appear on his face, and he snorted softly. "Okay, you have passed the test." "You didn't lie to me, did you?" Tsunade asked suspiciously. "Absolutely not." Chiba said very seriously. "One thing to say, Tsunade, who has recovered to his 20s, is really better than Terumi Mei. Okay, let's hurry back to the hotel." Tsunade took Chiba's arm again, grinning. "Yeah." Chiba nodded. 3.3 Immediately, the two left Wying Village together. Meanwhile, Mizukage office building. "Have you found the most luxurious hotel in the nearby market town?" Terumi Mei looked at the Anbu ninja in front of her and asked aloud. "Master Mizukage, it's been found. There are 2 market towns closest to Wying Village. There are luxury hotels of the same specification in both market towns." Wying Village Anbu ninja quickly put the materials he just brought on the desk. "Well, you go down." Terumi Mei nodded. "Yes, Master Mizukage." The Anbu ninja of Wying Village left here. At this moment, Terumi Mei let out a sigh of relief. "Lean back on the chair behind you," he murmured lazily. "Master Chiba, run away after teasing. I'm afraid it won't work." 198 Indra. When you come back, you can dance anytime, anywhere, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Among the bustling market towns, Chiba has returned here with Tsunade. Back to the familiar hotel again. Relax your body well. After dinner, Chiba and Tsunade went back to their rooms. "Chiba, I've always been curious. How did you chat with my grandpa?" Tsunade snuggled into Chiba's arms and asked curiously. "We can complete the conversation through a chat group." Chiba had a slight smile on his face, then he raised his right hand and waved lightly. Suddenly, a huge transparent interface appeared in front of Chiba. Of course, Chiba also gave Tsunade the right to observe. Well, Tsunade exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. What's this? So amazing, for Tsunade, she has never seen such a magical thing. You can understand it as a screen, but it's just virtual. Chiba smiled and said, and, only you can see it. My god. This is amazing. Tsunade stared at the virtual screen in front of him without blinking. Chiba, can I use it at 25? Then, Tsunade's big watery eyes looked at Chiba. Of course. Chiba grinned. System, pull Tsunade into the Tavern chat group. Ding. Do you want to pull the employee, Tsunade, into the Tavern chat group? Yes. Ding. Tsunade has been successfully pulled into the chat group. Open black lens bracket Tavern chat group, close black lens bracket reminder message. The group owner, Chiba, invited Tsunade to join the chat group. Chiba. At Tsunade. This is our chat group. At this time, Tsunade, who was sitting next to Chiba, also had a transparent chat interface in front of her. My god, it really is. Tsunade opened his mouth in surprise. Come on, I'll teach you. Chiba smiled. For the next 2 hours, Chiba personally led Tsunade to teach. And Tsunade also learned how to operate the chat interface at the last moment. Tsunade wiped the sweat off his forehead and gave Chiba a white look. Snort. Open black lens bracket Tavern chat group, close black lens bracket Tsunade. Grandpa? Afterwards, Tsunade tentatively sent out a message. Senju Hashirama. Tsunade, you came in too. Tsunade. Well, I let Chiba pull me in. Uchiha Madara. Tisk tisk, isn't only the dead can come in? Chiba. Ahem, as long as it is an employee in this tavern, I can pull them in. Uchiha Madara. I see. Chiba. At all members, Otsutsuki foursome, is there anything unusual in the tavern recently? Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Don't worry, boss, there is no problem with me sitting in the tavern. Advertisement Otsutsuki Hamura, my brother is right. Seeing this, Chiba also smiled. That's right, these are the Sage of Six Paths duo. Indra. The sales of the tavern are getting higher and higher, and I have expanded the size of the tavern. Indra. In the past, the tavern could only accommodate 30 people at most, but now it has 60. Uchiha Madara. Indra. Yes, are all my music equipment okay? Indra. No problem, everything is well maintained. When you come back, you can dance anytime, anywhere. Uchiha Madara. Ha ha ha, that's good, that's good. Everyone chatted for a while. Basically, everything in the tavern is developing normally. Chiba. At bye, shall bye, do you miss me? Bye. Oh, asterisk, carrot, asterisk, Q, think about it. Chiba. What about the others? Bye. Well, they're all by my side, especially Sister Shion. She said that if you don't come back, she will go find you. Chiba. Ahem. If I have time, I'd better go back and see you first. Bye. PWQ, The chat is over. Chiba couldn't help but click his tongue. I'm not afraid of my sister stealing, but I'm afraid of my sister thinking about it. Yuyan. Tsunade pinched Chiba's arm. Ahem, what, the weather is very nice today, look at how blue the sky is, and how white the clouds are. Chiba coughed twice, then looked at the window and said. It's 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. It's pitch black outside, you can see a ghost. Tsunade gave Chiba an angry look. Hey, I don't know if it's a ghost or not, but ah. Chiba chuckled, there is a female ghost. Next, Chiba took a rest at the hotel. Rested for 2 days. On the third day, early in the morning. When the sky just dawned, Chiba felt the fluctuation of the space-time scroll. Finally feedback, quickly spread out the space-time scroll. Then, Chiba performed the reverse summoning technique. Give summoning the space scrolls on Kakuzu and Hidan. At this moment, everyone gathered around. My lord, at the location marked on the map below, Hidan and I found the trail of Six Tails Jinchuriki. Below the scroll is a map. On the map, there is a huge valley. At one point in the valley, it is marked with a red circle. Needless to say, this is where Six Tails Jinchuriki is located. Come to live. Chiba stretched himself. Brother Mo, we are going to collect Six Tails as our next mascot. Yeah, everyone nodded. Anyway, this business is just for fun. Collecting tailed beasts to turn into mascots is just a small part of the itinerary. So good. Advertisement, everyone get ready. We're leaving early tomorrow morning. Chiba waved his hand and said, and everyone nodded in unison. The next day, early in the morning, everyone is all ready to go. It's just that when Chiba and his party just left this market town. Met 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei. Mizukage, why are you here? Chiba asked curiously. Terumi Mei slowly moved in front of Chiba, then he tilted his head and said with a smile. Isn't this, I just met by chance, HMPH, I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. Before Chiba could speak. Tsunade on the side snorted coldly. Mizukage-sama, you go back. Chiba and I are leaving here too. Master Hokage, don't be so anxious. Terumi Mei pursed her lips and smiled. I haven't fulfilled my promise with Chiba-sama. Huh? Tsunade's eyes suddenly became dangerous. What agreement? She asked quickly. Master Hokage, This is an agreement between me and Master Chiba, please don't talk nonsense. Terumi Mei narrowed her eyes and said. Then, Tsunade quickly shifted his gaze to Chiba. Chiba swallowed. Shira Field, come again. This Nima still makes people alive. Ahem, there is no agreement, that is, after completing the alliance. If you are free, come to our tavern to do it, do? Tsunade asked sharply. Ahem, sit down. Chiba said hastily. Tsunade pouted and gave Chiba a supercilious look. Are you Mizukage? At this moment, Uchiha Madara came over. Yes. Terumi Mei looked at Uchiha Madara, feeling an unprecedented pressure in an instant. Do you know this place? Uchiha Madara took out the map, pointed to the place marked on it, and asked. I know. Terumi Mei said cautiously. Uchiha Madara nodded and walked over to Chiba's side. Boss, why don't we let Mizukage lead the way directly, so we can save trouble and time? Alright. Chiba nodded with a smile. This scene seems normal. But in Terumi Mei's heart, a monstrous wave has already set off. Although, she doesn't know Uchiha Madara, but that majestic pressure is not fake. But even such a powerful person still has to ask Chiba for instructions. Oh my god. Who the hell is Chiba-sama? 199 in the jungle, the flustered girl fled in a hurry. Firefly. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. At this time, Chiba also felt that Uchiha Madara's proposal was good. After all, this is Mizukage's territory anyway. If Mizukage leads the way, then my own line of work will be much easier. Chiba walked up to Terumi Mei, smiled and said, Mizukage-sama, do you know if you are free these days? We want to go to this place. After speaking, Chiba held the map in front of Terumi Mei. Then he pointed to the place marked above. Well, no problem. Terumi Mei thought for a while, then smiled. Okay. Chiba nodded. Afterwards, everyone set off in a mighty manner. However, there is one person who tastes better. That is Tsunade, who has been claiming sovereignty along the way. Everyone was walking in the dense forest. Tsunade, I'm just going to the toilet. There's no need for you to keep up. Chiba scratched his head, looking at Tsunade, who was following closely behind him. He sighed helplessly and said, HMPH. Tsunade snorted softly, curled his lips and said. Obviously we can find that place by ourselves. Why do you have to bring Mizukage? As a Hokage, not enough for me? Tsunade stared and said angrily. Chiba was speechless. Tsunade, I'm not the type to say that to anyone who posts it, well. I will only be with what I like, so use what you want. Chiba spread his arms and said, who knows? Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. The implication is that Chiba likes herself. Okay, I'll go to the bathroom and I'll be right back. Go back to the team and wait for me. No, I'm going too. Tsunade grabbed Chiba's arm hastily. Chiba's head suddenly became as big as a bucket. Ever since Tsunade got younger, it always feels like the mentality has changed. It was a little calmer before, now, it's getting more and more willful. Are you really going? Chiba narrowed his eyes and grinned. If you really want to follow, then I won't stop you either. It's just backquote. Chiba couldn't help sighing, it only took 2 minutes to solve the matter. I'm afraid, after you go, it will take half an hour at the fastest. How? Are you still following? Chiba tilted his head, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. HMPH, stinky rascal, Tsunade gave Chiba a glance. Then trotted away. If it's just the two of them. Then Tsunade must go. However, large forces are waiting on the main road. If you keep everyone waiting too long, advertisement. Would not it be? Chiba grinned when he saw Tsunade running away. Little girl, I can't cure you, my lord. Hey hey. A few minutes later, the large force set sail again. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara lead the charge. Walk at the forefront of the troops. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna were at the rear of the troop. Two people are responsible for the aftermath. To the left of Chiba is Terumi Mei, and to the right is Tsunade. There is a 3 tails lying on the left shoulder. There is a 9 tails squatting over the right shoulder. This configuration is simply invincible. No, this configuration is already invincible. Near this area, there is also a very small ninja village. It seems to be a family of soil spiders. Terumi Mei looked at the map in her hand and then explained. Soil spiders? Chiba was slightly taken aback. This is very familiar. AB. 6 tails Jinchuriki is like a bubble blower. What's the name? Yugo. It's still bubble. Forget it. Let's call him Yu Gao, at least, it looks like a personal name. Chiba closed his eyes, trying to wake up the memory of 6 tails. Yu Gao seems to have an apprentice named Ying Lai. It looks pretty good, however, that is the timeline in the original book. Now, at least a year earlier, the soil spider family. It was gone 10 years ago. It seems to be divided into 2 factions. One side is to choose to live in seclusion in the forest. And the other faction chose to be in Mount Gechung. I don't know much about other news. Terumi Mei thought for a while, then said. Chiba nodded upon hearing this, it should be right. 6 tails Jinchuriki appears in this attachment. Then I met Firefly after saving Firefly. Firefly fell in love with Yu Gao, and asked Yu Gao to be her teacher. Can't go wrong, however, Chiba can't remember the specific time period. Well, Chiba couldn't help but sigh, although the specific things, I don't remember very clearly. But, Jia Ying looks really good, I just don't know if I can see this amazing girl in my line of work. A. The large army has arrived at the entrance of the forest near Mount Katsuragi. Advertisement. And now, even standing at the entrance of the forest, you can see the huge Katsuragi mountain castle in the distance. Chiba narrowed his eyes. Now Six Tails was not caught by pain. Moreover, Six Tails Jinchuriki should be on the run now. Terumi Mei, you ghost village is almost cold. Still thinking about hunting down Six Tails Jinchuriki? Chiba tilted his head, looked at Terumi Mei, and said. Terumi Mei smiled wryly upon hearing this. Master Chiba, that is the plan for the village of Blood Mist carried out by the previous 4th Mizuga Jigura. However, there are many other factors involved. In short, Anbu of Wying village is planning to let Six Tails Jinchuriki return to the village this time. Chiba smiled helplessly. Right now, let's take a step and see. Boss. There is movement. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara came to Chiba's side. Then he pointed in a direction to the north with his finger. The direction of about 80 or 90 kilometers. There seem to be a few weak chickens less than Jonin. It's moving in the direction of Mount Katsuragi Castle. Uchiha Madara said slowly. Aside, Terumi Mei suppressed the shock in her heart. 80 or 90 kilometers? Did you feel it so easily? Chiba narrowed her eyes and smiled slightly. Good. I gonna go see. You continue to move towards the castle on Mount Katsuragi. Uchiha Madara nodded. Chiandas, Chiba, be careful. Tsunade came over and said. How about I go with you? Tsunade, do you think someone can hurt me? Chiba smiled slightly. Okay, let's go first. I'll be right back. Yeah, Tsunade nodded. Then, in the next second, Chiba disappeared without a trace. When it appeared again, it was already 100 meters away. Flight. Chiba directly activates the power of flight. Flew towards the north. At the same time, toe in a jungle to the north. A girl in purple clothes is struggling to escape. Hey, I didn't expect to meet a guy with forbidden technique. Hurry up, guys. Catch that woman. She has the forbidden technique our boss wants. Yes. Behind the girl who fled in a hurry, there are more than a dozen passers-by in cannon fodder B, and a bandit D by the way. The hunt is still going on. 200 yin. I am not afraid of suffering, master, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. 10 minutes later, the light brown-haired girl has been hunted out of the jungle. Currently fleeing in the open grassland, bros. Come on, we're going to get that girl soon. The leader of the hunting team screamed. Why are we chasing her down? Suddenly a voice sounded behind him. Because she has the secret technique of the soil spider family that our boss needs. The leader said with a grin. Who is our leader? The voice asked again. F*K. I said, buddy, did you just join our team? Our boss is Bylong from the Earth Spider Clan. The only one who can cast the forbidden technique. The leader, Shoututu, raised his throat. I see. Chiba nodded. Who are you? The leader stared at the man who was galloping with his party, slightly dazed. Me. Just a passing hero. Chiba grinned. A punch hit the leader's abdomen without hesitation. Boom. Afterwards, the leader flew out at a speed faster than the light brown-haired girl. Finally, he fell heavily to the ground. The light brown-haired girl was startled and hurriedly avoided. At this point, the scene became somewhat quiet. Chiba shook his fist and smiled. Excuse me, who are you people in charge of? 910 confronted Chiba for questioning. The rest of the dozen or so young men were all stunned. Do not talk nonsense. Lousy in a hurry. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Chiba immediately said displeased. Ahem. The one who was hit by you just now is our manager. Among the dozen or so people, a thin man whispered. Chiba scratched his head. Does this kill them head to head? Ignore these people. Chiba came in front of the light brown-haired girl. He looked at her intently. Good guy, superb figure, just in time for a girl's youth. The whole body exudes a youthful atmosphere. The emerald green pupils were staring at him in fear. Light brown long hair with a touch of natural curls. Coupled with the light purple clothes showing a pair of white arms. Can't go wrong. Chiba's memory is also awakened. Advertisement. The young girl in front of me is Ying Ying. Are you okay? Chiba smiled slightly. Kaido. No, it's okay. Firefly took 2 quick breaths of fresh air. Now she is not sure whether the ridiculously handsome man in front of her is good or bad. Call out, be careful, Firefly suddenly said loudly. Because at this time, those little guys had sneaked around behind Chiba. Want to attack? One of the strong men threw the axe in his hand viciously. Chiba smiled slightly without looking back. Raise your right hand and wave back at will. Suddenly, a violent hurricane appeared here in an instant. After the wind appeared, it immediately became a wind blade. In the blink of an eye, all these ninjas have been strangled. One wave. These people are all dead. At this time, Hotaru's green pupils were full of shock and fear. Isn't this man too powerful? Hello, I advise you not to meddle in your own business. Boss Bylong is not. At this time, the leader who was punched by Chiba in the distance stood up slowly. After seeing that all his people were killed, he immediately looked at Chiba fiercely. However, he did not wait for him to finish speaking. Chiba performed a ninjutsu casually. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. With a wave of his hand, a huge water dragon appeared directly above the jungle. Then roared down, instantly killed that little leader. Be careful. Don't be hunted down again. After Chiba finished solving, he turned around and smiled slightly. Then he planned to leave here. Again this trick? In the distance, Senju Tobirama, squatting on a big tree, narrowed his eyes slightly. 10 minutes ago, he and Senju Hashirama came here. After all, Chiba's movement is too great. What's the trick again? Senju Hashirama turned his head curiously, looking at his younger brother. Playing hard to get, Chiba Tobirama took a deep breath. Our boss played a good strategy, sure enough, just after Chiba had just taken a few steps. CFBH. Ying behind her glanced at the jungle destroyed by the hurricane on the left. And the river bank destroyed by the water dragon on the right. As soon as she gritted her silver teeth, she rushed over directly. Both hands tightly hugged Chiba's feet. Advertisement. Grown-ups, please accept me as an apprentice. Chiba stopped walking, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Ding. Trigger the selection task. Option 1. Refuse to accept Ying as an apprentice, and leave Mount Katsuragi. Reward. 50,000 gold coins. Why? Option 2. Refuse to accept Ying as an apprentice, but help her escape from this catastrophe. Reward. 100,000 gold coins. Option 3. Willing to accept Ying as an apprentice, and help her solve the forbidden technique trouble. Reward. 150,000 gold coins. Chiba was slightly taken aback, looking at the 3 options in front of him. Let's not talk about what you choose, you know how to choose after looking at the money. I usually don't accept people as disciples easily, Chiba said lightly. My lord, I know, but, please, you are too strong, Hotaru bit her lip. Staring at Chiba with tears in his eyes, I really want to become stronger, my lord, just accept me. Ahem. Chiba coughed lightly, take you, or take you. This sentence seems to have 2 meanings, you don't even know who I am. How can you guarantee that I'm not a bad person? Chiba narrowed his eyes and asked. I feel that my lord is not a bad person. Ying was also stunned. Immediately, she thought for a while and said, at the same time, I silently added a sentence in my heart, where is such a handsome bad guy? Aren't all the bad guys the same as before, with bumpy looks? Chiba stared at the girl hugging her feet speechlessly. Okay, you get up first, Chiba said. Yeah, Firefly nodded. Then slowly stood up. Chiba lowered his head, looked at Hotaru who was only up to the height of his chest, and couldn't help smiling. The character is not tall, and the weight is not small. Ah, Hotaru raised her head, not understanding Chiba's meaning. If you want to be my disciple, it will be very hard, Chiba said seriously with a straight face. Besides, I have a very bad temper, if what the disciple does makes me dissatisfied. I know how to beat disciples, I'm not afraid, as long as I can become stronger, Ying gritted her teeth and said firmly. Okay. Seeing that his intimidation was unsuccessful, Chiba smiled. Well, I have some things to do here. If you complete the task I gave you within this period of time, then I will continue to consider teaching you. Ying raised her head, her eyes flickered, and a look of happiness appeared on her beautiful cheeks. So, master, are you willing to accept me as a disciple? It's an internship period, Chiba nodded with a smile. Yeah, Xiaoying will never let master down. Ying threw herself into Chiba's arms with a happy face. Chiba tilted his mouth, good guy, Waterma is straight, good guy. Is it in stock? It's the same as Tsunade and Terumi Mei. 201 I didn't bring you to add drama like this. The default girl. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Hotaru stayed in Chiba's arms for a long time. Only then did her cheeks turn red, and she left Chiba's embrace with some reluctance. Chiba is also looking at Ying with a smile on his face. He has already estimated the current time period. It was a coincidence that I caught up with Ying and was chased and killed by those little guys. In the original book, Yusha is hunted down by Anbu of Double Shadow Village. He just met Ying. In this way, I just lost Yu Gao. Therefore, the current Hotaru has never seen Yu Gao. So, now she wants to be her disciple wholeheartedly. Chiba finally thought of an old saying. It's better to come early than coincidentally. Master, are you here alone? Ying stared at her master, and after a while, her face turned extremely red. This master is so handsome. The current Firefly is a girl in her prime, so it is normal to be a nympho. Chiba was also looking at the nympho girl in front of him. It's over. The hot blood fan is about to turn into a love fan now. Moreover, Chiba has made up a name for the situation for himself. The name is Master falling in love with me. What a ghost. I still have a few companions, Chiba shrugged and said. Then master, if you don't mind, you can come to the castle to rest. Firefly hurriedly invited. Okay, Chiba nodded, go and join my people first. Yeah, Firefly nodded obediently, then just quietly followed behind Chiba. In the distance, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama have returned to the peloton. Grandpa, what happened over there? Tsunade hurriedly came to Senju Hashirama and asked. It's nothing, it's our team, we need one more person. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said. Huh? Tsunade was also puzzled. Why go out for a while and come back with one more person? At this time, Terumi Mei became confused. Just now, did Tsunade call the person in front of him grandpa? This man doesn't look old either. How did he become Tsunade's great-grandfather? Tsunade's grandpa. Isn't that Senju Hashirama? The man who is called the god of ninja. Terumi Mei's pupils shrank slightly. Haven't the ninja gods been dead for decades? What exactly is going on? Suppressing the doubts in her heart, Terumi Mei didn't want to ask Tsunade too much. Let's wait for Master Chiba to come back and ask Master Chiba. Everyone waited for 20 minutes. Afterwards, Tien Yi slowly appeared in front of everyone with a belt. Uchiha Madara and Izuna are very calm. After all, our boss, it's normal to have some hobbies. However, in the eyes of Tsunade and Terumi Mei, advertisement. Just a little bit restless, it's only been an hour. How did you bring out a little beauty from the jungle? Moreover, this little beauty seems to have a pretty good figure. The face is also very pretty. Ah, Tsunade screamed in his heart. Cough, cough, let me introduce you. Toy. Afterwards, Chiba recounted everything that happened just now. When I learned that the cute girl in front of me was being hunted down. Some of Tsunade's previous small thoughts are all gone. Firefly, not only Chiba is your master. We can teach you ninjutsu. Tsunade walked up to Hotaru and said with a smile. Well, thank you Sister Tsunade. Hotaru looked at Tsunade, who was a little older than herself, and said with a red face. Yeah. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Big sister, everyone come to rest in my castle. Firefly sent out an invitation. Immediately, they led the crowd towards Mount Gechung Castle. In the evening, everyone finally came to the castle. In Mount Katsuragi Castle, there were only 2 people. A few years ago, Hotaru's grandfather, Yukichi Shunji, passed away. Therefore, only the young Yingying and a guard Dunbingwei are left here. After dinner, everyone was arranged by Yingying to rest in the guest's room. After a night of renovations, the next day, early morning, the bodyguard Dunbingwei recognized the Hokage robe and the Mizukage robe. You are Lord Hokage? The old guard said excitedly. Yes. Tsunade nodded. Then you are Master Mizukage? The old guard said excitedly again. Yeah. Terumi Mei nodded lightly. What happened to the Earth Spider family in these years? Alas. The old guard couldn't help but sighed. Then, he told all about Yingying's life experience and news. Firefly is the granddaughter of the previous leader of the Earth Spider clan. It turns out that the forbidden technique of their Soil Spider clan is sealed on Yingying's back. Forbidden technique Raging Days. A forbidden technique that detonates chakra. If it is the most powerful, it can even destroy a village. Yingying sat cross-legged in the room quietly, with her head down, without saying a word. However, her eye sockets were already moist. After hearing what happened to Hotaru, both Tsunade and Terumi Mei fell silent. They wanted to help this helpless girl. Immediately, the two looked at Chiantu at the same time. You two, what are you looking at me for? Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. Things that can make these 2 women let go of their grudges. That's definitely something you don't care about. Chiba, can you help Hotaru? Tsunade stared at Chiba with burning eyes. Asking for flowers. Ahem. Chiba coughed lightly. Chiba, help Hotaru, isn't she your disciple? Terumi Mei said softly. Advertisement at this time, the old guard also seemed to feel Chiba's extraordinariness. Kneeling directly in front of Chiba. Master Chiba, I beg you for being cheeky. If you have a way to break the forbidden technique, please do it. Not only that, but at this time even Yingying also showed a look of hope. Why didn't she want to take out the forbidden technique from her body intact? However, if you take it out forcibly, you will die. And the forbidden technique will also be destroyed. Boss, I'm actually quite interested in this forbidden technique. At this moment, Senju Tobirama showed a curious look in his eyes. If the forbidden technique can be taken out, I might look into it. Chiba was speechless. As long as forbidden technique was mentioned, this guy would be so energetic. 0.0, Master. There were tears in Yingying's eyes. If possible, she would of course want the forbidden technique to be taken out of her body unharmed. However, this is not so easy to take out. Oh, Chiba couldn't help but sigh. It's not impossible for me to make a move. Chiba stood up leisurely. Everyone's eyes suddenly showed joy. The old guard also raised his head and looked at Chiba. But, Chiba changed the subject. I'm the one. I don't like to suffer. When the old guard heard the words, he immediately understood. Master Chiba, don't worry, as long as you can take out the forbidden technique from Hotaru's body. And keep Firefly safe and sound, according to her grandfather's last words. Firefly will swear to follow the person who can unravel the forbidden technique from now on. The old guard said excitedly. If the person who unlocks forbidden technique is a girl, then she will be a follower. If the person who unlocks forbidden technique is a boy, marry him. I am? Chiba was stunned. What else is there to do? But when Chiba saw the dodging light in the old guard's eyes, he knew the truth of the matter. Nima, this old guard actually added a play to himself? At this time, Yingying also blushed after hearing what the old guard said. Master, Xiao Ying will be yours from now on, Chiba. By default. Miss, why are you just acquiescing? Who I am? Where am I? What happened? 202 The seal on Hotaru. 6 paths Yin and Yang escape. Regeneration. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. At this time, inside the house inside the castle. It was quiet. At this time, it's not just Chiba who is helpless. Even Tsunade's paws went numb. The small eyes that looked at Yingying became a little resentful. What are you doing? My sister helped you so much, but you actually posted it upside down. However, Tsunade puts it in another way. If you are in the same situation as Firefly, then choose that too. Besides, this is also the will of the girl's grandfather. Everyone's eyes once again focused on Chiba. Everyone is waiting for Chiba to speak. Cough cough. Alright, Firefly, you still don't understand this. Besides, you are my disciple. Let's put this matter aside for the time being. Wait until you really understand your grandfather's will in the future. By that time, you're telling me your answer, but now, I have a question I want to ask you. Chiba shrugged helplessly. 867, this matter. Hold on for now. I can't even veto it. Naturally, it cannot be decided in one go. Otherwise, wouldn't I be inferior to a beast in Tsunade's heart? Etc. This Nemo was sent up by someone himself. It's not me who teases. In response to Chiba's answer, Tsunade let out a sigh of relief. In Tsunade's heart, she also knew the excellence of this man. However, Tsunade is also holding in his heart. My old lady has the attitude of being able to stop the next one. Master, what's the problem? The master who saw him did not reject him. Suddenly happy in my heart, then asked curiously. Who is Bailong? Chiba asked. The leader of the group that attacked you before is Bailong. What? Firefly exclaimed slightly. Chiba nodded resolutely. In fact, he already knew who Bailong was. A small character, but a bad guy. However, this point must be made aware of the job. Bailong is the most likely genius of the Earth Spider family to master the forbidden technique. Ying Ying shook her head gently, she believed her master's words. That being said, the person who is most likely to control the forbidden technique is the one who wants to seize the forbidden technique in his body. Okay. Chiba smiled. Why is the atmosphere so dignified? Firefly, you may not know your master and my strength. Advertisement Chiba's expression became slightly gloomy. Don't talk about a white wave, even if the little white dragon in the wave came to me. He lays on my stomach, in front of your master and me. It's a dragon, you coil it up for me, it's a tiger, you lie down for me. Chiba walked up to Hotaru and tapped her on the head lightly. Go to the next door. Master, what are you doing next door? Ying Ying asked. Nonsense, of course take out the forbidden technique from your body, Chiba grinned. Yeah, Firefly nodded quickly. I'll go too. Senju Tobirama rubbed his hands excitedly. Go aside. Chiba glared at Senju Tobirama. Wait for the forbidden technique to come out. I'll deliver it to you as soon as possible, okay. Alright. Senju Tobirama coughed lightly, looking at the strange eyes of the old guard. He scratched his head. Actually, I'm just curious about forbidden technique. Chiba smiled helplessly. Don't worry, we are such a big group, we are not good people. Ahem. I made a mistake, let me start again. Anyway, none of us are bad people. The old guard swallowed, and now he could only place his hope on Master Chiba in front of him. Do you want me to help? Aside, Tsunade asked hastily. I'm a medical ninja. No, take out the forbidden technique, it's not something a medical ninja can help. Chiba smiled. Then I'll be at the side, the head office. Tsunade was actually a little worried about Chiba. If it really can't be taken out, Ying Ying's body will have to rely on her Baihao technique to continue her life. Okay. Chiba also saw Tsunade's meaning. In this situation, Tsunade will not be unreasonable. That's what Chiba likes about her. Normally, it's okay to fight with yourself. But in this case, we must be able to see the facts clearly. The two left here with Ying Ying. The rest of the people waited quietly in the old guard's room. Ah, kind of boring. At this moment, Kurama was lying on the floor bored. Juya, can you turn me around? I can't. Beside him, Three Tails is also lying down, it's just that it's very difficult to turn it back. Kurama wagged his tail. Little San, you go aside for me. I used my tail to make a little effort and turned over. Also, are you still turning over? You thought you were a squid? Turn it over again? Do you want me to sprinkle some cumin powder, spicy powder or something on your body? Kurama shook his head, ignoring Three Tails. Master Ju, I always feel that your words seem to have changed a lot. Three Tails stretched out its claws, and then swung it vigorously. At the same time, the tail at the back of it also began to work hard, and finally turned over successfully. Talking more? Kurama scratched his head, it should be because of staying with the boss. Nine Tails, do you know what yours is? At this moment, Uchiha Madara tilted his head and looked at Nine Tails. What is it? Kurama wondered, talking, at the same time. Advertisement Hotaru took Tsunade and Chiba to another room in Katsuragi Castle. As soon as he entered the room, Chiba smelled a scent of fragrance. The interior of the room is very cozy. Needless to say, this must be a girl's boudoir. As for why you want to go to her boudoir, Chiba knows it too. After all, the art is sealed on Meow's back, and to remove the forbidden technique, then naturally you have to remove everything. This is common sense. Master. Firefly let out a sigh of relief. After all, she is a girl, so she will be shy. Let's get started. Chiba took a deep breath, and his expression became serious. At this time, Ying Ying also slowly exposed her back. Sky. Tsunade exclaimed. The center of the back is the forbidden technique sealed in the electric body. Chiba slowly raised his hands, immediately closed his eyes. And at this time, the surrounding world chakra, it also started to roll over. In Chiba's hands, a circle and a moon appeared. The power of yin and yang escape. Chiba knows that with this power, it is really turning decay into magic. As long as there is breath left, using yin-yang escape by yourself, you can restore it to such a good condition. This is the power of yin and yang escape. Chiba took a deep breath and focused his gaze on the sealing technique. Sealing technique, to put it bluntly, is ninjutsu. As the saying goes, nothing changes. This sealing technique is for Chiba who has the power of 6 paths. Simply a piece of cake. A few seconds later, a 4.6 white light appeared on Chiba's palm. Then gently placed it on Ying Ying's back. 10 seconds later, the light slowly disappeared. Then, Yi raised his palm. Brilliant masterpiece. An intact forbidden technique scroll appeared in Chiba's palm. At this time, Chiba quickly raised his right hand. Put it on Firefly's back. Yin-yang escape, rebirth. Next second, an inexplicable pulsation spread throughout Ying Ying's body. It made her whole body feel warm, even a little itchy. At this time, Ying Ying's back was intact. No scars or other scars. As white as jade, it can be broken by blowing bombs. 203 Ying Ying. Master, take me away, Chiba. I just said it casually. I ask all Wawa monthly tickets to support. In Katsuragi Mountain Castle. In Ying Ying's boudoir, the forbidden technique scroll on Ying Ying's body has been taken out. Hold it firmly in Chiba's palm. It's gone. It's really taken out. Hotaru put her hands gently on her back. When her palm touched the smooth back, her body trembled slightly, clean and without any scars. As good as ever. Woo. Firefly covered her mouth. Tears had burst into tears. Chiba sighed. Okay, Firefly. There is nothing wrong with your body now. It's a good thing, you should be happy. At this time, although slowly stood up. Turning around, a pair of emerald green eyes were filled with deep gratitude. Master, afterwards, Hotaru threw herself into Chiba's arms desperately. Then wept bitterly. The corner of Chiba's mouth twitched slightly. Firefly. At least you should pay attention to the occasion a little bit. HMPH. Seeing this scene, Tsunade twitched his mouth slightly. Give me the scroll of forbidden technique. I'll take it to second grandpa. After saying 25, he took the Vice Admiral forbidden technique scroll from Chiba's hand. Then, he gave Chiba a light look, left the room. Chiba couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Okay, Ying Ying, stop crying, ow. Chiba comforted him. Okay, it's okay if it's not comforting. As soon as he was comforted, he cried even louder. I know, you are the one who moved the king. People who don't know, thought I did something to you. Chiba only felt that his head was as big as a bucket. Cry, stop crying when you are tired. Tsunade has now brought the forbidden technique scroll to the old guard's house. Chiba has retrieved the scroll unharmed. Miss Ying didn't leave any scars on her body either. Tsunade said with a smile, Thank you Hokage-sama, thank you Chiba-sama. Hearing this, the old guard burst into tears. Second grandpa, now, here you are. Tsunade held the scroll of forbidden technique in his hand. Passed to Senju Tobirama leaning on the doorframe. After Senju Tobirama took over, he began to study it. 10 minutes later, Senju Tobirama puts forbidden technique away. He said calmly, it's a very common forbidden technique. Forcibly condensing natural energy, and detonate it. In terms of power, it should be comparable to a wood dragon technique of yours. Senju Hashirama heard what his brother said. Also nodded quickly. Advertisement then, he came to the old guard. The power of this forbidden technique is too dangerous. It has to be destroyed. Destroy. The old guard trembled slightly. Afterwards, he said slowly, let's leave this to Miss Dai to decide. Alright. Senju Hashirama nodded. After all, this is the strongest forbidden technique of the Earth Spider family. I still want to ask what Firefly means, at this time. In Ying Ying's boudoir, looking at Chiba, who is close at hand. Firefly's heartbeat is constantly accelerating. The eye sockets are still a little red and swollen, obviously because of crying a lot just now. However, 5 minutes ago, Firefly had stopped crying. Instead, he hugged Chiba tightly, not a word, Master. You. Take me away. Ying Ying bit her lip, her eyes filled with lust. I know, Master just passed by here. I don't know how long it will take to leave. Besides, I also know that with my ability, I cannot retain Master. So, I implore Master to take me away with me. Ying Ying's gaze was full of firmness. Follow me? Chiba narrowed his eyes and chuckled. However, it will take a lot of hardships to follow me. Besides, I am very lazy. Every meal needs someone to feed me personally. I'm not afraid, Ying Ying said with blushing cheeks and burning eyes. Master, please use me as your wife, Ahem. Chiba heard Hotaru's bold speech. Couldn't help coughing twice. Firefly, do you know what my wife means? I know. Firefly said with some twitching. Judging by her appearance, it seems that she has made a big decision. Huh. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. She knows. K. What the hell, for nothing. Such an act of giving away the head is really gratifying. Alright, I'm not kidding you anymore, Chiba smiled. After my work is done, I'll take you out of here. However, stay by my side, it's not playing house. Daily training is indispensable. Master, I like you the most. Ying Ying's expression suddenly became excited. Okay, hurry up and tidy up your shirt, Chiba coughed. Hey, only then did Ying notice that her coat was on, and she couldn't help but groan. Hey, Chiba chuckled. 10 minutes later, Chiba took Hotaru to the old guard's house. The old guard told Hotaru about the destruction of the forbidden technique. Ying lowered her head, looking at the scroll on the table. Advertisement. For a while, she also began to hesitate. The scene became quiet again. Harmful, isn't it just a broken scroll? Everyone present, if they release a ninjutsu casually, it might be more powerful than this forbidden technique, right? Chiba rolled his eyes. He thought it was a big deal. Also, this forbidden technique is too crude. It's better not to use it, just destroy it. Chiba walked to the table and picked up the scroll. Ying struggled for a while, but finally chose to believe in her master. As long as you can practice well with master, even if I don't use the forbidden technique, I can become stronger. But, this is a good bait. Chiba looked at the scroll in his hand and grinned. He knew that there was still a small character staring at this forbidden technique. Bylong, a passerby character. However, it should be soon, and it won't be long before you can find it here. He still has 4 subordinates, but those people. They are all rookies who are better than rookies. The kind that Chiba doesn't even look at, but since I chose to take Ying away. Then let 523 help her solve her worries by the way. In this way, her mind will be fully focused on cultivation. We're staying here now, after completing our plan. Getting out of here, Chiba said with a smile, and everyone nodded. Afterwards, they each returned to their own rooms. Among the castle, Chiba walked down the long corridor. Firefly, why are you following me? Go back and rest. Tomorrow, I will take you to practice. Chiba stopped helplessly. Then turned around and said, Master didn't say it before? Even if you eat and sleep, you have to wait behind the master. Firefly's face was flushed, and she looked very cute. I just said it casually. Chiba swallowed. Tsunade next to him narrowed his eyes slightly. There was also a smile on the corner of his mouth. Chiba knows the red flags. Then, Master, see you tomorrow. Ying also seemed to be aware of the smell of gunpowder. Then he stuck out his tongue at Chiba and slipped away. This girl. The muscles on Chiba's face twitched. HMPH, isn't this girl prettier than me? Tsunade snorted softly. That's impossible. Chiba shook his head hastily. Immediately, he said with a straight face, in comparison, you are more beautiful, Tsunade. Cut, sweet talk, it's getting late. What are you doing? 204 Firefly. Master, you are so annoying, I want to learn this. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. The next day, early morning. Chiba is dreaming. By this time, Tsunade had already got up and finished washing. Master, wake up. Hotaru slipped into Chiba's room. Looking at Chiba who was sleeping soundly, she slowly raised her finger and poked Chiba's arm. Sleep again. Chiba half opened his eyes in a daze. Then he pulled Firefly to his side. What are you doing up so early? Take a break. Chiba continued to fall asleep with Tsunade in his arms. Master, you have mistaken me, I am not Sister Tsunade. Yingtong blushed and said hastily, why not? Chiba half opened his eyes in a daze. After confirming it, he said, almost, when he was ready to go back to sleep. Suddenly I was shocked. Damn, did I admit the wrong person just now? For a moment, Chiba sat up immediately. In an instant, he was full of energy. No sleepiness at all. It was Firefly. Feels almost like Tsunade. What the hell? Cough cough. Which what? I thought it was Tsunade. Chiba scratched his head and coughed twice. Master is fine, I know. Ying also hurriedly stood up, lowered her head, and said with a blushing face. Cough cough. Okay, Ying, you go out and wait for me. I'll find you right away, Chiba said. Yeah. Ying nodded obediently and then left the room. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Tsunade isn't here. If you saw this scene, even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I couldn't clean it up. Get up quickly, and then the dry leaves came to the outside yard. Mount Katsuragi Castle. It is a huge mountain standing in the middle of the forest. Mountain peaks have been carved out. At the top of the hill, of course, is the location of the castle. The environment here is okay. From the top of the castle, you can overlook the entire forest. At this time, Chiba has come under a big tree, Firefly. You are water attribute, so, correspondingly. Advertisement, I will teach you water attribute ninjutsu. Chiba pointed to the small pool beside him. You have condensed chakra within you. Then, next, come with me. Then, Yi walked to the edge of the small pool. Then gathered a trace of chakra under his feet. Then, Chiba walked directly to the pool. Standing firmly in the pool. Wow, it's amazing. Firefly exclaimed, eyes full of curiosity. Remember, cover your feet with chakra. The speed of it needs to be controlled by oneself. Everyone is different. Chiba smiled and said, yeah. Firefly let out a sigh of relief. Then gather chakra on the soles of your feet, plop. Wow, obviously, she fell into the pool. Go on, Chiba said with a smile. Master. Firefly climbed to the shore and began to continue training. And Chiba is back under the big tree. Then he closed his eyes and meditated. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are tasked with scouting Six Tails Jinchuriki. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna started fishing using the forbidden technique. Who are you catching? Naturally, they are some cannon fodder ninjas from Bylong who want to snatch the scroll. And Chiba is in the castle, teaching Firefly. Firefly is still very talented. It was only 2 hours that had passed. She can already master the skill of standing in the water. Master. I've made it. Firefly stood in the water panting. She smiled, waved her hands, and shouted to Chiba in the distance. Okay. Chiba also smiled, came in front of Firefly. Next, I will teach you water-style jutsu. Chiba's hands slowly closed in mudra. Although he can just wave his hand and say whatever ninjutsu comes. However, in the entire ninja world, there are people who can perform ninjutsu without making seals. It is simply too little, not more than 5, therefore, for now, teaching yin-yang should be done honestly. After making 4 or 5 mudras, Chiba gave a soft drink. Water style. Water rushes. Suddenly, a huge stream of water appeared in front of the pool. Directly double the size of the pool, thanks to the large size of the castle. Otherwise, the estimator's page can't help Chiba this jutsu. Oh my god, advertisement, master, you are too powerful. I want to learn this. Hotaru hurriedly ran to Chiba and said with admiration. Yeah. Chiba's mouth curled into a smile. Okay, let's see my seal. Then, the whole afternoon, Chiba is training ninjutsu with Hotaru. This scene made Tsunade, who had been paying attention on the sidelines, somewhat appetizing. I know how to accompany the little beauty to practice ninjutsu. Tsunade crossed his arms and said angrily, W Tsunade, what are you talking about? Suddenly, amidst the clarity, there was a hint of laughter. Appears behind Tsunade. Tsunade was taken aback and turned around hastily. Chiba? She rolled her eyes and said in surprise. Aren't you accompanying Xiaomei? Xiaoying is practicing? I just created a shadow clone to teach, Chiba said with a smile. Yeah, let's not talk about this. I seem to have heard just now, someone is talking about me. Tsunade, who are you talking about behind my back? HMPH, it's me, what's the matter? Tsunade wasn't afraid to vomit. He straightened out his proud chest, with a face full of indignation. Could it be, old lady, what I just said is false? Yeah, Chiba shook his head again. Disobedient, you should be punished. Punishment. What? Tsunade blinked. Family service, Chiba said with a smile. Ah, no way. We're almost done eating, and Grandpa and the others will be back soon. Jiao Jiao. Tsunade couldn't help taking 2 steps back when he heard this. Hey, Chiba chuckled, then tell me, what should I do? Wait until it gets dark. Tsunade gave Chiba an angry look. I'm going to prepare dinner. After finishing speaking, she fled here in despair. Chiba couldn't help shrugging his shoulders. Am I so scary? Master Chiba. Just at this time, a blue shadow appeared behind Chiba. Chiba tilted his head slightly and said with a smile, Mizukage-sama. Can I help you? It was none other than Mizukage Shining America. In the past few days, Terumi Mei has been suffocated. Right now, I finally found a chance to be alone with Chiba. Therefore, she had to ask out the doubts in her heart. Because Terumi Mei is so curious, the people around Chiba are mysterious. There is also the title of Tsunade. Now Terumi Mei is full of doubts. 205 Madara and them? All are my employees, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Master Chiba, can I ask you a few questions? Terumi Mei walked up to Chiba step by step. Gently stroked his hair. Ask. Chiba narrowed his eyes at the woman. However, I have the right to remain silent and not to answer. Terumi Mei pursed her lips lightly upon hearing this. Master Chiba, please ask. The people who follow you. 2 people called Grandpa and Grandpa by Tsunade. Is it, first Hokage and second Hokage in Konoha village? Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama? Raising her head, Terumi Mei's beautiful eyes showed a desire for knowledge. Well, yes. Chiba smiled and nodded directly, it's hardly a secret either. Before long, the entire ninja world will know. So, no one day earlier and no one day later. In fact, it has little effect. Terumi Mei heard Chiba's own confession. The whole person suddenly became restless. Impossible? Haven't those 2 adults already passed away? What's going on? Terumi Mei is already messy. This is no longer something she can think about. Mizukage, we haven't gotten to that far yet. So, why, I don't need to tell you. Chiba smiled slightly. Then, so 630, isn't the other, Uchiha Madara? Terumi Mei is very smart, thinking of Senju Hashirama calling the long-haired man Madara before. She immediately thought of this. Yeah, Chiba smiled again. The 4 of them, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna. All of them are strong from the Sengoku era. Terumi Mei was so shocked that she couldn't speak. OMG. What's wrong with this world? Why, the strong man from the Sengoku period will appear 60 years later. Also, they look so young, even Terumi Mei feels younger than herself. Etc. Suddenly, Terumi Mei thought of another terrible thing. She raised her head quickly, looking at Chiba. Breathing began to be rapid. Chiba, they call you the boss, in that case. Terumi Mei's voice was already trembling, so to speak. Advertisement, aren't these strong men all under Chiba's subordinates? All of them are my employees. Chiba smiled, didn't I tell you before? I am among the leaves, I opened a tavern, CFDB. I also asked you to come and find me in my tavern when you were free. My god, Terumi Mei was a little numb from shock. Is it because I can't keep up with this era? But why do they appear? What the hell is going on here? Terumi Mei is now full of doubts. She couldn't think of a way to explain what she saw. Want to know? Chiba narrowed his eyes and lowered his head. I think. Terumi Mei nodded extremely seriously. However, if you want to know the answer, you don't have to pay anything. I'm afraid it won't work. Chiba saw Terumi Mei's serious expression. Couldn't help laughing. If Mr. Chiba doesn't dislike me, I can. Terumi Mei found out that she was really going to be crushed to death by the man in front of her. Simply, go all out. After being single for so many years, Terumi Mei doesn't want to continue like this. Why not give it to the mysterious man in front of me who fascinates me? Hey, let's talk when you have time, Chiba chuckled. Then, with Terumi Mei blushing, she left the corridor. But, let's be honest, for this kind of free gift behavior, Chiba is more condemning. It was me who gave it away for nothing. However, in the entire ninja world, I am afraid it will be difficult to find a second me, right? Chiba, this is not narcissism, but the truth. Even so. Chiba also said that I am very helpless, my bloody charm that has nowhere to rest. Evening. Everyone is back. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama failed to find any trace of Six Tails Jinchuriki. The opponent is Six Tails Jinchuriki, if you want to forcibly hide your breath. It's really hard to find. Of course, the root cause is that Six Tails Jinchuriki didn't appear here. Otherwise, even if he uses the strongest concealment method. Also easily found by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Words from Bailang's side. Izuna and I have already checked the news. They're in the nearest market town nearby, and it will be done tonight. Senju Tobirama quickly told all the information he got. Tonight? Chiba nodded. Advertisement immediately, he tilted his head and looked at Yingying who was sitting quietly beside him. Firefly, aren't you curious about my strength? Also, you know what I said before. This forbidden technique, for me, it's just tickling. Today, master, I will show you what is forbidden technique. Chiba's mouth curved slightly. Master, Yingying nodded, already looking forward to it. In fact, Chiba also wanted to test it. Ninjutsu studied by myself. He has the power of 6 paths in his body, plus the power of 10 tails. And what's the tailed beast's favorite attack method? That is the tailed beast bomb, of course, especially the tailed beast bomb from 10 tails. Pervert to the extreme. Therefore, Chiba also plans to figure out the attack ninjutsu of the 2-tailed beast bombs. Otherwise, if there is a fight in the future, you can do it with a wave of your hand. Isn't it too disrespectful to the other party? Anyway, let's perform a ninjutsu, shall we? Right? More or less, you must not give the opposite side a little step down. After dinner, Chiba took Hotaru to the cliff. Below is an endless forest. Boundless, boundless, Chiba unleashes his powerful power of perception. Started to slowly detect it. On the right-hand side, Yingying is also carefully observing everything. As for Uchiha Madara and his group, then it's all on the other side, ready to appreciate it all. Madara, what ninjutsu do you think our boss will use to deal with those cannon fodder? Senju Hashirama asked curiously. Where am I going? Uchiha Madara rolled his eyes. Immediately, the topic changed and continued. However, the boss didn't say that before. Want to test a genin technique or something? Probably not something we've seen before. I'll just take a good look at it. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and immediately, everyone was quietly waiting for the arrival of the cannon fodder on the cliff. At this time, the entrance to the forest. 5 people are galloping here quickly. Everyone, speed up. The forbidden technique of the Earth Spider Clan is here. The first person is wearing a gray cloak and looks like cannon fodder. He is the real boss of their group. That is, the Bailong who has always coveted the forbidden technique of the Soil Spider family. Yes, the 4 people behind him were his subordinates. With the help of the cover of the night, the 5 people began to sprint towards Mount Gechung Castle frantically. Above the castle in the center of the forest, Chiba's mouth curled into a slight smile. The show is about to begin. 206 6 paths tailed beast bomb. The power is too strong. Please support all Wawa monthly tickets. After Chiba finished speaking, then he smiled lightly. Immediately, he waved his hand. A strong wind blade roared away directly. The forest below is also in this strong wind blade. Cut out a large area. Take a closer look. In this area, there are still 5 figures who are resisting the wind blade. AR. Firefly exclaimed. Obviously, she also saw the whitecaps below the forest. Chiba narrowed his eyes slightly. Next. Master, let you see, what is it called? Forbidden technique. Chiba grinned. Immediately, stretched out his right hand. Slowly spread out his palm facing upwards. Wisps of red chakra appeared in the palm of his hand. In the next second, energy exuding a faint blue color also slowly appeared. The 2 streams of energy began to come together. Tailed beast bomb? In the distance, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara exclaimed at the same time. At this time, a kind of energy appeared in Chiba's hands again. Incomparably dark energy. After this ray of energy appeared, it also began to slowly merge with the Minister of Tailed Beast Bomb in front of him. Senjutsu Chakra. 10 Tails Chakra. Power of 6 paths. The blessing of three powers, a terrifying six-paths-tailed beast bomb has taken shape. Even, because the energy is too strong, the rocky ground beneath the eyes began to crack. Six-paths-tailed beast bomb, Chiba grinned, immediately aimed towards the direction of the white waves below. Call out, it's pitch black, because only the six-paths-tailed beast bomb around Rasengan shoots down. Meanwhile, the six-paths-tailed beast bomb starts releasing heat. Wherever it passed, all the trees, rocks and water were directly vaporized by the terrifying high temperature. Even the extremely hard rock is under such a terrifying high temperature. Vaporized directly. Buzz, the six-paths-tailed beast bomb has reached the surface. Then, the world exploded, a dazzling blue beam of light shot up into the sky. When the temperature reaches a certain level, it will turn blue. This is the embodiment of terrifying heat, cough cough. Chiba coughed lightly, he seemed to feel that his dosage was a little too much. Looking at the dazzling blue beam of light in front of him. This range is probably not too small, boss. At this time, Uchiha Madara and his group quickly came to Chiba. Everyone's faces were extremely serious, they feel it too. This is going to explode, the power is absolutely unprecedented. Could this be the tailed beast bomb? All of a sudden, it is estimated that this vast and boundless forest is gone. The surrounding mountains, rivers and lakes are probably gone. Advertisement: the map is about to be changed. I know that the power may be a little bigger than I imagined. Chiba coughed lightly, okay, let's take refuge next time. Chiba also crap, right now, it's really going to be difficult. Although, I can carry it by myself, however, all these people can't stand it anymore. Boss, I can resist with wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. But, I can't guarantee that I can bear it all. Senju Hashirama said with a wry smile. Me and Izuna can play full-body Susuo and then resist. Uchiha Madara said quickly, here except Chiba. The strongest one can be used for defense. There are only two brothers, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Don't bother. Chiba grinned. Next, I'm going to expose my hand again. Subsequently, Chiba started his own Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui. In the next second, everyone was teleported by Chiba to his own Kamui space. Including Ying Ying and the old guard who stayed here. Just kidding, own the Kamui bug Mangekyo, afraid of this? Subsequently, Chiba himself released Kamui. The figure slowly disappeared at the top of the castle following a burst of spatial folds. The moment he disappeared, the blue beam of light has turned into a brilliant blue-white. Immediately, boom, big bang, let's start. This piece of forest held tight for only 10 seconds. All of them were vaporized by this terrifying high temperature. At the same time, the surrounding mountains, rivers and trees all started to vaporize. As for the previous cannon fodder, long gone, not even scum left. This moment, not just near Mount Katsuragi. Even a town hundreds of kilometers away, can clearly feel this heart-throbbing explosion. The explosion lasted 10 minutes, finally slowly annihilated. At this time, in the Kamui space, everyone was shocked by Chiba's methods. Even Uchiha Madara is no exception. After all, he has never seen such a miraculous space pupil technique. Uchiha Obito never used the Kamui space in front of Uchiha Madara. Therefore, Uchiha Madara naturally does not know. Look at the boulders floating around, everyone just felt amazing. Meanwhile, Chiba is in everyone's eyes, it became even more mysterious. Possess such a powerful and weird ability, isn't this too strong? Advertisement: doesn't it seem a bit outrageous to be so strong? Asking for flowers. At this moment, not only Tsunade and the others, but also Uchiha Madara and the others. It also refreshed the understanding of Chiba once again. Chiba. What a god, undead immortal, sure enough, the reputation is well deserved. No doubt, Chiba has surpassed the Sage of Six Paths. Absolutely, totally surpassed Sage of Six Paths. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama thought so in their hearts. The blast is over. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. He has been sensing the outside. Relax, I'll take you out. Chiba grinned, however, after going out, everyone should calm down. Everyone nodded at the same time. Kamui. Mangekyo's eyes rolled slowly in Chiba's eyes. In the next second, everyone was sent out by Chiba. And the moment it comes out, everyone is dumbfounded. In front of you is a desert. Where's the tree? Gone. 2, 3. As for the former Katsuragi castle, well, now, all the mountains and castles are gone. Not even the land on the ground is gone. What is exposed outside is dark red rock. Obviously, the soil is vaporized. Where's the castle? The old guard was dumbfounded. It wasn't just him who was dumbfounded. Everyone around except Chiba was stunned. Boss, you are more ruthless than me and Hashirama. Uchiha Madara took a deep breath. He was also shocked by the barren scene in front of him. Yes, boss. Senju Hashirama swallowed. I fought with Madara, and the most I could do was rewrite the map. Boss, you are simply erasing the map. Senju Hashirama suppressed his shock. Ahaha. Chiba scratched his head. This is not the first time I have studied ninjutsu, and I didn't grasp the amount well. Not sure. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly. However, boss, this kind of ninjutsu can be called devastating. You can't release it a few times, right? Senju Tobirama asked curiously. After this problem occurs, It's not just him who is curious, everyone is also curious. Chiba thought about it and smiled casually. Indeed, I can't release it many times. It's estimated that it can be released 1,000 or 800 times. Thousands of times. Everyone. 2. Chiba. Carrot, what's the matter? Everyone. Change. State, 207 Campfire Party. The two elders Xuanming came out again, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. On a barren rock, Chiba and his party are standing here. Everyone except Chiba looked at each other in blank dismay. Big Zuzi, join forces with your younger brother to build some forests and lakes. Chiba scratched his head, then walked in front of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama with a smile. Brother Senju Hashirama nodded. Anyway, our boss just wiped out his hometown. The two walked forward, and immediately, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands hard. Shout out. Wood style. The tree world is coming. Rumble. Just the next moment, the ground under everyone's feet began to vibrate continuously. 10 seconds later, the trees frantically broke through the hard rock. It began to spread wantonly. I'm coming too. Uchiha Madara twisted his neck. Grin. After all, it's been a while since the last time I performed ninjutsu. Also for a long time. Also, Uchiha Madara hasn't performed a large ninjutsu for a long time. Wood style. The birth of 030 in the tree world. Uchiha Madara walked to the right of Senju Hashirama. Clap your hands hard. Suddenly, the entire ground began to crack. The thick trees began to grow in a crazy manner. Water style. Who will repair the dam? Senju Tobirama is also unambiguous. Immediately after making seals with both hands, a wave of wild wolves poured down. 10 minutes later, in the barren land, a huge lake has already appeared. The forest is also extremely dense. Terumi Mei, who is Mizukage, after seeing this scene. I couldn't help thinking in my heart, whether I am Mizukage or second Hokage is Mizukage. Because the explosion range of Chiba's 6 paths tailed beast bomb is too wide. The Senju Hashirama brothers, together with the Uchiha Madara, consume almost more than half of the chakra. This barely filled up the barren land in front of me. And Senju Tobirama almost exhausted the chakra in the body. It is still Terumi Mei who can barely repair this area with a shot. Fine. Chiba grinned. Then, let Senju Hashirama create a huge house. This allowed Senju Hashirama to rest. Later, Chiba bought some living supplies from the system mall. Anyway, you have to give the old guard beside Yingying to Unshuzi, right? After all, his castle was blown up by himself. Hundreds of kilometers away. In a jungle, two figures are slowly walking towards the range of the explosion. Hello. Kakuzu. Let's evacuate here. You saw the extent of the explosion just now. It's so frightening. Hidan swayed his whole body up and down and said in a trembling voice. Advertisement, afraid of what? Kakuzu glanced at Hidan. Isn't the explosion over now? Besides, you can't die, what are you afraid of? Go and find out if it's 6 tails. After all, we told the leader before that we found the original trace of 6 tails. Hidan shrank his neck, then grinned fiercely and said. This damn 6 tails Jinchuriki is so cunning. Blow a bubble and fly away. 2 bullying us. Kakuzu snorted coldly, isn't it because of you? Come up and scream to grab 6 tails Jinchuriki? If the leader is found, I will not cover you, before that a week ago. The two of them are really lucky. Really came across 6 tails Jinchuriki Yudaka. Even, they traveled a certain distance. But knowingly or not, Hidan exposed their purpose. Just ask 6 tails Jinchuriki if they know the whereabouts of 6 tails Jinchuriki. Good guy, I want to arrest him directly in front of him. The 6 Jinchuriki Yu Gao were naturally unhappy. A wave of anti-killing was staged and then escaped. Thinking of this, the corner of Hidan's mouth couldn't help twitching. It was he who was killed by Yu Gao's backhand. B. Did we come to the wrong place? Hidan was walking, and suddenly realized that something was not quite right. Here, isn't there an explosion? Kakuzu was also dumbfounded at this time. Her green eyes were quickly scanning everything around her. It's not an illusion, Kakuzu said in a low voice. Then, what's going on here? Hidan walked up to a big tree. He waved the bloody March sickle in his hand. The big tree was immediately cut into 4 or 5 sections by him. It's a really big tree, Hidan scratched his head. Back to Kakuzu's side. The two of them looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. What about the Big Bang? Such a powerful explosion. There can be no loss at all, right? The two had no choice but to suppress the doubts in their hearts. Continue walking towards the forest in front of you. At the same time, the other direction, the top of the cliff. A man in a light blue kimono is watching all this. This means, Yu Gao swallowed his saliva, start with a bang. He has been seeing it here, then, the surrounding mountains and rivers. Even the grassland and soil were all annihilated in the huge explosion. However, just over half an hour, trees are growing like crazy. The lake has also reappeared. It seems that there is a mysterious force of nature that is repairing all this. Yu Gao knew that even if he and the 6 tails in his body were fully exerted, it is impossible to complete this kind of restoration. Advertisement, where? What happened? Yu Gao was also extremely curious in his heart at this time. Squinting his eyes, he decided to check it out, then, he jumped off the cliff. And his goal is also the center of the restored forest. Maybe it's God's will, or maybe it's fate. Kakuzu, Hidan, and Udaka were all moving towards the center of the forest. And at this very moment, the heart of the forest. There's a big bonfire party going on. Anyway, the forbidden technique scroll on Yingying's body has been taken out intact. Moreover, the role of Bailong, a passerby, was also resolved. By the way, Chiba tested the 6 paths tailed beast bomb he worked on. The power can almost be estimated. In this case, when Chiba will cast it again in the future. I wouldn't want to destroy the entire forest directly. In that case, it is too high profile. Madara. Ignition. Senju Hashirama has made a massive chunk of wood stakes with his wood style. Then put it in order to form a huge bonfire. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Madara is also unambiguous. Hand seal. Immediately, a giant fireball with a diameter of at least hundreds of meters appeared in front of everyone. Hoo. The flame began to rise continuously and burn. The bonfire lights up instantly. Senju Tobirama is on the temporary bar on one side, bartending. After all, no matter what, he is now a professional bartender. At this moment, you can display your greatest talents. Chiba is with Hotaru, Terumi Mei and Tsunade, sitting next to the grill. This is cumin, this is chili powder, this is soy sauce, and this is salt. Come on, let me teach you how to grill to make it more fragrant. Chiba took out a series of barbecue seasonings from his system backpack. Then, he started teaching with a smile on his face. At this moment, 5.8 BGM suddenly rang in my ears. Yes, just half an hour ago, Uchiha Madara asked Chiba to bring out a set of DJing equipment. At this point, debugging has been completed. Chiba came to Uchiha Madara's side. Are the 2 elders Xuanming coming out again? Chiba said with a smile. Of course. I haven't touched this baby in almost a month or 2. Uchiha Madara touched the player in front of him and grinned. Madara, wait until you are free, I'll get you something nice. Chiba said mysteriously. What good stuff? Uchiha Madara also became curious. Chiba smiled. Have you heard of guitar, piano, and drums? Hiss. No, Uchiha Madara gasped, although he has never seen these guitars, pianos, and drums. However, these things sound very high. Hey, I'll buy you a set when I'm free in the future. Now, let's get our bonfire party going. 208 Kakuzu. Immortal, right? Find the way ahead. Seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Uchiha Madara nodded. Put your hands on the disc player. Then press the switch key. Midnight DJ, swing all you want. Welcome to Bonfire Party. Then, the huge speaker began to burst out a strong sound wave. Super high dance music, beautiful melody, professional bartending, delicious barbecue. Tonight, let's rock. Tonight, let's indulge. The party has already begun. Tsunade and Terumi made 2 guys having fun, hug together and jump up and down. On the other hand, Yingying was still a little awkward. Anyway, she is now a young girl, not as open as Tsunade and Terumi Mei played. Sitting right next to Chiba. After emptying the wine glass in front of Chiba, he filled it up very obediently for Chiba. Chiba also saw the shy Hotaru. Both Tsunade and Terumi Mei didn't know where they were going. Not with Chiba anyway. At this moment, Hotaru is the only one beside Chiba. Firefly, don't worry, since I accepted you, then you don't have any worries. Do what you like, don't restrict yourself. Chiba poured Hotaru a glass of beer and smiled. 25. Xiaoying, thank you, master. But, master, I can't drink. Hotaru looked at her cup and said with a blushing face. It's okay. Chiba smiled slightly. This is beer, which has a lower alcohol content than sake. Besides, refreshing and quenching thirst, even if it's a girl's words. There's nothing wrong with having a drink. Really? It was also the first time Yingying heard of this magical wine. There was a look of curiosity in his eyes. Of course it's true, Chiba nodded. Just beer, very low alcohol content. Firefly looked curious, then puffed up. Picking up the wine glass, he took a sip lightly. How? Chiba asked with a smile. It's a bit bitter, but it feels like it has a bit of aroma. Yingying was also surprised by the wine in her hand at this time. Take a big sip. Chiba continued. Yeah. Yingying nodded and drank most of the glass in a cool powder. Wow, so refreshing. Ying's eyes were crescent-shaped. I've never had such a good drink, of course, Chiba smiled confidently. Just kidding. In the whole ninja world, our wine is the only one here. Of course there are no other places. Master, where did you get this wine? Ying asked curiously. I am your master. There is a tavern in Konoha village, Chiba smiled. Advertisement, tell me, where did this wine come from? Wow, my god, is master so powerful? Ying said in amazement. What do you think? Chiba filled Hotaru's wineglass again. How is it? After drinking a cup, you don't really feel anything, Chiba asked with a smile. I really don't feel anything. Hotaru felt her body, but she didn't feel that drunk. Come on, be happy today, drink again, Chiba smiled lightly. However, in this scene, why Chiba always feels like a bad guy. I am not a bad person, oh, that's all right, down 2 glasses of beer. Firefly also began to feel a little bit of something wrong. It felt like it was burning hot. Master, I have good soup on my body. Firefly's cheeks were already flushed. Oh, Ying, Master forgot to mention just now. Although this beer is delicious, it will have a little bit of a head. Chiba looked at Hotaru beside him and said with a smile. Oh, Ying couldn't help but pout at her small mouth. There was such a trace of resentment in his expression. Master, aren't you cheating on me? Seeing Hotaru's expression, Chiba laughed a few times. Otherwise, how can you sleep peacefully and have a good night's sleep? Firefly, if you're sleepy, take a rest. Chiba actually wants Hotaru to take advantage of her drunkenness to take a good rest. After all, over the years, Ying has carried many things on her body. Right now, his appearance can be said to have brought infinite hope to this young girl. So the stone in my heart was finally put down. Just in time, with the help of today, Tien also planned to let the child take a rest. Drink some beer to help you sleep. Chiba wouldn't let Hotaru drink at an ordinary time. Well, Master. Firefly is a smart girl, she had guessed her master's intentions. The resentment in his eyes has long since disappeared without a trace. All that remained was full of emotion. Master. Xiaoying really likes Master so much. With a bright red face, Ying gently leaned towards Yi. Then, she lay down in Chiba's arms cautiously. Master, I want to sleep here for a while, is that okay? Hotaru's ethereal voice reached Chiba's ears. Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. Grin. Of course. Firefly, take a good rest. With Master here, there's no need to worry too much about everything. Chiba narrowed his eyes and said, thank you, Master. Hotaru nestled in Chiba's arms obediently, and she drank 2 glasses of beer. At this time, the stamina of alcohol came up. I only felt that the eyelids were a little heavy. Advertisement slowly, Chan just lay on the king of Chiba. Slowly fell asleep. At this moment, Chiba was also looking at the petite body in his arms. Firefly is also a poor girl. Alas, I'm also doing this for the good of Ying. Chiba picked up a glass of beer and drank it all down. Cool, the bonfire party is still going on like crazy. At the same time, among the forest, Kakuzu and Hidan are moving cautiously towards the burning place. In their ears, they can still hear the deafening BGM. Kakuzu. Hidan tugged at the hem of Kakuzu's shirt. What's wrong? Kakuzu frowned. Do you feel that this music sounds very powerful? Hidan smiled. Countless question marks appeared on Kakuzu's head. Hidan. What have you been doing all this time? Didn't observe any changes nearby? 800. Going to listen to music. Kakuzu snorted. Good guy, been drinking for so long. Hidan is so engrossed in listening to music. Although, the music is quite nice. But, this is an unknown place, are you not afraid of any danger? What are you afraid of? Anyway, we can't die. Hidan scratched his head and grinned. Facing Hidan's words, Kakuzu was speechless. Almost forgot. This Hidan is truly immortal. No matter how you kill them, you can't die. However, Kakuzu dare not play like Hidan. His immortal body can only be regarded as a pseudo-immortal body. Kakuzu's body possesses the secret technique of earth resentment. After owning earth resentment, you can hunt for the hearts of others. Then let yourself continue to live. Moreover, the earth grudge in Kakuzu's body can store 5 hearts. In other words, he can't be like that guy Hidan. True immortality. If all 5 hearts are gone, then Kakuzu will be gone. Thought of here, Kakuzu's face became more and more ugly. Finally, he laughed sinisterly. Hidan, you just said that you have an immortal body, right? Yes. Hidan scratched his head and said, then you start now and explore the way ahead, Kakuzu said in a low voice. F*K. Why? Hidan yelled. Just because you are immortal, Kakuzu snorted angrily. 209 as expected of money fan Tsunade. Let's go as soon as we think about it, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Your uncle, Kakuzu, aren't you immortal too? Hidan is absolutely unwilling, who knows what's ahead. In case something terrible happens. Thinking of this, Hidan trembled all over. Nonsense. Kakuzu snorted coldly. If you are dismembered, I can still sew you up with thread. If I die in front of you now, you are dismembered, what shall we do? Hidan was speechless for a while after listening to Kakuzu's words. I'm speechless. Not only was he speechless, but even Hidan felt that it was the safest way to go ahead. Ah, immortal body. Hidan couldn't help but sigh. Kakuzu. If I am torn to pieces by the enemy, you must sew it on for me as soon as possible. I know. Kakuzu twitched the corner of his mouth. Okay, let's go quickly, we will be there soon, Kakuzu urged. Hidan took a deep breath, then led the way. The two quickly moved towards the campfire, and at this very moment. On another path, Six-Tails Jinchuriki Yu Gao also rushed towards here quickly. During the bonfire banquet, Firefly has fallen asleep. Chiba gently hugged Ying, then it was delivered to her house. Have a good night's sleep. Chiba nodded Hotaru's face and smiled. Then turned around and left gracefully, a minute after Chiba left. On the bed, Ying's eyelashes twitched slightly. Then, cautiously, he opened his eyes. Master Chiba. There was a murmur, and she didn't know where she was thinking. His cheeks blushed instantly. Pull the quilt over your cheeks. Only a pair of emerald green eyes blinked smartly. At this point, Chiba is back at the party outside. Chiba's eyebrows moved slightly, a very familiar chakra entered his perception range. Chiba closed his eyes and released his senses. 3 seconds later, Chiba opened his eyes, a smile curled up on his lips. Isn't this just a coincidence? He has sensed Hidan and Kakuzu. And the 6 tails Jinchuriki coming galloping, as for feeling a familiar chakra earlier. That is naturally the tail beast chakra in 6 tails Jinchuriki. Advertisement anyway, Chiba has the power of 10 tails in his body. So, for the tail beast chakra, it is quite sensitive. As long as it is within a certain range, all can be noticed by Chiba in an instant. At this time, Tsunade staggered to Chiba with 2 wine bottles in his arms. He sat beside Chiba without hesitation, lying directly in Chiba's arms. Huh, it's still comfortable here. Hey, Chiba, where's Hotaru? Hadora is sleepy. Chiba lowered his head, looked at Tsunade, and smiled. I have sent her back to her room to rest. By the way, what did you and Terumi Mei do just now? Why haven't I seen you for a long time? Chiba asked a little puzzled. We're going to the bathroom. Tsunade couldn't help curling his lips. Then he sat up straight and smiled. What's the matter? I haven't seen me for a while, miss me? Thought. Chiba nodded. Humph, basket mouth. Tsunade Nunazui. Okay, drink less. Chiba grinned, looking at the bottle in Tsunade's hand. No, I want to get drunk too, and then let you carry me back to the house to rest. Tsunade protected the bottle in his hand, then winked at Chiba. Okay, but don't hold on, Chiba said helplessly. At this moment, Terumi Mei also came out from the distant forest. After seeing the little interaction between Chiba and Tsunade, she couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Then with a smile on his face, he walked slowly to Chiba's right. Sit down directly. Tsunade sits on the left, Terumi Mei sits on the stone calendar. Chiba was sandwiched between 2 women aggressively. Helpless. Chiba is really helpless. Is this Shira field over yet? You 2 drink first. Chiba narrowed his eyes and looked at the T-Forest Road intersection in front of him. He has seen 2 figures, and those 2 figures were walking towards him. Standing up, Chiba smiled slightly, walked towards Kakuzu and Hidan. Oops, isn't this Kakuzu and Hidan? Why are you here? Chiba came to Kakuzu and Hidan with a smile. Chiba. Kakuzu and Hidan also recognized Chiba. It was the traveler who met in the country of soup before. In the hearts of the 2 of them, Chiba is just an ordinary traveler. Hidan walked to the campfire, looking at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama who are scrubbing dishes in front of them. Some novelty asked. What are you? So it was you. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama left the player. Came in front of Hidan. Hidan, do you know what a disco is? I don't know. Hidan replied honestly. Come on, I'm happy today, I'll teach you how to disco. Uchiha Madara grinned. Can you? Hidan also showed interest in this novelty. Of course. Uchiha Madara laughed. Advertisement. Come on, let's shake it. Later, Hidan just joined the ranks of disco. At this time, Chiba pretended to be curious and asked. Brother Kakuzu, what are you doing here? We're here to find someone. Kakuzu coughed lightly. Facing the person who once gave him wine to drink, Kakuzu really couldn't refuse Chiba's question for a while. Looking for someone? Chiba continued to pretend not to know. Who are you looking for? Tell me, maybe I can help you. Cough cough cough. Let's find Hidan's brother, Kakuzu fooled casually. I see, Chiba nodded. Immediately he laughed. Damn, now that you're here, let's have a drink. As for finding someone, we'll talk about it later. Then, Chiba brought Kakuzu to the wine table. Kakuzu originally didn't want to join. However, after drinking such a delicious drink last time, he couldn't refuse again. Anyway, these people are just ordinary travelers, and I and Hidan will not expose anything. Thinking of this, Kakuzu let go. The sky is big and the earth is big. Drink the most. Big pillar. Move 2 cases of beer, Chiba yelled. Okay. Then, Senju Hashirama came up from the side grass. Bring over 2 cases of beer. Kakuzu, come, drink. Chiba laughed. Okay. Drink. Kakuzu also let go. Anyway, Jiao Mahao, no one here knows him. Just drink it. Tsunade walked to Chiba's side, leaned against Chiba's ear, and smiled. Chiba, nah. Did you see the box in Kakuzu's left hand? I smell money. After Tsunade finished speaking, he winked at Chiba. Chiba also evoked a slight smile at this time. He, as expected of my Tsunade. We too. Thinking of going together. Okay, you take Terumi Mei back to rest first. While Kakuzu they haven't found Terumi Mei yet. Chiba said quickly. Yeah, Tsunade nodded immediately. Then stepped aside. At this moment, Chiba continued to return to Kakuzu's side. Drink it after getting drunk, your money is mine. Chiba couldn't help but sigh. Are you too bad? Forget it, let it be bad. Anyway, we are not good people, just be happy yourself. As for Kakuzu, who are you cheating on? 210 Senju Tobirama. This is good. Must write it down, seeking support from all Wawa monthly tickets. Tsunade walked up to Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei, let's go back and rest first. Tsunade said with a sleepy mouth. Why? Terumi Mei froze for a moment. His plan has not been carried out yet. Don't ask why, just come with me. Tsunade pouted. Terumi Mei was a little confused. Hurry up, Tsunade stared. Eventually, Terumi Mei succumbed to Tsunade's oppression. Obediently followed behind Tsunade, not because she's afraid of Tsunade, but because Terumi Mei, who is Mizukage, knows there is still a big gap between Wying Village and Konoha Village. Right now, Terumi Mei can only choose to be soft. Tsunade left here with Terumi Mei. Meanwhile, Chiba chatted with Kakuzu. Kakuzu, you said, you are here to find Hidan's brother? Chiba narrowed his eyes and asked. Yes. Kakuzu took a sip of white wine, only feeling comfortable all over his body. I seemed to see a witch when I was nearby. I don't know if it's Hidan's brother, Chiba pretended to think. What does that person look like? Kakuzu suddenly showed a desire to know. That man. Chiba stroked his chin. At the same time, a shadow clone of Chiba had already flown above Yu Gao's head. After seeing Yu Gao below, shadow clone, then unlocked the ninjutsu. Here, Chiba nodded slightly, it seems to be wearing a blue dress. The hair covered one of his eyes. 867. Well, that guy doesn't seem to be a performance artist. 11. Like blowing bubbles? I don't know, is this the brother Hidan you were looking for? After Kakuzu listened to Chiba's introduction, he became excited immediately. It's really hard to find a place when you have broken through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. I don't know, where is that guy now? Kakuzu asked excitedly. Isn't it right there? Chiba pointed in the direction of another forest entrance. Kakuzu glanced over for an instant, look at each other. It really is that guy. Hidan. Found that guy. Kakuzu let out a low cry, and immediately rushed to Hidan's side. The two looked at each other, then galloped towards Yu Gao. The last time they didn't know his identity, the two of them let Yu Gao escape so easily. And this time, the two of them are no longer soft. Chiba stood up and said loudly, oh, look at his feelings, it's good. After this meeting, I was so excited that I even left my things behind. Couldn't help but shook his head. Chiba sat down again. And on the table in front of him is the cash box that Kakuzu put here. Later, Uchiha Madara and his group also came to Chiba. That guy, is that Six Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Madara tilted his head. Looking at Yudaka who was being chased by Kakuzu and Hidan, enthusiastically. Advertisement, yeah. Chiba smiled casually. Let's just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When the river mussels fight, the fisherman wins. Hiss. This is good. I'll write it down. Senju Tobirama's eyes lit up when he heard this. Learned. Then, Senju Tobirama took out a note and a pen from his inner pocket. Recorded everything Chiba just said. Chiba couldn't help but rolled his eyes. This Tobirama, Tobirama, seeing you were so serious, let me send you another word. Live and learn. Chiba said casually. Hiss. What a lifelong learner. Senju Tobirama was slightly startled. Then quickly wrote down this sentence. When I get back to Konoha, I will immediately start the development of the new forbidden technique. Senju Tobirama has light in his eyes. Ahem. And Kakuzu and Hidan here. The two of them had already chased nearly 30 kilometers away. Yu Gao didn't want to run away either. His body rested on a big tree. Immediately, he quickly took out the straw pinned to his waist. Water style. Foam technique. All of a sudden, dense foam appeared in the forest. And when these foams touch the leaves, the green leaves instantly turn dark yellow. In the end, it turns into dead leaves and withers directly. Hidan. Kakuzu growled. Hidan also noticed this scene. He quickly waved the bloody March sickle in his hand, in order to break the bubbles flying towards them. At this time, Kakuzu's hands also began to form mudras. Earth style. Earth spear. Immediately afterwards, Jien's hands became extremely black. Both defense and attack power had been greatly increased. The foam that flew towards him was scratched casually. Kakuzu snorted coldly. One kick. CFDG. The body quickly flew towards Yu Gao. Yu Gao's pupils shrank. The strength of these two people is not simple. Can easily break through their own attacks. Yu Gao leapt and jumped down from the big tree. Next second, the bloody March scythe waved wildly. Ha ha ha, boy, did you kill me last time? How dare you attack me? Ha ha ha. As soon as Hidan sees Yu Gao, he gets angry. Last time it was counter-killed by this guy, can he not be angry? Advertisement, you are no ordinary ninja. Yu Gao looked at Hidan with cold eyes. The last time I was hit by my corrosive foam, I didn't expect you to survive. I really underestimated you. After Hidan heard Yu Gao's words, the corner of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Survive? So the young master died once, okay? But this guy doesn't know my abilities, does he? Don't know? There was a bloodthirsty smile on Hidan's face. Hey, lousy is lucky. However, for today, you just leave it to me honestly. After Hidan finished speaking, he continued to attack. At this time, Kakuzu also prepared the secret technique. Secret technique. Earth resentment. In the next second, dense black threads emerged from the seams of Kakuzu's body. The black threads started to come together. In the end, it became 4 huge earth grievances. Each earth resentment has a mask representing its own attributes. Kakuzu left the earth grievance mask in his body. And beside him are wind attribute, fire attribute, thunder attribute, water attribute. 4 attributes of Earth grievances plus Kakuzu's body. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly attacked Six Tails Jinchuriki. Foam technique. Seeing this, Six Tails Jinchuriki Udaka twitched the muscles on his face. Are these two guys so powerful? Afterwards, he didn't stay longer, but quickly blew out a huge bubble with the straw. Immediately afterwards, Yugao quickly got into the foam. Use the chakra in your body to manipulate giant bubbles. Slowly drifted towards the sky. Fly again. Below, the corner of Hidan's mouth twitched fiercely. Quickly rushed to an ancient tree, climb hard, at the peak moment. Hidan ruthlessly threw the Bloody March scythe in his hand towards the huge foam above the sky. Call out, the Bloody March scythe made a sound of piercing wind. Quickly shoot towards the sky, and in the sky, Zhu Gao is also manipulating the bubble. Dangerously avoided the roaring Bloody March scythe. Oh, I'm furious. Hidan at the top of the tree below saw the Six Tails Jinchuriki dodge his own attack. Immediately started cursing. At the same time, just when Yu Gao breathed a sigh of relief. Another big tree top. Kakuzu's indifferent voice sounded. Wind style. Oppression. Fire style. Head hard.